Welcome to another quiet corner of history, my tired little friends. Let's snuggle up, because this is a place where diplomats chose careful words over drawn swords, and delay itself became a form of victory. Tonight, you'll walk the marble halls of the Congress of Vienna in 1814 and 1815, where European powers gathered after Napoleon's abdication to redraw the map of their continent. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, where in the world you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan of some kind for some comforting white noise, and let's get some perfect rest. You step off a carriage onto the cobblestones of Vienna on a September afternoon in 1814, and your legs ache from 3 weeks of travel. The city smells of roasted chestnuts and chimney smoke, and somewhere nearby a street vendor is selling hot wine that sends cinnamon-scented steam curling into the autumn air. Your diplomatic credentials sit heavy in your leather satchel, and you're frankly amazed they got you this far without someone asking too many questions about your qualifications. The truth is that Europe is exhausted. For 23 years, the continent has lurched from one conflict to another, and now Napoleon Bonaparte sits in exile on Elba, that small Mediterranean island that everyone hopes will be quite sufficient for containing one diminished emperor. The man who once commanded armies stretching from Spain to Moscow now governs 21 square miles of rocky coastline, and the great powers gathering in Vienna would very much like to keep things that way. You're here because someone decided your minor principality deserved a seat at the table, even if that seat will be somewhere near the back where the refreshments run out first. But you're not complaining. The Congress of Vienna promises to be the social event of the decade, complete with balls every evening and enough pastries to reconstruct the Austrian economy entirely through butter consumption. Your lodgings occupy 3 rooms above a watchmaker's shop, and the constant ticking from downstairs creates a peculiar sort of lullaby. The watchmaker himself, a gentleman named Herr Müller with spectacular mutton chop whiskers, brings you coffee each morning at precisely 6 o'clock, though you've never requested this service. He simply appears, sets down the tray and departs without comment, as if caffeine delivery were encoded in Austrian law. The preliminary sessions begin within the week, and already the city buzzes with rumour and counter-rumour. Prince Metternich of Austria intends to dominate the proceedings. Lord Castlereagh from Britain won't concede an inch on the balance of power. Talleyrand, representing France, yes, France, the nation everyone just finished fighting, has arrived with enough charm and cunning to somehow make his defeated country relevant again. And Tsar Alexander of Russia keeps proposing grand moral schemes that would remake Europe according to orthodox Christian principles, which makes everyone else profoundly nervous. You attend your first reception on a Thursday evening, squeezed into formal attire that hasn't quite recovered from being packed in a trunk. The ballroom of the Hofburg Palace stretches before you like a jewelled cavern, all crystal chandeliers and gilded moulding and mirrors positioned to multiply the candlelight into something approaching daylight at midnight. Women in gowns that probably cost more than your annual salary glide past in conversation with men whose medals suggest they've personally defeated Napoleon several times each. A servant offers you champagne from a silver tray, and you accept it gratefully, if only to have something to do with your hands. The bubbles tickle your nose as you take a sip, and you find yourself wondering whether anyone actually came here to negotiate, or if the whole Congress might simply be an extended Viennese party that happens to occasionally discuss borders. Near the windows you spot a cluster of delegates engaged in what appears to be serious conversation, though they keep getting interrupted by waiters bearing tiny pastries. One of them, a Swedish representative whose name you can't quite recall, is explaining something with elaborate hand gestures while simultaneously trying not to drop his eclair. Watching diplomacy conducted around dessert gives you an unexpected appreciation for the absurdity of the whole enterprise. The music swells, a waltz that everyone seems to know except you, and suddenly the room reorganises itself into dancing couples. You retreat to a corner near a potted palm and observe the swirl of colours and conversation. This is how peace gets made, apparently. Not through grand pronouncements or heroic gestures, but through tired people in expensive clothing, eaten too much and trying to find common ground before the orchestra finishes its set. Prince Metternich himself passes within a few feet of you, deep in conversation with someone important enough to command his full attention. The Austrian foreign minister moves through the crowd like he owns it, which in a sense he does, Vienna being his city and this congress very much his show. He's orchestrated this entire gathering to restore something he calls the Concert of Europe, a system where the great powers consult each other regularly instead of immediately reaching for their cannons. You notice how Metternich's eyes never stop moving, even while he's nodding politely at whatever his companion is saying. He's tracking conversations across the room, noting who's speaking with whom, and calculating alliances and potential problems before they fully materialise. It's exhausting just watching him work. The evening stretches toward midnight, and you've learned that international diplomacy involves far more standing than you'd anticipated. Your feet hurt. The champagne has given you a mild headache, and you've made exactly zero progress on any actual negotiations because apparently the real work doesn't happen at balls. It happens in smaller meetings, in quiet rooms, during those unglamorous hours when everyone's too tired to maintain their official positions and might accidentally tell the truth. The first formal session takes place on a Tuesday morning in October, and you file into the conference room alongside 200 other delegates, representing kingdoms, empires, principalities, duchies, and various other political entities that may or may not survive the next few months of negotiation. The room itself smells of furniture polish and anxiety. You find your assigned seat. Yes, there's an assigned seating chart, because heaven forbid a Bavarian representative accidentally sit next to someone from Baden, and arrange your papers with what you hope looks like professional competence. Around you, conversations hum in German, French, Italian, English, and several languages you can't identify but which sound vaguely Slavic and slightly annoyed. The agenda for today's meeting, distributed on heavy paper that probably costs someone's annual salary to produce, lists 14 items for discussion. You scan through them. The status of Poland, the future of the German states, the territorial compensations for Prussia, the situation in Italy, the question of who gets what pieces of Napoleon's former empire, and several other matters that could each spark a war if handled poorly. Metternich calls the session to order with a small brass bell that produces a surprisingly authoritative chime. The room settles into attentive silence, except for one elderly delegate who appears to have fallen asleep before things even started. Nobody wakes him. Perhaps he's earned his nap after decades of service to some minor German court. The first speaker begins presenting Prussia's position on Saxon territory, and you realise within minutes that this will be a long morning. Prussian thoroughness is legendary, and the speaker has apparently decided to prove this reputation by addressing every conceivable aspect of the Saxon question, including several aspects that nobody had previously considered conceivable. He produces maps. He references treaties from 1648. He quotes philosophers on the nature of sovereignty. You take notes dutifully, though you're mainly drawing small sketches of the chandelier and trying to estimate how many candles it holds. Probably several hundred. The Austrians don't do anything by half measures. Around you, other delegates engage in varying levels of attention. Some scribble furiously, recording every word for later analysis. Others gaze at the ceiling as if finding secret messages in the plasterwork. One dignified representative from somewhere in Italy has perfected the art of appearing deeply engaged while quite clearly thinking about lunch. The Prussian speaker concludes after 40 minutes, and there's a brief moment where everyone hopes for a break. But Metternich immediately recognises the Russian delegate, who rises to present an alternative view on the Saxon question that somehow manages to be even more detailed than the Prussian version. The Russians, it turns out, have opinions about Saxony that date back to treaties nobody else remembered existed. Coffee appears at mid-morning, carried in by servants who move through the room with the silent efficiency of ghosts. You accept a cup gratefully and add an inadvisable amount of sugar because staying alert seems more important than maintaining sophisticated preferences. The coffee is strong enough to wake the dead, which might explain why the elderly delegate 2 rows ahead suddenly sits up and starts taking notes. By noon, you've heard 6 different positions on Saxony alone, none of them compatible with each other, all of them defended with extensive historical precedent and moral reasoning. The basic problem is simple enough. Prussia wants Saxony as compensation for territories it's losing elsewhere. but Austria objects because a Prussian Saxony would strengthen Prussia too much, which Russia doesn't mind but France opposes on principle, while Britain tries to maintain a balance that keeps everyone moderately dissatisfied. When Metternich finally declares a lunch recess, the room exhales collectively. You file out with the others toward the dining hall where an elaborate buffet awaits. Cold meats, pickled vegetables, 3 kinds of bread and enough pastries to supply a small bakery. The Austrians understand that well-fed diplomats are slightly less likely to start wars. You fill your plate and find a seat near a window that overlooks the palace gardens. Outside, Vienna continues its daily life, completely unaware that a few hundred men in one building are trying to reorganize the entire continent. A gardener trims hedges with methodical precision. 2 children chase each other around a fountain. A couple strolls past, arm in arm, discussing something that makes them both laugh. The afternoon session focuses on Poland, which presents even more complications than Saxony, because Poland no longer officially exists as an independent state, having been carved up by its neighbours in 3 separate partitions between 1772 and 1795. Russia currently controls most of what used to be Poland and shows no inclination to give any of it back. Austria and Prussia, having participated in those earlier partitions, find themselves in the awkward position of arguing for Polish restoration while also keeping the Polish territory they previously grabbed. Tsar Alexander himself has come to Vienna to handle the Polish question personally, which adds both gravitas and complication to the proceedings. The Tsar is a fascinating contradiction. A Russian autocrat who speaks eloquently about liberty and constitutional government while ruling as an absolute monarch. He proposes creating a Polish kingdom with himself as its constitutional king, which he presents as a generous compromise that gives Poles their nation back while keeping them safely under Russian supervision. Nobody quite knows what to do with this proposal. It's simultaneously progressive and entirely self-serving, idealistic and pragmatic, a gift and a trap. The Austrian and Prussian delegates exchange glances that contain entire conversations about Russian ambitions and the danger of letting Alexander control that much territory in Central Europe. You watch Metternich's face as Alexander speaks, and the Austrian foreign minister's expression reveals nothing, which is itself revealing. Metternich has built his career on the premise that dramatic change leads to chaos, and here's the Russian Tsar proposing to remake Poland according to enlightened principles that Metternich considers dangerously revolutionary. The fact that these principles would also expand Russian power westward makes the whole proposal doubly threatening from the Austrian perspective. November arrives with cold rain that turns Vienna streets into rivers of mud and makes everyone grateful for indoor negotiations. You've been here 2 months now, and the Congress has developed a peculiar rhythm. Formal sessions in the morning where nothing gets decided, informal consultations in the afternoon where actual progress occasionally happens, and evening. Entertainments where people relax enough to say what they actually think instead of what their governments instructed them to say. The breakthrough, such as it is, comes from an unexpected source: delay itself. When the major powers can't agree on Poland or Saxony or the German question or Italian borders, they simply table the discussion and move to something else. This drives the minor states crazy because they need decisions, but the great powers have discovered that postponement often works better than confrontation. You're present at one of these postponement moments, watching Metternich and Castlereagh essentially agree to disagree about Prussia's territorial claims by scheduling another meeting for next week. Next week arrives, they schedule another meeting for the week after that, and gradually everyone realises that this process of infinite rescheduling actually prevents anyone from storming out of the negotiations or issuing ultimatums. The British approach this differently than everyone else. Lord Castlereagh, representing a nation protected by the English Channel and the Royal Navy, mainly cares about preventing any single continental power from dominating Europe. He doesn't particularly care whether Prussia or Austria controls this or that German principality, as long as neither becomes strong enough to threaten Britain's interests. This gives him flexibility that other delegates lack, and he uses it to broker compromises that everyone can tolerate even if nobody particularly likes them. You attend a smaller meeting in late November where Castlereagh proposes a solution to the Saxon question that amounts to splitting the difference. Prussia gets part of Saxony, but not all of it. with the remainder staying independent under its traditional ruling house. It's not elegant, and it satisfies nobody's sense of historical justice, but it might actually work because it prevents the kind of maximalist outcome that would drive other powers to opposition. The room falls silent as people calculate the implications. Prussia's representative looks disappointed but not outraged. Austria's delegation seems relieved. The Saxon representative, a dignified older gentleman who spent 3 months arguing for his state's complete independence, slumps slightly in his chair but doesn't object. Everyone understands that this is probably the best outcome available given the circumstances. Metternich suggests adjourning for the day to let everyone consult with their governments, which is diplomatic language for, let's not make any commitments while we're all in the same room. The meeting breaks up, and you step outside into a Vienna. Evening that smells of wood smoke and approaching winter. Walking back to your lodgings, you reflect on how strange this whole process is. These men, and they're all men, because this is 1814, and women don't get seats at diplomatic congresses despite often being smarter than the delegates actually present, are trying to prevent future wars by arguing about borders and compensations and balances of power, but underneath all the formal language and historical precedents, they're simply trying to create a situation where going to war becomes more trouble than it's worth. The delay tactics serve this purpose perfectly. Every postponed decision is a decision not to fight about it today. Every rescheduled meeting is another week where armies stay in their barracks. The minor states complain about the slow pace, but the great powers understand that speed itself can be dangerous when you're redrawing a continent. December brings the first serious social crisis of the Congress, though nobody calls it that officially. The problem is that Tsar Alexander has been attending every ball and reception, dancing with every lady of importance, and generally behaving like he's running for some kind of international popularity contest. This wouldn't matter except that the Tsar's presence tends to dominate any gathering he attends, and smaller delegations are starting to grumble that they never get face time with important decision makers because Alexander is always holding court in the centre of the room. Metternich solves this by the simple expedient of scheduling even more social events, essentially diluting the Tsar's impact across a larger number of parties. If Alexander can only attend 2 balls per evening while Vienna is hosting 5, then at least 3 gatherings will be Tsar-free zones where other conversations can happen. It's a very Austrian solution, more of everything until the original problem becomes statistically insignificant. You find yourself at one of these additional events, a concert followed by a supper at noble residence that you're fairly certain didn't exist last week. The music is lovely, something by Mozart, performed by musicians who clearly wish they were playing for a more attentive audience. But diplomats make terrible concert goers, treating the performance as background noise for their ongoing negotiations. During the intermission, you strike up a conversation with a Bavarian delegate who shares your appreciation for the absurdity of the situation. He's a practical man who spent 20 years administering rural districts and finds the Vienna social whirl both fascinating and exhausting. We're also very serious, he observes, gesturing at the crowd with his wineglass, acting as if we're reshaping civilization itself when really we're just trying to make sure the armies go home and stay there. You nod, because he's absolutely right. Strip away all the formal language and philosophical justifications, and the Congress of Vienna amounts to a group of exhausted nations trying to create enough stability that they can stop fighting for a while. The fact that this requires 9 months of negotiations and countless pastries doesn't make it less necessary. March 1815 brings spring to Vienna and disaster to the Congress. You're in your rooms above the watchmaker's shop when the news arrives. Napoleon has escaped from Elba. The former emperor left his island prison with 1,000 men, landed in France, and is marching toward Paris while the French army, supposedly loyal to the restored Bourbon king, defects to Napoleon in regiments and entire divisions. Herr Miller delivers this information along with your morning coffee, his face grave. The watchmaker has family in Alsace and understands what renewed war means better than most of the delegates currently panicking in their lodgings. The Congress transforms overnight. All those careful negotiations about borders and compensations suddenly become secondary to the immediate question of what to do about Bonaparte. Metternich calls an emergency session, and you hurry to the Hofburg Palace through streets where people cluster in anxious conversations, speaking too quickly and too loudly, as if volume might somehow change the news from France. The conference room fills within minutes, delegates arriving out of breath and out of sorts, with several still adjusting their formal attire because they dressed in such haste. The Prussian delegation looks grimly satisfied, as if Napoleon's return somehow validates their scepticism about the whole peace process. The Austrians appear concerned but organised, already distributing updated intelligence reports. The French representatives, loyal to King Louis XVIII, who's about to lose his throne again, sit pale and silent. Metternich doesn't waste time on preliminaries. Napoleon has made himself an outlaw by breaking his exile, and the assembled powers must decide how to respond. Does the Congress continue its work while also preparing for war? Do they suspend negotiations until Bonaparte is dealt with? Can they even maintain unity now that the crisis they thought they'd solved has suddenly unsolved itself? Tsar Alexander proposes immediate military action, which surprises nobody, because Alexander has been looking for an excuse to deploy his army somewhere useful ever since arriving in Vienna. Prussia seconds this motion with enthusiasm. Britain's Castlereagh supports military preparation, but wants to coordinate properly rather than rushing off in different directions. Austria agrees with Britain, which is Metternich's polite way of saying that Austria doesn't want Russian armies marching through Central Europe, even if they're technically marching toward France. You sit through hours of discussion that circles the same basic points. Napoleon must be stopped, military force will be necessary, but the alliance must hold together while applying that force, which means more negotiation even as armies mobilise. It's diplomatic complexity layered on military urgency, and watching it unfold gives you a headache that no amount of coffee can cure. The remarkable thing is that the Congress doesn't fall apart. You half expected these exhausted, quarrelsome powers to immediately blame each other for Napoleon's escape, or to use the crisis as an excuse to abandon negotiations and return to their previous rivalries. But instead, they dig in. The threat of Bonaparte concentrates minds wonderfully, reminding everyone why they came to Vienna in the first place, to create a system that prevents one man from destabilising an entire continent. Within days, the great powers sign a new alliance committing themselves to Bonaparte's defeat and pledging 200,000 men each to the cause. It's an enormous commitment, representing the kind of cooperation that seemed impossible just months ago, when everyone was arguing about Saxon borders. Fear works wonders for diplomatic unity. The military preparations proceed alongside continued negotiations on everything else, creating a strange dual reality where delegates discuss constitutional arrangements for German states in the morning and troop movements against France in the afternoon. Vienna fills with officers appearing for strategy sessions, their uniforms adding new colours to the social scene. The balls continue because Metternich insists on maintaining normalcy, but now they're punctuated by men excusing themselves to review dispatches from the French border. You find yourself assigned to a minor committee dealing with logistical arrangements for the Allied armies, which sounds important, but mainly involves arguing about whether supply wagons should travel on certain roads or different roads, and whose responsibility it is to provide fodder for horses passing through neutral territories. It's unglamorous work that nevertheless matters immensely to the soldiers who will need those supplies while marching toward France. April passes in a blur of activity and anxiety. News from France remains scarce and contradictory. Napoleon has entered Paris in triumph, or he's met armed resistance, or King Louis has fled, or the king remains in the Tuileries Palace, or possibly both Louis and Napoleon are in Paris, simultaneously through some kind of quantum diplomatic superposition. Eventually the truth settles into focus. Napoleon controls France again. Louis has fled to Belgium, and the Emperor has about 100 days to prepare for the Allied armies marching toward his borders. The Congress continues its negotiations with renewed urgency now. Everyone understands that if they don't finish this work before the armies defeat Napoleon, they'll be right back where they started, victorious powers with no agreed framework for managing peace. The territorial questions that seemed abstract in January now carry immediate weight, because the armies mobilising against France will need to know where borders should be drawn once they win. May arrives with unusual warmth, and Vienna's gardens explode into bloom just as the Allied armies explode into Belgium, where Napoleon has positioned himself for one last campaign. You receive daily updates from the front, though front is too generous a word for the confused situation in the Low Countries, where three armies, Prussian, British, and Napoleonic, manoeuvre for advantage while trying to remember which villages belong to which coalition partners. The negotiations in Vienna take on a frantic quality now. Committees that previously met weekly now convene daily. The Polish question, the Saxon question, the German question, the Italian question. All these carefully postponed issues suddenly demand resolution before the military situation changes everything. Metternich coordinates this acceleration with characteristic precision, scheduling overlapping meetings and shuttle diplomacy between delegations, essentially forcing decisions through sheer organisational momentum. You attend a session on German constitutional arrangements where 39 different German states try to agree on a basic framework for cooperation. 39 states means 39 different interests, 39 different histories, and 39 different reasons why someone else's reasonable proposal won't work for their particular circumstances. And yet somehow, by late afternoon, they've sketched out the German Confederation. Not a unified Germany, which nobody wants except some impractical professors in Heidelberg, but a loose association that provides collective security while preserving everyone's precious sovereignty. It's a masterpiece of creative ambiguity, specifying just enough structure to be meaningful, while leaving enough flexibility that even Prussia and Austria can both join without feeling they've surrendered too much. You suspect it won't last forever. Things built on creative ambiguity rarely do. But it might last long enough for the current crisis to pass, and that's all anyone's asking for right now. The news from Belgium arrives on June 18th. Napoleon has been defeated at Waterloo by the combined British and Prussian armies. The battle was apparently a close thing, decided by late afternoon Prussian reinforcements, arriving just as Napoleon's Imperial Guard was making a final push against Wellington's position. But close or not, Bonaparte is finished. His gamble failed, his army is shattered, and the Allies are already discussing where to exile him this time, ideally somewhere more remote than Elba, and preferably with better security. Vienna celebrates with appropriate Austrian thoroughness. Fireworks, illuminations, concerts, balls, and enough champagne to float the Austrian navy if Austria had a navy to float. You attend the festivities with mixed feelings because yes, Napoleon's defeat is worth celebrating, but you've also spent 9 months with these people and understand that military victory only creates the opportunity for peace. It doesn't guarantee anything. The Congress accelerates its remaining work, driven by the knowledge that armies return home and alliances weaken once the immediate threat disappears. Throughout late June and into early July, the final pieces fall into place. Russia keeps most of Poland, but not all of it. Prussia gets part of Saxony and substantial territory in the Rhineland. Austria secures its interest in Italy and Germany. Britain doesn't take much continental territory because Britain never wanted continental territory, but does acquire various strategic islands and colonial outposts that strengthen its global position. France, defeated again, loses the territories it gained under Napoleon, but retains its basic borders and isn't subjected to punitive dismemberment, partly because Talleyrand argued brilliantly against it, and partly because the victors remember what happened when they humiliated France too thoroughly after previous wars. The smaller states receive varying deals based on their importance and negotiating skill. Some disappear entirely, absorbed into larger neighbours. Others survive by virtue of being useful buffers between greater powers. A few even expand slightly, having chosen their alliances wisely. Your own minor principality emerges intact, though not enhanced, which under the circumstances counts as success. The final act of the Congress of Vienna fills 121 pages. When finally published on June 9th, 1815, you receive a copy on heavy paper sealed with the official stamp, and holding it gives you an unexpected sense of accomplishment, even though your contribution to these proceedings mostly involved taking notes and trying not to fall asleep during particularly tedious sessions. The document itself reads like what it is. A committee-written compromise that tries to satisfy everyone and therefore fully satisfies nobody. But that's rather the point. Perfect agreements don't exist when you're dealing with conflicting national interests, different political systems, and several centuries of accumulated grievances. What you can achieve is an agreement that everyone can live with, at least for a while. The territorial arrangements receive the most attention naturally. Pages of carefully worded descriptions establishing borders, assigning territories, creating new states, and dissolving old ones. But the real innovation lies in the sections dealing with how these powers will interact going forward. The Congress establishes regular meetings, consultation procedures, and mechanisms for resolving disputes before they escalate to war. It's not a world government, which would terrify everyone involved, but it is a system for managing power relationships through diplomacy rather than automatic recourse to violence. You spend an evening reading through the entire document while Herr Müller's clocks tick peacefully below. The language is formal to the point of rigidity, every phrase negotiated and approved by multiple delegations, nothing left to chance or interpretation where clarity can be achieved. Yet underneath the diplomatic verbiage, you can trace the arguments, compromises, and creative delays that produced each provision. The article on Poland reflects months of carefully balanced concessions. The German Confederation clauses show the fingerprints of everyone who touched them. The Italian arrangements reveal Austrian priorities while acknowledging other interests just enough to prevent opposition. And threading through everything is the balance of power principle. The idea that European stability requires no single state becoming strong enough to dominate all others. Will it work? You find yourself wondering this as you reach the final pages with their elaborate signatures and seals. The Congress of Vienna has delayed the inevitable conflicts, postponed the unavoidable tensions, and bought time through careful negotiation and calculated ambiguity. But delay isn't resolution, and buying time only matters if you use that time wisely. The remarkable thing is that it does work, though you won't live to see the full extent of it. The Vienna system, as it comes to be called, maintains general peace among the great powers for 4 decades. Not perfect peace, because there are still wars, but limited wars that don't engulf the entire continent. The Concert of Europe, created in Vienna, becomes the first serious attempt at what might be called international organisation, where major powers consult regularly and coordinate their foreign policies instead of simply competing for advantage. The revolution of 1848 will shake this system but not destroy it. The Crimean War in the 1850s will strain the concert but not break it completely. Not until 1914, nearly 100 years after Vienna, will the balance of power system finally collapse under stresses it was never designed to handle. And even then, when diplomats gather in Versailles to make peace after World War I, they'll look back to Vienna as a model, trying to understand what made it work well enough for as long as it did. July brings preparations for departure as delegations begin packing up and heading home. You spend your final days in Vienna settling accounts, saying farewells, and trying to memorise details that will fade once you return to regular life. The watchmaker's shop below has become familiar territory. The regular tick of clocks a comforting backdrop you'll miss more than you expected. Herr Müller presents you with a small travelling clock on your last morning, refusing payment despite your insistence. It's a thoughtful gesture from a man who's hosted you for 9 months without complaint, bringing coffee every morning while Europe reorganised itself upstairs. The clock will travel with you back to your principality, where it will keep excellent time for decades, eventually becoming a family heirloom that your grandchildren will wind carefully, while wondering about the diplomatic congress where grandfather acquired such a fine timepiece. You attend a final reception, smaller than the massive balls of previous months, with an informal atmosphere that allows actual conversation instead of diplomatic manoeuvring. Metternich makes the rounds, looking exhausted but satisfied in the way of someone who's completed an enormous task without completely failing. He's aged visibly over these 9 months, the stress of coordinating this massive negotiation showing in new lines around his eyes. Castlereagh departs the next morning, headed back to London, where Parliament wants detailed reports on what Britain gained from the Congress. You see him briefly during his preparations, and he offers a characteristically British assessment. We've accomplished what was possible given the circumstances, which is rather better than I expected in March when Bonaparte returned. The Prussian delegation leaves en masse, efficient to the end, their carriages loaded with documents and territorial maps showing their expanded influence. They didn't get everything they wanted, Prussia never does, but they've positioned themselves well for the next century of German politics, even if they don't fully realise it yet. Russia's representatives begin their long journey back to St. Petersburg, carrying mixed results for Tsar Alexander. The Russian emperor gained influence in Poland, but not the complete dominance he initially sought, and his Holy Alliance proposal, a vague scheme to organise European relations according to Christian principles, has been politely filed under. Interesting ideas we'll definitely consider later by nearly every signatory. The French delegation departs last, having spent these final weeks ensuring that France isn't completely excluded from the new European order, despite being on the losing side. Talleyrand's diplomatic skill produced minor miracles, transforming France from a defeated pariah to an accepted member of the Great Power Club in the space of 9 months. It's a masterclass in negotiation that historians will study for generations, though right now Talleyrand probably just wants to go home and sleep for a week. Your own departure comes on a Thursday morning in late July, the city already warming under the summer sun as your carriage rolls out of Vienna. You look back at the city once, taking in the spires and palaces where you've spent nearly a year of your life watching history get made through the slow accumulation of compromises and postponed decisions. The journey home takes 3 weeks, passing through territories whose borders may or may not match what you remember from your initial journey to Vienna. Some borders have shifted, some states have new names, some rulers find themselves governing different territories than they controlled last year. But the changes have been managed through negotiation rather than conquest, which represents genuine progress even if it doesn't feel particularly dramatic. You arrive home to discover that nothing has changed and everything has changed. Your principality looks exactly as you left it. Same buildings, same streets, same people going about their lives in reassuring continuity. But the context has shifted fundamentally. You're now part of the German Confederation, subject to collective security arrangements and consultation procedures that didn't exist when you departed. Your prince must consider how decisions affect relationships with neighbouring states in ways that previous generations never contemplated. The local population doesn't particularly care about the Congress of Vienna. They want to know if taxes will increase, whether the harvest looks promising, and why you were gone for nearly a year attending some conference in Austria that may or may not have accomplished anything useful. Fair questions, really. And you find yourself struggling to explain what happened in Vienna in terms that resonate with people whose primary concerns involve crop prices and whether the miller is charging fair rates. Eventually you settle on a simple explanation. The great powers sat down together and talked until they agreed not to fight each other for a while, which means armies won't march through your principality destroying fields and demanding supplies. This explanation satisfies most people because they understand armies and destruction very clearly, having experienced both during the Napoleonic Wars. Your prince, more attuned to diplomatic subtleties, wants detailed reports on everything you witnessed. You spend weeks preparing documents that summarise the territorial settlements, the constitutional arrangements, the balance of power mechanisms, and the consultation procedures that now govern European international relations. The prince reads these with careful attention, occasionally asking questions that reveal he understands the implications better than you initially realised. What emerges from these discussions is a practical assessment. The Congress of Vienna bought time. It didn't solve the fundamental tensions between great powers competing for influence, didn't eliminate the nationalist movements that will eventually reshape Europe, and didn't create permanent institutions strong enough to prevent all future conflicts. But it did establish a framework for managing these tensions through diplomacy rather than automatic warfare, and that framework might last long enough for circumstances to change in ways nobody can currently predict. The years that follow seem to validate this cautious optimism. The Concert of Europe functions imperfectly but genuinely, with regular conferences addressing crises before they explode into continental wars. The great powers consult each other, coordinate policies, and occasionally even cooperate in ways that would have seemed impossible during the Napoleonic period. Minor disputes get resolved through negotiation. Major tensions get postponed through diplomatic delay tactics that everyone learned in Vienna. You watch these developments from your principality, receiving reports, and occasionally travelling to minor conferences yourself. The diplomatic skills learned during those 9 months in Vienna serve you well, and you develop a reputation as someone who understands how the system works, how to postpone inconvenient decisions until circumstances improve, and how to find the compromise that nobody loves but everyone can accept. The 1820s bring challenges, revolutions in Italy and Spain that test whether the great powers can agree on how to respond to internal upheavals in other countries. Metternich pushes for intervention to suppress revolutionary movements. Britain resists, arguing that internal politics shouldn't trigger automatic great power involvement. Russia offers to send armies anywhere they might be useful, which makes everyone else nervous. But somehow, through conferences and consultations and carefully worded statements, they manage these crises without the system collapsing entirely. The 1830s bring more upheaval, another French Revolution that topples the Bourbon monarchy, a Belgian revolt against Dutch rule that creates a new country nobody anticipated, and various other disruptions that require diplomatic management. The Vienna system bends but doesn't break, adapting to changed circumstances while maintaining its core commitment to consultation over confrontation. You're older now, less involved in active diplomacy, but still watching with interest as younger representatives carry forward the practices established in Vienna. They don't always realise where these practices came from, treating regular conferences and balance of power calculations as simply how international relations work, rather than as innovations that required 9 months of negotiations and countless pastries to establish. You're in your study on a winter evening in the early 1840s, reviewing papers and correspondence while snow falls silently outside your window. Ermila's travelling clock ticks steadily on the desk, keeping perfect time after 25 years of faithful service. The sound brings back memories of Vienna, the larger clocks ticking in the watchmaker's shop below your lodgings, the measured pace of negotiations, and the careful progress toward agreements that seemed impossibly distant when you first arrived in. That autumn of 1814, a younger colleague visits, someone being prepared for diplomatic service, and asks you about the Congress of Vienna because he's heard you were there and witnessed the proceedings firsthand. Where to begin? How do you explain 9 months of negotiations to someone who's grown up in the relative stability those negotiations produced? You start with the basics. Europe was exhausted after 23 years of almost continuous warfare, and the great powers decided to sit down together and try to create a system that might prevent future conflicts from immediately escalating to continental war. Not prevent all conflicts, that would be impossible, but create mechanisms for managing disputes through diplomacy rather than automatically reaching for weapons. Your colleague nods, takes notes, and asks intelligent questions about specific territorial arrangements and constitutional provisions. But you sense he's missing the larger point, so you try a different approach. The Congress of Vienna succeeded, you explain, precisely because it failed to solve everything. This confuses him naturally. How can failure equal success? But that's the essential insight that everyone in Vienna eventually learned. Perfect solutions don't exist when dealing with competing national interests and centuries of accumulated grievances. What you can achieve are good enough solutions that everyone can live with, at least temporarily. And temporarily can last surprisingly long if you've created proper mechanisms for extending it. The delay tactics that frustrated minor states at the time, the postponed decisions, the rescheduled meetings, the carefully maintained ambiguities, these weren't failures of diplomacy, but rather its greatest achievements. Every postponed decision was another day without war. Every rescheduled meeting was another opportunity for circumstances to change, for tempers to cool, and for better options to emerge. The great powers learned in Vienna that delay itself could be a form of progress, that buying time through careful negotiation often accomplished more than forcing immediate decisions that might prove disastrous. You walk your colleague through specific examples. The Saxon question took months to resolve, not because anyone was incompetent, but because rushing toward a solution would have forced sides to take hard positions they couldn't back down from without losing face. The careful delays allowed everyone to gradually adjust their positions, to find face-saving compromises, and to discover creative formulas that addressed core interests while abandoning maximalist demands. The Polish question never really got solved at all. Russia kept most of Poland, which nobody liked except Russia. But the careful diplomatic language wrapped around this outcome allowed everyone else to claim they'd protected Polish interests as much as possible given the circumstances. Was this ideal? No. Did it prevent immediate war over Poland? Yes. And that yes mattered more than perfect justice when the alternative was renewed continental conflict. The balance of power principle itself represents a form of institutionalized delay, instead of one power seeking absolute dominance, which would force everyone else into a defensive alliance. The system accepted ongoing competition within agreed constraints. No final victories, no permanent defeats, just continuous adjustment and occasional rebalancing. It's frustrating if you want decisive outcomes, but it's remarkably effective at preventing the kind of total war that characterized the Napoleonic period. Your colleague absorbs this, and you can see him reconsidering his assumptions about what diplomacy should accomplish. He'd been taught to think of treaties as solving problems, creating clear outcomes, and establishing definitive arrangements. But the lesson from Vienna is that the best treaties often simply postpone problems until better solutions become possible, create frameworks for ongoing negotiation rather than final settlements, and establish processes rather than outcomes. The evening grows late, and your colleague departs with much to think about. You return to your study, to Herr Müller's clock and its steady ticking, and reflect on what the Congress of Vienna actually achieved. It delayed the Crimean War until 1853, 4 decades after Vienna, when the balance of power system finally encountered a crisis it couldn't postpone successfully. It delayed German unification until 1871, giving the German states time to develop economically and politically before facing that fundamental question of unity. It delayed Italian unification similarly, allowing the various Italian states to evolve before being consolidated into a single nation. It delayed major European war until 1914, a full century after Vienna, when the system established in 1815 finally collapsed under stresses it was never designed to handle. A century of relative peace among the great powers, achieved through mechanisms of consultation, postponement, and carefully managed delay. That's the legacy of those 9 months in Vienna. Not perfect peace, because there were still wars. Not permanent stability, because circumstances constantly changed. But a framework for managing international relations that bought Europe enough time to develop in ways nobody in 1815 could have predicted. Would different decisions in Vienna have produced better outcomes? Possibly. But they also might have produced worse outcomes, triggering immediate conflicts or creating arrangements that proved unsustainable. The genius of Vienna lay in accepting that perfect solutions don't exist, and that good enough solutions sustained through diplomatic delay might accomplish more than brilliant solutions that nobody can actually implement. You look at the clock again, watching its hands mark the passage of time with mechanical precision. Time itself was the great accomplishment of Vienna, buying time through negotiation, extending time through postponement, and using time to allow circumstances to evolve in potentially beneficial ways. The delegates who gathered in Vienna understood, perhaps better than any diplomatic assembly before or since, that sometimes the greatest service diplomacy can provide is simply preventing today's crisis from becoming tomorrow's war. The snow continues falling outside, covering your principality in quiet white accumulation. Somewhere in the distance a church bell marks the hour, and Herr Müller's clock ticks steadily onward, counting the seconds of peace that Vienna's careful delays made possible, one postponed decision at a time. You open your eyes before dawn, and the first thing you notice is how quiet everything is. Not silent. Egypt is never truly silent, but hushed in that particular way that happens when an entire palace is holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up. Somewhere beyond your bedchamber, you can hear the distant sound of water being poured, the soft padding of bare feet on limestone floors, and the gentle rustle of linen as servants prepare for your day. But none of them will enter until you signal that you're ready. Being a god has its perks, and privacy before sunrise is one of them. The bed beneath you is surprisingly comfortable for something that looks like it was designed by someone who'd never actually slept before. It's a wooden frame with a footboard carved to look like protective spirits. Part lion, part something else entirely that you're not entirely sure about, but the artisan seemed confident, so you went with it. The mattress is woven reed covered with linen sheets that somehow stay cool even in the Egyptian heat. Your headrest, a curved piece of wood that cradles your neck, has taken some getting used to over the years. When you were younger, you thought it was a torture device disguised as furniture. Now you can't sleep without it. The room smells like myrrh and frankincense from the censers that burn through the night, mixed with the peculiar scent of old stone that permeates every building in Egypt. It's not unpleasant. Actually, it's become so familiar that you find it comforting, like the smell of rain to someone who grew up in a wetter climate. Through the high windows, you can see the sky turning from black to deep blue. That particular shade that only exists for about 15 minutes each morning before the sun decides to make its dramatic entrance. You sit up slowly, because even pharaohs need a moment to let their backs adjust after lying down all night. The golden lapis lazuli pectoral you wore to bed, you're never completely unadorned even in sleep, catches the pre-dawn light and throws tiny blue stars across the wall. It's one of your favourites actually, less ostentatious than some of the ceremonial pieces, but beautiful in a way that doesn't scream, "Look at me, I'm incredibly important and wealthy." It just whispers it politely. There's a gentle cough from beyond the door. Not an impatient cough, because nobody in their right mind would cough impatiently at a pharaoh. But a "we're ready when you are but also the sun waits for no one" kind of cough. You call out that you're awake, and the door opens to admit a small procession of people whose entire job is to make sure you don't have to dress yourself. Leading them is Amenhotep, your chief steward, who has perfected the art of looking simultaneously alert and serene at an hour when most people look like they've been hit with a brick. The purification ritual happens first, before you can eat or drink or do anything else, because you can't very well commune with the gods while smelling like you've been asleep for 8 hours. 2 priests enter carrying alabaster jars of water drawn from the Nile at a sacred spot upstream. The water is cool and clean, and they pour it over your hands and feet while reciting prayers that you've heard so many times you could recite them backwards. You probably shouldn't mention that you once tried doing exactly that during a particularly boring ceremony when you were 13. Your high priest wasn't amused. The washing is methodical and strangely peaceful. One priest focuses on your right side, the other on your left, moving in perfect synchronization like they've been practicing this routine for years, which of course they have. Water runs over your skin and collects in a bronze basin beneath your feet, carrying away the night and, symbolically at least, any impurities that might have accumulated while you slept. You watch ripples form in the basin and think about how the Nile itself must be going through its own morning routines downstream, preparing for another day of keeping millions of people alive. Next comes the anointing with oils. These aren't your everyday oils. Nobody's rubbing you down with whatever they use to keep door hinges from squeaking. These are sacred oils, expensive oils, oils that had to be imported from places so far away that the merchants who brought them spent months travelling through deserts and across seas. The chief oil is myrrh mixed with cinnamon and something floral that you can never quite identify, but smells like what you imagine the god's garden would smell like if gods needed gardens. The priest applies the oil to your forehead first, drawing symbols you can't see but can feel in the patterns his fingers make. Then your chest, your arms, and your feet. The oil soaks in slowly, leaving your skin gleaming in the lamplight. You smell like a temple now, which is appropriate, considering you're about to become the primary link between Egypt and every god who's paying attention this morning. The dressing process is its own kind of ritual. First, the linen kilt. Not just any linen, but royal linen, woven so finely you can barely feel it against your skin. It's pleated within an inch of its life, each fold sharp enough to cut papyrus, and it's held in place with a belt that weighs approximately as much as a small cat. The belt is gold, because of course it is, inlaid with semi-precious stones arranged in patterns that tell stories about your divine right to rule, and your ancestors' divine right to rule, and basically everyone in your family's divine right to do whatever they want. Then the collar. This is where things get serious weight-wise. The broad collar is a masterpiece of goldsmithing. Rows upon rows of gold, carnelian, turquoise and lapis lazuli beads strung together to create something that's part jewellery, part armour, and part statement piece that says, "Yes, I could buy your entire village with what I'm wearing around my neck." It settles onto your shoulders with a familiar heaviness, and you automatically straighten your posture to compensate. You've been wearing these collars since you were crowned, and you've developed neck muscles that could probably support a small building. The crown comes last. Not the elaborate double crown you'll wear for major ceremonies. That thing requires its own support staff and gives you a headache after about 20 minutes. But the simple Nemes headdress, the striped linen cloth that frames your face and makes you instantly recognisable as Pharaoh, is surprisingly practical actually. Keeps the sun off your head, keeps your hair out of your face, and looks sufficiently impressive that people remember they're in the presence of royalty. Finally, they hand you the crook and flail. These are your symbols of kingship, the tools that mark you as both shepherd and warrior of Egypt. The crook is hooked at the top, symbolising your role in guiding your people. The flail is a kind of whip thing that honestly serves no practical purpose, but looks great in reliefs and reminds everyone that you could theoretically smite them if necessary. You hold them crossed against your chest in the traditional pose and catch sight of yourself in a polished bronze mirror. You look like a pharaoh. You look like power personified. You look like someone who definitely knows what they're doing and has everything under control. It's a good look, even if you know that underneath all the gold and oil and carefully arranged linen, you're just a person who's going to need to visit the privy at some point today and would really like some breakfast. The sun god Ra is making his appearance on the eastern horizon, which means it's time for you to make yours at the temple. This is non-negotiable. You could be dying, and actually one of your predecessors did perform the morning ritual while dying, which everyone agreed was impressively dedicated, but also maybe taking things a bit far, and you'd still need to show up to help the sun rise. Because according to theology, the sun doesn't rise on its own. It rises because you, as the living embodiment of Horus, perform the correct rituals to make it happen. No pressure. The walk to the temple takes you through corridors that are starting to come alive with activity. Servants press themselves against the walls as you pass, heads bowed, because looking directly at you is considered bold at best and sacrilegious at worst. You've tried to tell people they can look at you like a normal person, but apparently that's not how divine kingship works. So you've learned to acknowledge them without requiring eye contact. A small nod here, a gesture there, enough to show you see them without forcing them into an awkward theological situation. The temple is cool and dark, lit only by oil lamps that create pools of golden light in the darkness. The air is thick with incense, so thick you can practically taste it, and you've developed the ability to breathe through your mouth without being obvious about it. The walls are covered in hieroglyphs and images that tell the story of creation, the gods, your divine ancestry, and several of your own accomplishments that may have been slightly exaggerated by the artists. That battle you won. In real life it was messy and terrifying, and you nearly got knocked off your chariot. On the temple wall you're single-handedly defeating thousands of enemies while remaining perfectly coiffed. The high priest is waiting for you at the sanctuary entrance, along with a collection of other priests who form a kind of religious entourage. They're all shaved completely bald, not just their heads, but eyebrows, everything, because body hair is considered impure in sacred spaces. You've always found this a bit extreme, but you're not the one who made the rules. Well, technically you are the one who could change the rules, being Pharaoh and all, but some traditions are so old and so ingrained that even you don't mess with them. The inner sanctuary is where the god actually lives, not metaphorically lives. The statue in their house is the actual essence of the god, making it the most sacred and most dangerous spot in all of Egypt. Only you and the high priest can enter, and even then, only during specific rituals. The door is sealed with the previous day's seal, which you break with a ceremonial knife. The wax cracks with a satisfying snap, and the heavy doors swing open to reveal the god's dwelling. The statue is magnificent, covered in gold leaf and precious stones, wearing its own set of ceremonial garments that get changed daily. It stands in the dim lamplight looking appropriately divine and slightly intimidating. The deity's eyes seem to follow you as you approach, which is either a trick of the light or proof that the god is indeed present. You prefer not to think about it too deeply. The morning ritual is always the same. You approach the statue, reciting prayers in the ancient tongue that you learned phonetically as a child. Even though you're fluent in them now, there's something about the sound of the words, rounded and formal and heavy with millennia of repetition, that makes them feel powerful. You're not just speaking, you're activating something, connecting to a power that existed before your great-great-great-grandparents were born. You purify the statue with water and natron, carefully washing the god's face and hands. Then you dress it in fresh linen, removing yesterday's garments and replacing them with new ones that have been specially prepared and consecrated. The god gets jewellery too, necklaces and bracelets that you fasten with steady hands, taking care not to let them tangle. You've gotten quite good at this over the years. The first time you did it, you were so nervous you nearly dropped a priceless amulet. The high priest's face went through several shades of pale before you caught it. Food offerings come next. A small feast is laid out before the statue. Bread, beer, roasted duck, fresh fruit and vegetables prepared exactly the way the god prefers. The irony isn't lost on you that the god probably doesn't actually eat the food. But what happens is that the god's essence consumes the spiritual part of the meal, leaving the physical part to be distributed among the priests later. It's an efficient system, really. The gods get fed, the priests get fed, and everyone's happy. You light incense and make the final offerings, reciting the prayers that release the god's power to flow through Egypt for another day. It's during these moments that you sometimes feel something shift in the air, something you can't quite explain but that makes the hair on your arm stand up. Maybe it's just the incense smoke playing tricks on your mind. Maybe it's the weight of belief from millions of Egyptians flowing through you. Maybe the gods really are listening. When you emerge from the sanctuary, the sun has fully risen. This is important. If you'd failed in your duties, theoretically the sun wouldn't have risen. Egypt would have fallen into chaos, and it would have been entirely your fault. But the sun is shining, the Nile is flowing, and the world continues to exist, which means you've successfully fulfilled your cosmic responsibilities for another morning. You allow yourself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The rest of the morning involves more temples and more gods. Egypt has a lot of gods. An almost embarrassing number of gods, really. And while you can't personally visit all of them every day, you need to make regular appearances at the major temples. There's the Temple of Amun, the king of gods, whose priests wield almost as much power as you do, and need to be kept happy. There's the Temple of Ptah, patron of craftsmen, whose favour you need if you want your building projects to succeed. There's the Temple of Hathor, goddess of love and joy, whose festivals are significantly more fun than the other gods' festivals. Each temple visit follows a similar pattern. Approach with appropriate reverence, perform the rituals, make the offerings, and listen to the priests' reports about temple business and their requests for more funding. The requests for funding are constant. Every priest believes their god deserves a bigger temple, more offerings, and additional staff. You've become skilled at the political dance of appearing to consider every request seriously while committing to nothing specific. Between temples, you're carried on a litter by bearers who move with synchronized precision, making the journey smooth enough that you could probably balance a cup of wine on your head without spilling a drop. Not that you've tried. That would be undignified. The streets are crowded with people who've come out to see you pass, and you maintain the appropriate expression of benevolent divine authority, while privately wondering if you remembered to have someone check on your favourite hunting dog, who seemed a bit off yesterday. By mid-morning, you're back at the palace for the less spiritual but equally important part of being Pharaoh, actually running the country. The audience hall is already filling with people who need something from you. Officials, nobles, foreign ambassadors, priests, architects, merchants, farmers with disputes, criminals awaiting judgment, and that one persistent inventor who keeps trying to convince you to fund his revolutionary new irrigation system that will definitely work this time. Unlike the last 3 times, you settle onto your throne, which is magnificent and uncomfortable in equal measure. It's designed to make you look powerful, not to provide lumbar support. The throne is gold-plated, inlaid with ivory and ebony, and carved with images of you defeating enemies, communing with gods, and generally being excellent at everything. The arms are shaped like rearing cobras. which looks impressive but means you have to be careful not to scratch yourself on the cobra fangs when you adjust your position. Your vizier, Ptahhotep, approaches with the day's agenda. He's been your second in command for 5 years now, and you trust him more than almost anyone. He's brilliant and efficient and has the rare quality of being willing to tell you when you're wrong, but doing it in such a diplomatic way that you don't feel like having him thrown to the crocodiles. He's also apparently immune to boredom, which is essential when dealing with palace administration. The first matter is a border dispute between two provincial governors who both claim the same stretch of farmland. The dispute has been going on for 3 years, which seems excessive for an argument about dirt, but apparently this particular dirt is extremely fertile and produces exceptional barley. Both governors are present, each with scrolls of evidence, witnesses and arguments prepared. You let them present their cases, which takes approximately forever and involves a lot of dramatic gesturing and appeals to ancient precedents. The truth is, you could probably solve this by simply declaring one of them the winner and moving on. You're Pharaoh. Your word is law. But you've learned that arbitrary decisions, even when you have the power to make them, tend to create resentment and problems down the line. So you listen, ask questions, and eventually propose a solution that involves surveying the land properly, splitting it based on the survey results, and both governors contributing to a new irrigation project that will benefit the entire region. Neither governor looks entirely happy, which probably means it's a fair solution. Next is a delegation from Nubia with tribute and trade proposals. The Nubians are skilled diplomats who've dressed in their finest. Gold jewellery that rivals your own, fine fabrics, and elaborate hairstyles. They present their gifts with appropriate ceremony. Gold, ivory, ebony, exotic animal skins, and a live leopard that seems less than thrilled about being a diplomatic gift. The leopard is beautiful but looks like it's considering making a break for freedom, which would certainly liven up the proceedings. You accept the tribute graciously and listen to their trade proposals, which are actually quite reasonable. Nubia has resources Egypt needs, and Egypt has grain and manufactured goods Nubia wants. It's basic economics dressed up in diplomatic language. You agree to most of their requests, modify a few details, and send them away happy. The leopard goes to the royal menagerie where hopefully it will feel less homicidal. Then there's the criminal case. A merchant is accused of using false weights to cheat customers. The evidence is presented, the weights in question, testimony from customers, and the merchant's protests of innocence. You examine the weights yourself, comparing them to the standard measures kept in the palace. They're definitely lighter than they should be, which means the merchant was selling people less grain than they paid for. Not the crime of the century, but dishonest nonetheless. Egyptian law is supposed to be based on Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, and the fundamental order of the universe. In practice, it means trying to be fair while also making sure people don't think they can cheat each other with impunity. You find the merchant guilty and sentence him to pay back double what he stole plus a fine to the temple. It's stern enough to discourage others from trying the same thing, but not so harsh that it destroys the man's life. He leaves looking relieved that you didn't order anything involving crocodiles. The architect arrives with updated plans for your mortuary temple. This is the building that will serve as your cult centre after you die, where priests will make offerings to your memory for centuries. No pressure to make it impressive or anything. The architect unrolls papyrus after papyrus, showing you designs for courtyards, columns, statues and reliefs. Everything is calculated to inspire awe and demonstrate your divine nature to future generations. You suggest some modifications. A larger courtyard here, different proportions there, maybe fewer images of you smiting enemies, and more of you making offerings to gods, because you want to be remembered as pious, not just violent. The architect makes notes, nodding enthusiastically at your ideas, even though you suspect he's going to gently talk you out of half of them later, by explaining various architectural principles you don't fully understand. Between official audiences, Ptahhotep updates you on the kingdom's finances. Egypt is wealthy, but wealth requires management. There are granaries to maintain, armies to pay, building projects to fund, temples to support, and foreign trade to manage. The Nile's flood this year was good, which means the harvest should be abundant, which means tax revenue should be solid. But there's always something. A warehouse that needs repairs, a garrison that needs supplies, a canal that needs dredging. You approve budgets, sign off on expenditures, and make decisions about resource allocation that would probably bore you to tears if they weren't so crucial to keeping Egypt functioning. The truth about ruling an empire is that it's less about dramatic pronouncements and more about making sure grain gets from where it's grown to where it's needed. Workers get paid, infrastructure gets maintained, and the complex machine of civilization keeps turning. A messenger arrives with news from the army. There's been a skirmish on the eastern border. Nothing major, just raiders testing Egypt's defences. Your general has handled it efficiently, but he's requesting additional troops to reinforce the garrison. You approve the request and dictate a response praising the general's vigilance. Military matters require careful attention. Egypt is powerful, but the world is full of neighbours who would love to claim a piece of the Nile's wealth. By early afternoon, you're ready for a break from audiences and administrative decisions. You retire to the private quarters of the palace, where the rooms are cooler, quieter, and significantly less formal. Here you can actually relax, or at least engage in the pharaonic version of relaxation, which still involves some level of ceremony, but with fewer people watching your every move. The palace is a city unto itself, a sprawling complex of buildings, courtyards, gardens, and halls. Your private quarters are in the heart of it all, protected by multiple layers of guards, walls, and protocol. The rooms are beautiful, painted walls showing gardens and wildlife, floors of polished stone, and furniture inlaid with precious materials. But they're also surprisingly comfortable. You've made sure of that. Yes, you're a god king, but you're also someone who appreciates a good chair. Your chief wife, Nefertari, is waiting in the garden courtyard. She's dressed more casually than you'd see her in public, still elegant, still wearing enough jewellery to fund a small army, but in lighter linen suitable for the afternoon heat. She's been dealing with her own administrative duties all morning. The royal household doesn't run itself, and she manages a staff of hundreds with the efficiency of a military commander. You discuss the day over light refreshments. She tells you about a dispute between two servants that she had to mediate, a request from the Temple of Hathor for her to attend an upcoming festival, and her concerns about your eldest son's education. He's showing more interest in hunting than in learning the administrative skills he'll need when he eventually becomes Pharaoh. You make a mental note to spend some time with him. Maybe find a way to make governance seem as exciting as chasing gazelles through the desert. The garden is one of your favourite places in the palace. It's an oasis of green in a landscape of stone and sand with carefully tended trees, flowers, and a pool stocked with fish. The Egyptians have managed to make gardens an art form, creating spaces that are both beautiful and functional. The trees provide shade, the flowers provide perfume, and the pool provides a spot for actual relaxation that doesn't involve sitting on a throne covered in angry cobras. You spend some time with your children, who are brought to you by their nurses. Royal children live somewhat separate lives from their parents. It's tradition, and also practical given the demands of kingship. But you make time for them when you can. Your daughter shows you a drawing she made, which is supposed to be a lotus flower, but looks more like an enthusiastic blob. You praise it appropriately. Your youngest son, who's about 3, is more interested in trying to grab your ceremonial beard, which is attached to your chin with some kind of ancient Egyptian adhesive technology that works better than it has any right to. These moments are precious, not because they're grand or ceremonial, but because they're normal. In these moments, you're not a pharaoh or a god, or the living embodiment of cosmic order. You're just a parent trying to keep a toddler from destroying your royal regalia while pretending to understand a child's artwork. Later, you review reports from your various estates. As pharaoh, you personally own significant amounts of land throughout Egypt, managed by stewards who send regular updates. The reports are written on papyrus in the neat hieratic script that scribes use for business documents, faster than hieroglyphs, though significantly less impressive looking. You've learned to read these reports quickly, scanning for important information while skipping the elaborate formalities that every scribe feels compelled to include. This estate had a good harvest. That estate had some problems with locusts, but managed to save most of the crop. This estate steward is requesting permission to build a new irrigation channel. That estate steward wants to know if you'd like any of the particularly fine cattle they've bred. You make notes, approve or deny requests, and generally ensure that your personal wealth, which is considerable, is being managed competently. There's a relaxing interlude of music. You have court musicians who are genuinely talented, not just employed because they're good at flattering the Pharaoh. A harpist plays while you recline on a comfortable couch, the music filling the room with something beautiful and temporary and completely divorced from politics or religion or responsibility. The harp is a beautiful instrument, its sound clear and resonant, and the musician's fingers move across the strings with practiced grace. You close your eyes and just listen. The music washes over you, and for a few minutes your mind is empty of border disputes, budget concerns, diplomatic negotiations, and theological responsibilities. There's just the music, the cool air from the garden, and the distant sound of the palace continuing its daily business without you. A bath follows, which is less a quick rinse and more an elaborate process involving servants, oils, and water at exactly the right temperature. The bath is in a dedicated room with a limestone tub that's been polished smooth by years of use. The water is scented with lotus oil, and as you sink into it, you feel muscles relax that you didn't realise were tense. Being a pharaoh is physically demanding in ways people don't often consider. All that standing, sitting on uncomfortable thrones, wearing heavy jewellery, and maintaining perfect posture. Your body keeps a running tally. The afternoon heat is building, and the palace has grown quiet during the hottest hours. This is when sensible people rest, and even pharaohs need to be sensible occasionally. You retire to your sleeping quarters, where the air is cooler thanks to thick stone walls and servants who've been waving fans and sprinkling water on reed mats. You lie down on your bed, the same one you woke up in this morning, and let yourself drift into sleep. The afternoon nap is sacred. Not theologically sacred, just personally sacred. It's one of the few parts of your day that's entirely your own, where nobody needs anything from you and you don't need to make decisions about anything more important than which side to sleep on. The palace knows not to disturb you unless something is literally on fire, and even then, they'd better be sure it's a really important fire. You wake refreshed as the worst heat of the day begins to fade. The Nile is calling, not literally, though in poetry and hymns the Egyptians certainly write about the river like it speaks. And you've decided to take a journey on the royal barge. The Nile is Egypt's lifeline, its source of water, food, transportation, and fertility. Understanding the river means understanding your kingdom, and besides, it's pleasant to be on the water when the air is cooling and the light is turning golden. The royal barge is magnificent, which is practically a requirement for anything associated with royalty, but it's also surprisingly practical. It's large enough to be stable, decorated enough to be impressive, and equipped with a cabin that provides shade and privacy. The boat itself is painted in bright colours, red, blue, green and gold, with the sacred eye of Horus on the prow to ward off evil. The oarsmen are skilled professionals who can navigate the Nile's currents with the kind of precision that comes from years of practice. You board with a small retinue, some guards, a few servants, Tar-Hotep, who apparently never takes time off, and a priest because you're still pharaoh and still connected to the divine, even when you're just taking a boat ride. The barge pushes away from the dock and immediately you feel the difference. On land, you're surrounded by stone and politics. On the water, there's movement, air, and a sense of freedom that's rare when you're responsible for an entire civilization. The Nile flows northward, which confuses foreigners until you explain that in Egypt, north means downstream toward the Mediterranean, and south means upstream toward Nubia. The current carries you gently along, and when the wind is right, the sail can catch it and supplement the oarsman's efforts. Today, the wind is perfect, filling the sail with a satisfying snap of fabric, and the boat glides along with minimal effort. From the water, you see Egypt differently. The riverbanks are lined with green, the fertile strip of land where everything grows, where life is possible, and where your people farm and build and live. Beyond the green is the desert, the red land stretching away to distant horizons. The contrast is stark. Green means life, red means death. The Nile creates the green by flooding every year. depositing rich silt that makes Egypt's soil some of the most fertile on earth. You pass villages and towns, their mud brick buildings clustered near the water. People working in the fields look up and see the royal barge, recognizing it by its decoration and size. Some wave, some bow, some simply stare. You're a distant figure to most Egyptians, more symbol than person, and moments like this, where they can actually see you, even from a distance, matter more than you might think. Fishermen in small papyrus boats are working their nets. The ancient dance of casting and pulling that's been performed on the Nile since before the pyramids were built. Fish are plentiful in the river, perch, catfish and tilapia, and fishing provides food for millions. You watch one fisherman make a perfect cast, the weighted net spreading into a circle before dropping into the water. It's a simple act, but there's grace in it, skill in it, and the kind of practical mastery that keeps civilization fed. Fields stretch away from the river, green with growing grain. This is barley and emmer wheat, the crops that make bread and beer, the staples of the Egyptian diet. Farmers are working the irrigation channels, directing water from the river to their fields through a network of canals and basins that represent centuries of engineering knowledge. The system works because people understand the Nile's rhythms and know when to flood the fields, when to plant, and when to harvest. You pass a temple under construction, its limestone walls gleaming white in the afternoon sun. Workers are everywhere, hauling stones, mixing mortar and carving decorations. Building a temple is a massive undertaking that can last years or even decades, employing hundreds of workers and consuming resources on a scale that would bankrupt smaller kingdoms. But temples are investments in the divine, in Ma'at, and in the cosmic order that keeps Egypt prosperous. They're also, admittedly, very effective ways to demonstrate pharaonic power to anyone who needs reminding. The barge stops at a landing where local officials are waiting. This is part of the purpose of the journey, being seen, hearing concerns and maintaining the connection between Pharaoh and people. The officials present themselves with appropriate ceremony, and you listen to their reports about the harvest, local disputes that have been resolved, and requests for assistance with various projects. It's kingship on a smaller scale, more personal than the audiences at the palace, but just as important. A farmer approaches, nervous but determined. He's been granted an audience because his farm produces exceptional wine, and he's brought a sample for your consideration. You try the wine, it's actually quite good, with complexity that surprises you, and compliment him on his work. His face lights up with pride, and you make a note to have the palace acquire more of his vintage. Supporting excellent craftsmen is part of your role, and besides, you enjoy good wine. Back on the barge, you continue downstream. The sun is getting lower now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The Nile reflects the colours, turning the water into something magical, and you understand why the ancient Egyptians saw divinity in everything. How could you not when the world produces beauty like this on a daily basis? You think about the river's cycle, how it floods every year with reliable precision, and how the ancient Egyptians built their entire calendar around this rhythm. Akhet, the inundation season, is when the river rises and covers the fields. Peret is the growing season, when crops are planted and tended. Shemu, the harvest season, is when all that work turns into food. 3 seasons, each essential, each dependent on the Nile doing what it's done for thousands of years. It strikes you sometimes how much depends on this river. If the flood is too small, there's famine. If it's too large, there's destruction. The Nile has to be just right year after year, or Egypt suffers. Your ancestors claim they could control the flood through their divine power, and you maintain that claim because pharaohs are supposed to control everything. But privately you know the truth. The Nile does what it will, and humans just try to adapt. You're grateful that in your reign so far the river has been kind. As the barge returns to the palace dock, the sun is setting and the evening meal awaits. Egyptian feasts are elaborate affairs, especially royal ones. And tonight is a formal dinner with high-ranking officials, foreign ambassadors, and nobles who've been angling for an invitation for months. You've changed from your day clothes into evening regalia, a fresh kilt, a different collar, and the kind of jewellery that catches lamplight and makes everything sparkle. The The banquet hall is spectacular. Columns painted with lotus designs rise to a ceiling decorated with stars and sacred symbols. Oil lamps in elaborate bronze stands light the room with warm, flickering light. The floor is scattered with fresh lotus flowers, their scent mixing with frankincense from the censers. Tables are arranged in a U-shape with your seat at the head, elevated slightly so everyone can see you, because even at dinner you're on display. Guests arrive in their finest clothes, which in Egypt means lots of pleated linen, lots of jewellery, elaborate wigs and enough eye makeup to supply a modern cosmetics counter for a year. The women's dresses are sheer enough to be slightly scandalous to foreign visitors, but perfectly normal by Egyptian standards. The men's kilts are crisp and white, their collars glittering with gold and semi-precious stones. Everyone has gone to considerable effort to look impressive, and the overall effect is dazzling. You take your seat and servants immediately begin bringing food. Egyptian feasts are not subtle affairs. There's roasted duck, goose, beef and fish prepared a dozen different ways. There's bread in various forms, flatbread, raised bread, and bread flavoured with honey or dates or coriander. There are vegetables, lettuce, onions, garlic, cucumbers and beans. There are fruits, figs, dates, pomegranates, and melons. There are sweets made from honey and nuts. There's enough food to feed everyone twice over, which is the point. Abundance demonstrates prosperity. Wine flows freely, served in elegant cups by servants who glide through the crowd with practiced grace. The wine is good, some from your own estates, some imported from abroad. Egyptians love wine, though beer is more common for everyday drinking. Tonight is not an everyday occasion, though, so wine it is. You sip from a golden cup while watching the room, observing the social dynamics, the alliances forming and shifting, and the careful dance of court politics. Musicians play harps, lutes, drums, and a sistrum whose metallic rattle is supposed to please the goddess Hathor. The music is lively, meant to encourage celebration rather than contemplation. Dancers perform, their movements graceful and athletic, their costumes designed more for visual impact than coverage. Egyptian dancing involves a lot of acrobatic moves that look impossible, but that these performers make seem effortless. Between courses there's conversation. The ambassador from Hatti, Egypt's sometimes ally, sometimes rival to the north, discusses trade agreements and mutual defence. The high priest of Amun mentions, very casually, that the god's temple could benefit from some renovations. A provincial governor compliments your wisdom in resolving that border dispute earlier. Everyone is charming, polite, and carefully advancing their own interests while pretending they're just here for the pleasure of your company. You make conversation with practiced ease, asking questions, listening to responses, and making the kind of small talk that oils the wheels of diplomacy. You compliment the ambassador's wife on her jewellery, Egyptian gold you notice, which is either a genuine preference or strategic flattery. You discuss architecture with a nobleman who's building a new villa. You listen to a merchant describe his recent trading expedition to Punt, a mysterious land to the south that produces frankincense, myrrh and exotic goods. The food keeps coming. There's a whole roasted ox that required most of the afternoon to prepare. There are delicate pastries that dissolve on your tongue. There are dates stuffed with nuts and honey that are probably too sweet but taste amazing anyway. You eat moderately, aware that overeating in public is undignified, but also aware that completely ignoring the food might offend the cooks who've spent days preparing this feast. Entertainment continues between courses. There are acrobats who form human pyramids and tumble across the floor with alarming precision. There are singers whose voices rise above the ambient noise, telling stories of gods and heroes and romantic adventures. There's a magician who performs illusions that you can't quite figure out but that delight the audience. Court entertainment is supposed to be impressive, and tonight's performers have clearly received that memo. As the evening progresses, the formality relaxes slightly. People are well fed, well watered with wine, and in the kind of good mood that comes from being warm, comfortable, and surrounded by abundance. Conversation grows louder, laughter more frequent. You allow yourself to relax too, to enjoy the moment rather than constantly analysing it. These gatherings serve political purposes. but they're also genuinely pleasant when you stop treating them as work. Nefertari is at your side, managing the social dynamics with her usual skill. She notices when someone feels ignored and draws them into conversation. She smooths over a potential argument between two nobles who've had too much wine. She signals servants to refill cups, clear plates, and adjust lighting. She makes it all look effortless, which is how you know she's working hard. Running a royal feast is its own kind of governance. Eventually the feast winds down. Guests begin to leave, offering elaborate thanks and compliments. You accept their gratitude with appropriate royal graciousness, privately relieved that you can soon retire to quarters where you won't have to be on anymore. The servants will spend hours cleaning up, but that's not your concern. Your concern is saying goodnight to the last few stragglers without being rude or appearing too eager to get rid of them. The next morning brings you to your greatest obsession and most enduring legacy, your building projects. Every pharaoh builds is practically a job requirement, but you've taken it to new levels. You're not just maintaining existing structures, you're creating monuments that will outlast you by millennia. Your mortuary temple, your additions to the great temple complexes, and the statues bearing your face. These will tell future generations that you were here, that you mattered, and that you did things worth remembering. You're at the construction site of your mortuary temple, accompanied by the chief architect, the project overseer, and approximately 1,000 workers who are currently moving stone blocks that weigh more than several people combined. The sound of construction fills the air, chisels on stone, wooden sledges scraping across sand, foremen shouting instructions and workers chanting rhythmic work songs to coordinate their efforts. The scale of the project is staggering. The temple complex will cover acres, with massive pylons at the entrance, courtyards surrounded by columns, hyper-style halls where forest-sized stone pillars create artificial shade, sanctuaries for the gods, and chambers for the rituals that will maintain your cult after death. Right now, it's a construction site, chaotic and dusty, but the architect's plans show you what it will become, and the vision is magnificent. You walk through the site, stepping carefully over tools and cut stone. Workers pause in their labour to bow as you pass, and you nod acknowledgement. These men, and they are almost all men, though women participate in some aspects of construction, are skilled professionals. The stonecutters can split granite with precision that seems impossible. The masons can fit blocks together so tightly that you couldn't slip a knife blade between them. The artists carving reliefs can turn flat stone into images so lifelike they seem ready to step off the wall. The architect shows you the foundation work for the Great Hall. Limestone blocks have been laid with mathematical precision, creating a level platform for the columns that will support the roof. Each block has been cut to exact specifications, its surfaces smoothed to near-perfect flatness. The ancient Egyptians don't have the tools future civilizations will develop, but they've mastered the art of working stone with copper tools, abrasives, and an apparently infinite capacity for patient, precise labour. You examine the columns being carved nearby. These will be papyrus-form columns, shaped like bundles of papyrus stems, topped with capitals that look like opened papyrus flowers. The symbolism is deliberate. Papyrus grows in the marshes of Lower Egypt, representing the northern part of your kingdom. The craftsmen are working on the decorative elements now, carving hieroglyphs that will describe your victories, your devotion to the gods, and your legitimate right to rule. The reliefs on the walls are taking shape under the artist's chisels. These aren't just decorative, they're narrative, theological, and political statements. Here you're shown making offerings to the gods, maintaining the cosmic order. There you're defeating enemies, protecting Egypt from chaos. In another scene, you're receiving the symbols of kingship from the gods themselves, visual proof of your divine mandate. The artists are working from approved designs, but within those parameters, they're creating art that will last for ages. A master sculptor is working on a colossal statue of you in the traditional pharaonic pose, standing, left leg forward, arms at your sides, wearing the Nemes headdress and holding royal insignia. The statue is carved from red granite quarried hundreds of miles south and transported here by boat and sledge at enormous effort and expense. It's not finished yet, the face needs more refining and details need to be added. But already it's impressive. The statue is 3 times your actual height, because subtlety is not the point here. The point is to inspire awe. You discuss proportions with a sculptor who's been working on royal statues for decades. He explains the mathematical ratios that govern Egyptian art, the relationships between different body parts, the angles that create the ideal form, and the conventions that make a statue unmistakably pharaonic. Egyptian art isn't realistic in the way later cultures will define realism. It's idealized, formalized, and designed to represent truth rather than mere appearance. Your statue doesn't need to look exactly like you. It needs to look like the eternal, perfect idea of you. The overseer shows you the work schedule. Thousands of workers are employed on this project alone, organised into teams with specialised skills. There are quarrymen, haulers, masons, carvers, painters, plasterers, toolmakers, cooks to feed everyone, scribes to track supplies and wages, and foremen to coordinate efforts. It's a massive logistical undertaking that requires careful planning, consistent resources, and competent management. You ask about the workers' conditions because, despite what future people will believe, these aren't slaves. They're paid labourers, some working full-time, others fulfilling their annual labour obligation to the state. They receive rations of grain, beer, vegetables, and occasionally meat. They have off days for festivals. They live in purpose-built worker villages with houses, medical care, and even a kind of a labour dispute resolution system. It's not luxury, but it's also not the brutal oppression that pyramids and slavery myths would suggest. The project is on schedule, the overseer assures you, though on schedule for ancient Egyptian construction means years or decades. You won't see this temple completed. Your successor might not see it completed, but it will be completed, and when it is, it will stand as a testament to your reign, your devotion to the gods, and your determination to be remembered. You visit the workshops where artisans are creating the smaller but still important elements. The gold leaf that will cover certain surfaces, the precious stone inlays, the bronze doors, and the elaborate furniture for the temple's various chambers. Each item is being made by hand by craftsmen who learn their skills from masters who learned from their masters, maintaining traditions that stretch back generations. There's something profound about watching these works take shape. Every chisel strike, every careful measurement, and every artistic decision is an act of creation that will outlast everyone involved. The workers will die, you will die, even the gods might change, but these stones will remain, these images will endure, and these hieroglyphs will continue telling your story to people who haven't been born yet. It's as close to immortality as humans get. As evening approaches, you find yourself on the palace roof, watching the sun descend toward the western desert. This has become something of a ritual for you, a quiet moment at the end of the day to think, to process, to simply exist without the weight of performance. Up here, with the city spreading out below and the desert beyond, you can see your kingdom in microcosm. The Nile cuts through the landscape like a dark ribbon, reflecting the sunset colours. Along its banks, fields are darkening from green to black as the light fades. Towns and villages are coming alive with lamplight, tiny golden points appearing as families settle in for the evening. Smoke rises from cooking fires, carrying the smell of bread and grilled fish. Somewhere in the distance you can hear singing, probably from a tavern where workers are relaxing after the day's labour. You think about the enormity of your responsibility. Those lights represent people, millions of them, who depend on you to maintain Ma'at, to keep the Nile flowing, the harvest coming, the border secure, and the gods satisfied. You didn't ask for this responsibility. You were born into it, trained for it from childhood, had it placed on your head with a crown, and declared inevitable by every priest and official in Egypt. But you've accepted it, and most days you believe you're doing an adequate job. The concept of Ma'at occupies your thoughts often. It's more than just law or justice. It's cosmic order, the way things should be, the balance between chaos and civilization. Your entire reign is judged by how well you maintain Ma'at. Do you speak truth? Do you ensure fair judgment? Do you support the gods' temples? Do you keep Egypt prosperous and secure? Every decision you make is supposed to reinforce order and push back against chaos. Is Fet, the force that wants to unmake everything. It's an impossible standard, really. You're human. Despite what the theology says, you make mistakes. You have biases. You get tired and cranky and occasionally make decisions because they're easier, rather than because they're right. But you try. Every morning you wake up and try to be the Pharaoh Egypt needs, the living Horus, the son of Ra, the shepherd of the people. You think about mortality, which is ironic considering you're supposed to be divine. But divinity doesn't make you immune to death. It just means you're expected to continue being important after death. Your tomb is being prepared in the Valley of the Kings, cut deep into the mountain rock, its walls covered with religious texts and images to guide you through the afterlife. Your burial goods are accumulating. Furniture, clothes, jewellery, food, everything you might need in the next world. The ancient Egyptians have made an art form of dealing with death. You don't just die, you transform, journey through the underworld, face judgment before the gods. And if you pass, join the blessed dead who live forever. The Book of the Dead, which isn't actually a book but a collection of spells and instructions, will be placed in your tomb to help you navigate the dangers of the afterlife. You've read it, of course. It's comforting in a way. All those detailed instructions about what to say and do. As if death is just another journey that can be planned for. Your accomplishments run through your mind like a scroll unrolling. Treaties negotiated, temples built, enemies defeated, laws enacted, canals dug, and justice administered. Some of it was significant. Some of it will be forgotten by next year. But you've tried to make Egypt better than you found it. To leave something lasting. Those buildings rising from the desert floor. Those inscriptions on temple walls. Those legal precedents. They're your legacy. The proof that you existed and mattered. But there are failures too. Things you regret. Hasty decisions that caused problems later. People you trusted who betrayed that trust. Projects that consumed resources but delivered little. Moments when you chose political expediency over justice because the alternative seemed too costly. The weight of rule includes carrying those failures, learning from them if possible, and accepting them when learning isn't enough. The sun touches the horizon and the sky erupts in reds and oranges and purples. The Egyptians believe the sun god Ra travels through the underworld each night, fighting the serpent of chaos, ensuring the sun rises again each morning. You've helped that process through your rituals, but watching the sunset you wonder if Ra needs the help or if the sun would rise anyway. Theology says one thing, your secret thoughts sometimes suggest another. You think about your children and what kind of Egypt they'll inherit. Your eldest son will likely be the next pharaoh. The royal succession in Egypt isn't always straightforward. He's young still, more interested in the glory of kingship than its tedious reality. You hope he'll learn and hope he'll understand that being pharaoh means more responsibility than power. You hope he'll be wise enough to listen to good advisors and strong enough to ignore bad ones. The stars are appearing now, familiar constellations the Egyptians have named and mapped and incorporated into their religious beliefs. Those stars will be there long after you're gone, looking down on future pharaohs, future Egypts, and future worlds you can't imagine. It's humbling in a way to think about the vastness of time and your tiny place in it. But it's also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, part of a chain of kings stretching back to Nama, who first united Egypt, and forward to rulers you'll never meet. The evening call to prayer rises from the temples, priests singing hymns to the gods, thanking them for the day, asking for their protection through the night. The sound carries across the city, and you find yourself humming along with the familiar melodies. You may be a pharaoh, but you're also a worshipper, someone who acknowledges powers greater than yourself. As darkness settles over Egypt, you feel the day's tensions releasing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new responsibilities, and new opportunities to maintain mayat or fail trying. But for now, this moment is enough. Standing on your palace roof, watching your kingdom settle into night, being simply yourself before you have to be pharaoh again. You turn away from the view and head back inside, ready for the evening meal, for the rituals that will prepare you for sleep, and for another night's rest before another day's reign. The palace swallows you back into its routines, but you carry the peace of that rooftop moment with you. a reminder that underneath all the ceremony and responsibility, you're human, living a life measured in sunsets and decisions, trying to do right. In a world that rarely makes rightness easy, you lie in bed again, the day's circuit complete. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it all again. The rituals, the governance, the building, the responsibility. It's a rhythm as reliable as the Nile's flood, as predictable as the sun's daily journey. You're not immortal, despite the divine titles. You're a person doing a job that happens to involve being treated like a god. Your legacy will be stone and law, temples and treaties, children who carry your bloodline forward, and officials who learned from your decisions. Some of it will last millennia, some will be forgotten within a generation. Such is the nature of human endeavour. But for now, you sleep, knowing the sun will rise again because Ra travels through the night, or because the earth rotates, or because that's simply what suns do. Your job is to be there when it rises, to perform the rituals, to govern justly, and to maintain Maat for another day. The weight of the crown rests on a stand nearby, silent and patient, waiting for morning. Outside, the Nile flows northward as it always has, carrying Egypt's life toward the sea. And in the eternal cycle of rising and setting, of flooding and planting and harvesting, of life and death and life again, you are Pharaoh, divine, mortal, powerful, vulnerable, responsible for everything, master of nothing but your intentions. Sleep comes gently, carrying you toward dreams of the perfect Egypt you build each night and wake to approximate each day. Imagine yourself in a muddy marketplace in what would become France in 1347. Horse manure, roasting meat, unwashed bodies, and what you hope is just spoiled cabbage are all in the air. Around you, pilgrims grip their possessions anxiously, traders bargain in 3 different languages, and a lute player plays with more passion than skill. Imagine now that you're a spy and not just a tourist in this medieval scene. But set aside your preconceived notions about espionage based on television and film. This is not a place for tuxedos, martinis, slick technology, or dramatic car chases. Rather, your boots leak, you're most likely wearing the same rough woolen tunic you've owned for 3 years, and your idea of cutting-edge technology is a quill pen that doesn't split when you write. Medieval espionage was more akin to being a travelling salesman with trust issues and less James Bond. In actuality, the majority of medieval spies were regular people carrying out risky tasks for meagre pay, in a time when both were far more delicate than they are now, a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, city-states, and ecclesiastical territories. The medieval world was viewed with the same suspicion you might have for a neighbour who constantly plays music too loudly. Although information was powerful, it spread quickly, and obtaining it frequently required someone to travel hundreds of miles through areas where being caught asking the wrong questions could land one anywhere from incarceration to being stretched on a rack. Medieval rulers had to rely on human intelligence networks that functioned with the efficiency of a medieval postal service, meaning that letters arrived when they arrived, assuming they arrived at all, and often contained information that was already outdated by the time they reached their destination. This was in contrast to our modern world of instant communication and satellite surveillance. The individuals who became medieval spies were not chosen for their advanced degrees in international relations or recruited from prestigious academies. They were traders who could track troop movements, priests who could learn about noble families from confessions, servants who worked in high-profile homes and could listen in on conversations, and travellers of all stripes who could move between areas without drawing too much notice. In the world in which these early intelligence officers worked, the distinction between espionage and lawful business was as hazy as that between magic and medicine. Military fortifications may also be noted by a merchant collecting information about trade routes. A pilgrim visiting places of worship might notice political unrest in other areas. Correspondence containing diplomatic secrets could be discovered by a scholar copying manuscripts in different monasteries. The work required a certain kind of courage, not the heroic heroism of combat glory, but the quiet bravery of someone who was prepared to lie convincingly, keep up a false identity for months at a time, and accept that being discovered could mean not just death, but a particularly unpleasant death that was preceded by intense interrogation about exactly what you knew and who you'd told. The majority of medieval spies were always aware that they were balancing on a tightrope over a very deep abyss. Their life and career could end in an instant if they say something inappropriate, act suspiciously, or are recognised by someone from a past assignment. It was a job that required psychological fortitude in addition to courage, which most people just lacked. There was very little truth to the romanticised portrayal of the enigmatic medieval spy, slinking through shadows and luring information from unwary nobles. The majority of espionage work involved living conditions that would make modern backpackers complain, pay scales that hardly covered basic survival needs, and long stretches of boredom interspersed with genuine terror. Yet these ordinary individuals built the networks of intelligence that influenced the outcome of wars, moulded medieval politics, and sometimes altered the path of history. Their work was dangerous, necessary, and nearly unacknowledged by the societies they served. Their tales should be told because they were the unsung heroes of medieval statecraft. Imagine managing a medieval intelligence agency, which is essentially the same as attempting to set up a neighbourhood watch program in multiple nations, where the majority of people are illiterate and everyone speaks a different language. For this unachievable position, who would you hire? Almost anyone who could travel without drawing suspicion, had a good reason to ask questions, and had the emotional strength to keep up a false identity, while constantly running the risk of being caught was the answer, it turned out. Medieval spy masters needed people who could complete the task, regardless of their background or social standing, so they weren't very picky. It makes sense that medieval intelligence networks were anchored by merchants. They had good reason to inquire about everything from local prices to political stability, travelled widely, and frequently crossed political boundaries. While conducting perfectly normal business operations, a wool merchant travelling from England to Flanders could observe military preparations, record changes in fortifications, and learn about diplomatic relationships. These merchant spies worked in a society where politics and business were closely linked. The trader who purchased your grain may be tallying the number of soldiers in your garrison, and the same person who sold you silk may also be assessing the defences of your city. In a time when most people understood business better than they understood international politics, it was espionage masquerading as capitalism, and it worked remarkably well. For various reasons, religious leaders were good spies. Throughout Europe, monks, priests and friars could move between monasteries and churches, frequently bringing with them official letters that made for ideal cover for intelligence operations. Due to their religious responsibilities, they were able to enter noble homes and were typically literate, which was uncommon in medieval society. While travelling between monasteries, a Franciscan friar could pretend to be on strictly religious business, while carrying messages between intelligence networks. Confessions could reveal political secrets about a family to a priest. Letters exposing diplomatic schemes may be found by a monk copying manuscripts in a noble's library. Intelligence services made full use of the freedom with which religious leaders moved through medieval society. Although historians have frequently ignored their contributions, women played important roles in medieval espionage. While women from lower social classes could work as servants in important households, where they could listen in on conversations and watch activities that provided important information, noble women had access to court circles and family networks that were closed to men. A duchess's lady-in-waiting may gain knowledge of marriage talks that could forge new political connections. In a bishop's home, a kitchen maid may overhear conversations about church politics. In order to provide information about military movements, a tavern keeper's wife might overhear conversations between travelling nobles. Because of their alleged lack of visibility in medieval politics, women were actually very good spies. In the multilingual political environment of medieval Europe, the ability to read and write in multiple languages made scholars and clerks valuable recruits for intelligence work. While a clerk who handled correspondence for a noble household might copy confidential documents or add false information to communications, a scholar who could read Latin, French and German could also act as a translator and analyst. Most unexpectedly, a large number of medieval spies were what we might refer to as freelancers, people who obtained information and sold it to anyone who would pay for it. These included artisans who worked on military fortifications, itinerant entertainers who entertained in aristocratic courts, and even beggars, who were so prevalent in medieval society that they were practically invisible. A minstrel could convey messages between various factions and observe political relationships while performing in different courts. Detailed information about defensive capabilities could be obtained from a mason working on castle fortifications. It's possible for a beggar outside a noble's home to overhear conversations that contain crucial information. Their capacity to integrate into medieval society while retaining the psychological fortitude required for espionage work was what bound these disparate recruits together. They needed to be at ease with lying, able to retain complicated information without writing it down, and prepared to live with the ongoing possibility that their actions would be caught. The actual hiring procedure was typically opportunistic and informal. An agent seeking a messenger may approach a merchant who demonstrated intelligence and discretion. During his travels, a priest who showed loyalty to a certain political faction might be asked to collect information. A servant who demonstrated exceptional insight could be developed as a source of information about their employer's operations. The majority of medieval spies were regular people who took up espionage as a side job, rather than professional intelligence officers. While working covertly for intelligence networks, they carried on with their regular lives and careers, which gave them the ideal cover for their operations, but also meant that they were rarely given the support and training that professional spies might anticipate. Medieval espionage's amateur status had benefits and drawbacks. Intelligence networks could, on the one hand, easily integrate into medieval society. However, it meant that the majority of spies acquired their skills through trial and error, frequently with deadly results for those who made mistakes. Shut your eyes and visualize organizing a business trip during the Middle Ages. No hotel reservations, no GPS to direct you, no AAA to call in case of an emergency, and no airline website to check. Instead, you may have to travel for weeks or months through areas where the local government may find you suspicious, the roads may be under bandit control, and your lodging will make a low-cost motel seem like a 5-star hotel. Travelling in the Middle Ages was a test of endurance masquerading as transportation. When roads did exist, they were frequently little more than dirt tracks that, in wet weather, became muddy quagmires and, in dry weather, dusty nightmares. After centuries of neglect, the well-known Roman roads that had once connected Europe were in disrepair, and the majority of medieval governments were more concerned with constructing castles than with keeping up with highway maintenance. Travelling was not only uncomfortable for a medieval spy, but it was also a continual risk management exercise. You might run into local officials who might insist on seeing documents you didn't have, fellow travellers who might recognise you from past assignments, or bandits who viewed travellers as mobile treasure chests every mile you travelled. Just getting from point A to point B could reveal your cover and put an end to your mission before it even started. Medieval spies had few options for transportation, and each had its own set of difficulties. It was inexpensive but slow to walk, and you were exposed to the weather, bandits, and the inquisitive questions of everyone you met. An individual travelling alone on foot was either extremely impoverished, extremely desperate, or extremely suspicious, all of which are not suitable cover identities for intelligence operations. Although they offered speed and a certain level of social respectability, horses also came with high maintenance, feeding, and cost. Since a good horse was an expensive investment, losing one to disease, accident, or thieves could leave a spy stranded far from home and unable to finish their mission. Additionally, horses required food, water, and rest, which meant making frequent stops at locations where inquisitive innkeepers might awkwardly inquire about your destination and line of work. Carrying supplies and keeping a merchant's cover identity were two benefits of travelling by cart or wagon. But it was slow and required good roads, which were frequently non-existent. Carts broke down on rough ground, got stuck in mud, and caught the attention of bandits who, rightly, thought that anyone with enough goods to fill a wagon might be worth robbing. Travellers in the Middle Ages could find accommodations that were anything from hardly suitable to downright hazardous. When inns did exist, they were usually little more than spacious rooms with straw mattresses in which travellers shared space with strangers who could range from professional thieves to honest merchants. The food was whatever the innkeeper happened to be serving that day. There was no privacy, and sanitation was rudimentary. Medieval inns were a constant source of difficulty for a spy attempting to keep up a cover identity. Other visitors may inquire in depth about your background, your destination, or your business. By collecting information about tourists to sell to local authorities or anybody else who would pay, innkeepers frequently served as unofficial intelligence agents themselves. Your entire mission could be jeopardized by a thoughtless remark made during dinner or a suspicious object spotted in your luggage. Even worse was the alternative to inns. Travellers could take refuge in monasteries, which provided rudimentary lodging but also put them under the roof of religious leaders who might feel compelled to alert local authorities to questionable activities. Although country priests had strong ties to local nobility and could provide information about odd travellers, rural churches occasionally offered sanctuary. Although camping outside had its own risks, It avoided the social complications of formal lodging. Travellers who were alone and vulnerable were the targets of bandit attacks, and sleeping outside exposed one to weather that could be anything from mildly uncomfortable to actually fatal. If a spy becomes ill or hurts themselves while camping by themselves, they might just vanish, leaving their mission uncompleted and their fate uncertain. For travellers in the Middle Ages, the weather was a continual enemy. Extreme heat or cold could kill unprepared travellers, snow made navigation impossible, and rain turned roads into impassable swamps. There were no emergency services to call, no weather forecast to refer to, and no assurance that assistance would be accessible in the event that conditions deteriorated. Travel conditions and political requirements had to be balanced, and medieval spies had to schedule their trips around seasonal weather patterns. In certain cases, the best travel times occurred during times when heightened security made espionage work more hazardous, and in other cases urgent intelligence had to be delivered in spite of hazardous weather. Medieval travel was as difficult on the mind as it was on the body. In addition to continuously assuming false identities and remaining on the lookout for potential threats, spies spent weeks or months away from their homes, families, and any emotional support systems. Even seasoned agents could become emotionally weary and prone to making potentially fatal mistakes due to the isolation and stress of medieval travel. Another ongoing worry on medieval travels was food. Long trips necessitated resupplying along the way, which meant relying on local markets that might not exist, local cuisine that might not be edible, and local prices that might be exorbitant for foreigners. Travellers brought what provisions they could. A spy's ability to finish their mission could be severely jeopardized if they became ill from eating poorly or were unable to find enough food. During the Middle Ages, even the basic task of navigation was difficult. When maps were available, they were frequently erroneous and depicted political boundaries that may have changed since they were created. The majority of tourists depended on locals for directions, who may have been helpful, deceptive, or entirely incorrect about routes they had never taken themselves. Medieval spies somehow managed to keep up intelligence networks that crossed continents, transmitted information across political boundaries, and updated their employers on political developments in far-off places in spite of all these obstacles. Their accomplishments demonstrated human tenacity, resourcefulness, and flexibility in the face of adversity that would have tested even the most advanced modern travellers. Imagine attempting to send a text message with just a quill pen, parchment, and the hope that it will reach its recipient within the next few months. Then, settle back in your cosy chair. Now picture yourself stretched on a rack, or hanging from a gibbet if someone reads that message and intercepts it. Greetings from the world of secret communication in the Middle Ages, when ingenuity literally meant the difference between life and death. Because they had no other option, medieval spies had to become experts at the delicate art of concealing information from the public. Intelligence officers created increasingly complex techniques to hide their actual communications within seemingly innocent correspondence because every message carried the potential for execution if it were discovered. The simplest method was invisible ink, which may sound fancy but was typically created using commonplace ingredients like milk, urine, or lemon juice. These materials would become brown when heated, exposing hidden text between the lines of a regular letter. While the true message about troop movements was written in milk between the lines, invisible until the recipient heated the parchment near a fire, a medieval spy might write a perfectly normal business letter about wool prices. The problem with invisible ink was that the recipient had to be aware of the existence of a hidden message, and know how to make it visible. In order to identify when letters contained classified information, medieval intelligence networks created complex signalling systems. Certain words in the visible text, a unique signature, or a certain wax seal could all be signs that the letter contained secret information. Book codes were more advanced, with references to particular words or letters in books that both the sender and the recipient owned, indicating the true message. When a letter refers to the wisdom found in the third word of the seventh line on page 42 of the Chronicle, it may be referencing a particular book and providing detailed instructions on how to decode the message. This approach necessitated extensive preparation and cooperation amongst intelligence agents, because books were scarce and costly during the Middle Ages. Null ciphers were especially ingenious methods in which the actual message was concealed using preset patterns inside the text that was visible. The first letter of each sentence may spell out the secret information, or every third word may contain the actual intelligence. A business letter might hide military intelligence in the final word of each paragraph, or a love letter might have a secret message in the first letter of each line. Using religious texts as a cover for intelligence messages was one of the most inventive ways to hide information. A spy might copy out a prayer or a passage from the Bible, but with extra markings or slightly changed letters that would reveal the true meaning to someone who knew where to look. This method provided excellent cover, because religious texts were often carried by travellers, and religious copying was common. Steganography, the technique of concealing messages within other objects, was also employed by medieval spies. A wax tablet's wooden backing could have text written on it that would not be visible until the wax was removed. Messages could be inscribed on the inside of leather goods, stitched into garments, or even inked on a messenger's scalp and concealed by hair growth. Finding concealment techniques that would withstand the rough treatment of medieval travel was crucial. Medieval intelligence networks gave rise to coded languages, in which common words had hidden meanings that only network participants knew. While a letter from a merchant discussing the purchase of fine wool might be reporting on military fortifications, a discussion of grain prices might be revealing information about political alliances. To prevent detection, these codes needed to be carefully used and thoroughly memorized. In ways that are nearly impossible for modern minds to comprehend, physical objects were used as messaging systems. For someone who understood how to read these signals, the placement of a candle in a window, the way a cloak was hung, or the arrangement of objects on a table could all provide information. In order to transmit messages without leaving any written records that could be found and used as proof, medieval intelligence agents created complex non-verbal communication systems. The more educated members of medieval intelligence networks used mathematical codes. Basic security for written communications was offered by simple substitution ciphers, in which a different letter or symbol was used for each letter. More advanced agents employed polyalphabetic ciphers, which made it much harder for unauthorized readers to decipher the codes by altering the substitution pattern in accordance with preset rules. Medieval cryptography faced the difficulty of striking a balance between security and usefulness. Better protection was offered by complex codes, but they also took longer to encode and decode, increased the possibility of mistakes that could make messages incomprehensible, and placed more strain on the user's memory and education. It was worse than useless to have a code that was impossible to crack but impossible to use properly. The issue of key distribution, or making sure that senders and recipients had the data required to encode and decode messages, was another challenge faced by medieval intelligence networks. Sharing the secrets required for secret communication created a paradox that took a great deal of ingenuity to resolve in an era without secure communication. Medieval secret communication was further complicated by timing codes. It's possible for messages to be sent in segments, with each segment arriving at a different time, and only making sense when put together correctly. Alternatively, the coded information may include the delivery time and date, which recipients must account for when decoding the message. Working with secret messages put a lot of psychological strain on employees. A single encoding error could give the intended recipient no meaning at all. An entire intelligence network could be exposed by a mistaken concealment. Important intelligence could end up in the hands of the enemy if the wrong messenger is chosen. Under circumstances that made perfection all but impossible, medieval spies had to be flawless cryptographers. Medieval secret communication systems were remarkably successful in spite of these obstacles. Intelligence networks were able to coordinate intricate operations, sustain communications over long distances, and protect their most sensitive data from hostile interception. Ingenuity, meticulous planning, and the kind of attention to detail that could mean the difference between personal destruction and mission success were the foundations of their success. Pour yourself another cup of tea and think about how you would budget for an intelligence network if you were a medieval king attempting to manage one. There are no accounting departments to monitor operating costs, no standardized pay scales, and no corporate expense accounts. Instead, you're dealing with a shadow economy where your most critical employees are unable to provide receipts, and where, in order to protect all parties, payment must frequently be disguised as something completely different. The financial theories used in medieval espionage would make modern accountants shudder. Generally speaking, spies received erratic compensation that varied greatly based on the value of the information they provided, the risk of their missions, and the financial standing of their employers. It was the pinnacle of freelancing, with no job security and retirement planning, limited to wishing you lived long enough to retire. Medieval spies were typically paid a combination of bonuses for certain pieces of valuable intelligence and regular stipends for continuing agents. To keep him loyal, a merchant who frequently covered political events in the cities he visited might get a small annual payment. For more significant information, he might get larger sums. Maintaining credible justifications for these financial transactions was a challenge for both the spy and the spy master. As alluring as that image may be for Hollywood, money couldn't just be handed over in dim alleyways. Payments had to be made under false pretenses that would pass muster if they were caught. A spy may be compensated by inflated prices for goods they purportedly sold to their handler, loans that were never meant to be paid back, or winnings from gambling that were actually intelligence payments. The practical realities of medieval life complicated the cost structure of medieval espionage. In order to maintain their cover identities and obtain information, spies had to pay for their own travel, lodging, and the various bribes and gifts they would need. In order to keep their credibility, a spy masquerading as a merchant might have to genuinely buy and sell goods, which would require them to invest money in inventory, in the hopes that their trading operations would generate enough revenue to fund their intelligence operations. Medieval spies faced especially high travel costs. A spy's earnings from intelligence work could easily be outweighed by the cost of horses, food, lodging, and the numerous fees and tolls associated with medieval travel. It's likely that many medieval spies lost money on their operations, either accepting a lesser standard of living than they could have obtained through legal employment, or funding their espionage efforts with other sources of income. For medieval spies, financial planning was practically impossible due to the erratic nature of intelligence work. After months of collecting information for free, a spy may be paid handsomely for a particularly useful piece of intelligence. The ability to maintain a cover identity even in times of financial hardship and significant personal financial management skills were necessary in this feast or famine economy. Currency exchange issues that did not exist for contemporary international operations were another issue that medieval intelligence networks had to handle. Exchange rates varied according to political ties and the availability of precious metals, and different regions used different coins with varying weight and purity requirements. A spy who worked in several different areas had to be able to handle the intricate financial aspects of medieval trade while also working as an intelligence officer and a currency trader. Medieval spies who were able to combine their intelligence work with legal business ventures that offered both cover and extra cash were frequently the most successful. Carefully selecting trade routes allowed a merchant spy to conduct lucrative business that financed their intelligence operations while simultaneously obtaining useful intelligence. A scholar spy could obtain information about political connections and get paid for writing services by copying manuscripts for aristocrats. Because they had fewer economic options than men, women who worked in medieval intelligence faced unique financial difficulties. In a noble home, a female spy might serve as a servant, earning a meagre salary while obtaining intelligence, but medieval social norms limited her options for career progression or other employment. Because they frequently had to depend more on their handlers for financial support, female spies were more susceptible to abuse. For many agents, regular banking relationships were impossible due to the security requirements of medieval espionage. Operating under a false identity prevented a spy from keeping accounts under their real name and from having financial records that could be used to expose their intelligence operations. Precious metals or gems were likely carried by many medieval spies, making them easy targets for theft while on the road. Medieval spies hardly ever planned for retirement. There were no social security programs or pension funds, and there was no assurance that an intelligence organization would keep paying agents who were no longer actively contributing. If they lived long enough to reach old age, successful medieval spies had to amass enough wealth during their active careers to sustain themselves in their later years. Medieval spies' families had to deal with financial instability that went beyond the agents themselves. There was no life insurance, no survivor benefits, and frequently no recognition that a spy had been working for their employer if they were killed or vanished during a mission. Medieval spies' wives and kids could find themselves unexpectedly poor, with no way to support themselves and no reason for their loss. Medieval intelligence networks were able to recruit and retain agents who offered their employers valuable services in spite of these financial difficulties. People who found that espionage offered better opportunities than traditional employment in their social class, or who were prepared to accept financial uncertainty in exchange for the thrill of intelligence work, were drawn to the work. With its own payment systems, financial difficulties, and strategies for handling the interplay between money and secrecy, the shadow economy that ran concurrently with the legal medieval economy is revealed by the economics of medieval espionage. It was capitalism with a conspiracy twist where information was the most valuable resource and the cost of discovery was frequently the highest. Turn down the lights a little bit and imagine what it would be like to get out of bed each morning and put on not just your clothes but a completely different persona. Imagine posing as someone else for months or years at a time, never being able to let your guard down, and never knowing if those around you are buying into your carefully crafted lies. In a world where authenticity was a luxury they couldn't afford, medieval spies had to learn not only the methods of obtaining intelligence but also the far more challenging art of psychological survival. Maintaining false identities for extended periods of time while residing close to people who might discover the deception was the main obstacle of medieval espionage. Compared to contemporary communities, medieval society was more intimate, smaller, and suspicious. Individuals inquired about strangers, knew their neighbours, and looked for clues that might indicate someone's true motivations or background. A medieval spy masquerading as a merchant needed to be familiar with the finer points that would persuade seasoned traders, in addition to the fundamentals of business life. They had to comprehend seasonal market swings, trade route challenges, regional price disparities, and the interpersonal ties between merchants in various cities. One discussion with an actual merchant could reveal knowledge gaps that could take years to fill on their own. There was no way to alleviate the psychological stress brought on by the ongoing attention to detail needed to maintain cover identities. While medieval spies frequently went months without speaking to their actual employers or co-workers, modern undercover agents can at least communicate with their handlers or take breaks from their duties. They maintained personalities that weren't their own, lived in total seclusion, and were surrounded by untrustworthy people. For medieval spies, memory became both a psychological burden and an essential survival skill. They had to recall the intricate fictional histories they had written for their cover identities in addition to the intelligence they had gathered. If the spy was unable to reliably recall the specifics of their fake background, a casual inquiry about early life or familial ties could turn into a risky situation. Medieval society placed a great value on social connections and community ties, making the social isolation of medieval espionage especially challenging. Suspicion was immediately raised against those who appeared to have no family ties, roots, or long-standing community ties. Spies in the Middle Ages had to establish credible social networks while steering clear of intimate connections that could expose their true identities. Medieval espionage was further complicated psychologically by religious conflicts. Spies frequently had to maintain cover identities that required them to support political causes they personally opposed, participate in religious ceremonies that might violate their conscience, or pretend to hold religious beliefs that were at odds with their true beliefs. Moral stress resulting from the internal struggle between one's personal convictions and professional obligations could jeopardize an agent's psychological stability. Medieval spies lived in a state of chronic anxiety that pervaded every part of their lives due to their constant fear of being discovered. They couldn't afford to unwind, they couldn't believe their gut feelings about people, and they couldn't make true friends with anyone they met while on missions. Physical fatigue was only one aspect of the exhaustion brought on by the hypervigilance required for survival. The moral ambiguity and guilt of their work were other issues that medieval spies had to cope with. In order to obtain intelligence, they frequently had to lie to people they thought were their friends, betray the confidence of those who had been kind to them, or support military and political initiatives that could endanger innocent people. Over time, the psychological toll of these ethical concessions mounted, resulting in internal strife that might be just as damaging as outside dangers. Medieval espionage's mental health issues were especially severe because of the inability to get support or assistance when experiencing psychological issues. When missions became too much to handle, there were no supervisors to offer support, no colleagues to confide in, and no counsellors to consult. In order to maintain complete operational security, medieval spies had to create their own coping strategies. Medieval espionage put a tremendous strain on family relationships. Married spies were required to lie to their wives about their whereabouts, activities, and frequently their core values and allegiances. Medieval spies had fathers or mothers who were mysteriously evasive about their work and often absent. The most significant interpersonal relationships in an agent's life were tainted by the secrecy required for operational security. After completing intelligence missions, returning to normal life was frequently just as psychologically taxing as the actual espionage work. In addition to readjusting to their true identities, Medieval spies had to make amends with emotionally distant family members and friends and somehow cope with months or years of deceit and seclusion without being able to talk about their experiences with others. Because of the ongoing danger, the psychological strain of assuming false identities, and the moral dilemmas that came with their job, some medieval spies most likely experienced what is now known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Medieval society lacked resources to assist intelligence agents in recovering from the psychological harm of their service because it lacked knowledge about mental health and effective treatment techniques. Those who were able to compartmentalize their emotions, keep a clear separation between their true and false identities, and find ways to defend the moral complexity of their work were likely the most successful medieval spies. However, even these psychologically strong people had to pay a price in terms of their capacity to build genuine bonds and sustain emotional ties with others. Medieval intelligence networks maintained operations throughout Europe for centuries and attracted new recruits in spite of these significant psychological obstacles. The thrill of doing meaningful work, the fulfillment of supporting causes they supported, or just the allure of a life very different from the few options available to the majority of people in medieval society, must have been the satisfactions that offset the psychological costs of the job. Medieval espionage's psychological reality highlights the human cost of intelligence work in a time when mental health was poorly understood and there were no resources available to support those who compromised their psychological well-being to further military and political goals. These forgotten heroes of medieval statecraft incurred psychological burdens long after their active service ended, in addition to the physical risks of their missions. Now, let's take a step back and examine the larger picture, much like when you examine a medieval tapestry, where individual threads come together to form patterns that are not visible when you concentrate on any one of them. Without computers, phones, or any other communication technology that we now consider necessary for organizing large-scale operations, medieval intelligence networks were organizational marvels. Rather, they depended on human memory, interpersonal connections, and trust structures that were both necessary and brittle. Imagine attempting to manage a contemporary business with only handwritten letters that take weeks to deliver, in-person meetings that require days or weeks of travel to set up, and staff members who are unable to accept their position. When medieval spy masters established intelligence networks that crossed continents and impacted the results of wars, succession disputes, and diplomatic negotiations, they essentially achieved that. Although they didn't call it that, the cell structure served as the cornerstone of medieval intelligence networks. Agents collaborated in small groups, each with a limited understanding of the larger network. The identity of 2 or 3 other agents may be known to a merchant spy in one city, but they would have no knowledge of intelligence activities in other areas. In the event that a single agent was apprehended and interrogated, the network was shielded by this division. Medieval intelligence networks relied on complex networks of cutouts and intermediaries to facilitate communication between various components. A spy in London might give information to a merchant, who would then give it to a monk in Dover, who would then include it in a letter to a monastery in Calais. From there, another monk would extract the information and give it to a local agent, who would then deliver it to a French nobleman who was working for English interests. Because everyone in this chain was only familiar with their close associates, ignorance provided security. The authentication problem, or how to confirm that information was authentic and that agents were who they said they were, was a challenge for medieval intelligence networks. To enable agents to recognize one another and verify their legitimacy, they created systems of codes, passwords, and recognition signals. Agents who had never met before could authenticate each other using a unique letter-signing style, a phrase incorporated into conversation, or a distinctive piece of clothing. Without official schools or training programs, new agents had to be recruited and trained. Potential recruits were found by seasoned agents, who then gradually exposed them to intelligence work and offered unofficial apprenticeships that allowed them to gain the skills they needed through hands-on experience. Before taking on more difficult tasks requiring advanced tradecraft, a new recruit may start out carrying simple messages and work their way up to gathering basic information. Medieval intelligence networks faced ongoing quality control challenges. Multiple sources had to be used to confirm information, and because medieval communication was slow, this could take weeks or months. False information may have already affected significant choices or military operations by the time it was discovered and fixed. In order to assess the credibility of sources and information, medieval spy masters had to cultivate their intuition. Medieval intelligence networks needed to be funded creatively to avoid drawing the attention of adversarial authorities. Without leaving visible paper trails, money had to be transferred between various territories and exchanged between currencies. Trade profits were used to fund espionage activities, and legitimate companies, places of worship and merchant enterprises frequently functioned as fronts for intelligence funding. In addition, medieval intelligence networks had to coordinate intricate operations involving numerous agents in various locations while maintaining operational security. Coordination between agents in multiple cities may be necessary for a plan to obtain intelligence on an enemy's military preparations, and timing is crucial to its success. However, coordinating these activities necessitated communication that, if intercepted, might jeopardize the network as a whole. Medieval intelligence networks were both strong and weak due to their inherent redundancy. The same information could be gathered by multiple agents, which would increase the likelihood that someone would notice unusual interest in certain topics, while also providing verification. In order to ensure that vital information would reach its destination, even in the event that some channels were compromised, networks frequently maintained parallel channels for important intelligence. Because of the potential for allies to suddenly turn into enemies, medieval intelligence networks had to adjust to shifting political conditions. After a political marriage, a succession crisis, or a change in diplomatic ties, an agent who had spent years cultivating sources in a certain court may find themselves operating in hostile territory. To withstand these political upheavals and continue to function effectively, networks required adaptability. Because medieval intelligence operations lasted so long, they faced particular difficulties that are uncommon in contemporary intelligence services. Within the same families or organizations, some networks continued to function for decades, with agents transmitting information from one generation to the next. Before he retires, a monk may choose to hire his successor, ensuring continuity of operations while simultaneously building up institutional knowledge that could be disastrous if hostile forces find out. The seasonality of medieval life presented another challenge for medieval intelligence networks. While summer campaigns and harvest seasons brought opportunities and challenges that necessitated careful timing of network operations, winter weather made travel and communication much more difficult. Political intelligence had to take into consideration the seasonal movements of noble courts, while military intelligence had to be collected and disseminated in accordance with campaign schedules. In order to concentrate resources on specific kinds of information, the most advanced medieval intelligence networks created specializations. Some networks kept agents close to military headquarters and key fortifications in order to focus on military intelligence. Others developed sources in aristocratic courts and places of worship in order to concentrate on political intelligence. Economic intelligence networks monitored resource availability, currency fluctuations, and trade trends. Despite not having the formal safeguards that contemporary intelligence services do, medieval networks were constantly concerned about counterintelligence. Because their adversaries were also conducting intelligence operations, medieval spies had to be on the lookout for any indication that their own actions were being watched. As agents grew wary of one another, the paranoia required for survival in this setting could demolish networks from within. Although networks had to keep some records in order to track agents, coordinate operations, and preserve institutional knowledge, the documentation of medieval intelligence operations was inevitably minimal. There was a continual conflict between operational security and administrative necessity, because these records had to be kept safe, while still being available to authorized personnel. To avoid discovery, it's likely that many medieval intelligence archives were routinely destroyed. In the end, the personal traits of those who established and maintained medieval intelligence networks determined their success. Spy masters had to be able to inspire loyalty, while keeping the secrecy that made such loyalty dangerous, diplomatic skills with brutal pragmatism, and strategic thinking with meticulous attention to detail. Those in charge of the most successful medieval intelligence operations were most likely those who were aware of both the potential and constraints of human nature. Breathe deeply and prepare yourself for what may be the most sobering portion of our medieval espionage adventure. Although we have discussed the achievements and innovations of medieval intelligence work, the truth is that many operations were a complete failure, frequently with immediate, severe, and long-lasting effects on those involved. In the high-stakes world of medieval espionage, failure frequently resulted in torture, execution, and the dismantling of entire intelligence networks, in addition to professional humiliation or career setbacks. Months or years of meticulous network building could be undone by the discovery of a single spy. Even the most committed agents had a limit to how much suffering they could take before disclosing what they knew, and medieval interrogation techniques were intended to elicit information regardless of the subject's willingness to cooperate. A captured spy could jeopardize the identities and whereabouts of dozens of other agents, in addition to their own mission. The human propensity to grow accustomed to successful routines was one of the most frequent reasons why medieval espionage efforts failed. After years of using the same contact methods, travel routes, and cover story, an agent may become predictable enough for enemy counterintelligence to recognize and follow. Complacency was fostered by success, and complacency resulted in potentially lethal carelessness. When compromised, the authentication mechanisms that safeguarded medieval intelligence networks might also turn into a vulnerability. Enemy agents could infiltrate a network and feed false information while identifying legitimate agents if they learned the codes, passwords, or recognition signals that the network uses. Because it fostered false confidence while actually advancing the objectives of the enemy, a compromised authentication system was worse than none at all. People they trusted could betray medieval spies, sometimes for reasons unrelated to their intelligence work. In order to avoid being captured, a fellow agent may divulge network secrets. Personal grievances, financial strains, or shifting political allegiances could cause a contact to turn against them. If family members felt it was essential to their own survival, they might even turn on spy relatives. Medieval intelligence networks were susceptible to catastrophic failures due to their sluggish communication systems. By the time it arrived at its destination, information that was correct when it was collected could become dangerously out of date. When friendly commanders finally received military intelligence about enemy troop movements, it may have been weeks old, causing them to base tactical decisions on outdated information. Vulnerabilities created by currency and financial systems are not encountered by contemporary intelligence services. If enemy agents were able to identify odd coins or track down the origins of financial transactions, they could betray a spy using the very funds that were used to pay them. Medieval espionage employed irregular payment systems, which made it possible for agents to be recognized by their suspicious financial activity or unexplained wealth. Intelligence officers face particular risks due to the medical realities of medieval life. When working under a false identity, a spy who gets seriously ill may not be able to keep up their cover, particularly if the medical care they require reveals details about their true activities or background. If disease kept important agents from fulfilling their responsibilities or meeting their contacts, it could jeopardize entire networks. Medieval spies working across sectarian lines faced unique risks due to religious conflicts. If an agent made mistakes that exposed their true religious background, they could be exposed because their cover identity required them to take part in religious ceremonies. Due to the strong religious beliefs of the Middle Ages, religious deception was both essential for many operations and very risky if caught. Medieval legal systems produced unpredictable and challenging to manage risks. A spy working under a false identity could find themselves embroiled in legal proceedings that could reveal their true origins. Local regulations pertaining to travel, business, or religion could present unforeseen challenges that compelled agents to divulge more personal information than was safe. Agents or their handlers had no control over how weather and natural disasters could ruin meticulously planned intelligence operations. A spy may be forced to take an alternate route that exposes them to discovery if a bridge is washed out by flooding. Time-sensitive operations may be disrupted if scheduled meetings are impossible due to an exceptionally harsh winter. Over the course of long-term operations, spies developed personal relationships that could lead to both operational success and disastrous failure. When an agent maintained a false identity while forming real friendships or romantic relationships, they ran the risk of developing emotional issues that could impair their judgment. However, abruptly terminating these relationships may also raise suspicions that result in discovery. When led by astute and suspicious leaders, medieval counterintelligence operations could be surprisingly successful, despite being less organised than contemporary ones. A shrewd nobleman might see trends in the inquiries made by various guests or note that particular kinds of information appeared to leak to adversaries on a regular basis. Experienced medieval leaders were occasionally able to recognise and stop enemy intelligence operations even in the absence of official counterintelligence training. Failures in medieval espionage had far-reaching effects that went well beyond the specific agents involved. Inaccurate intelligence could cost military leaders battles, and thousands of soldiers could lose their lives as a result. Diplomatic choices made by political leaders who were tricked by enemy operatives could undermine their standing for decades. Failures in intelligence could have repercussions that affect entire kingdoms and the outcome of wars. Most tragically, failed medieval spies frequently suffered alongside their families and associates. The associates of spies who were caught may have been punished for their involvement in intelligence operations alone, as medieval justice did not always distinguish between major offenders and their families. Failures in medieval espionage could have a personal cost to those who were unaware of or did not participate in intelligence operations. Surviving network members faced additional difficulties as a result of the psychological effects of seeing or hearing about espionage failures. Agents who were aware that their co-workers had been taken prisoner and subjected to torture had to carry on with their own perilous work while dealing with the trauma of knowing that they could suffer the same fate. In addition to their other psychological burdens, medieval spies also had to deal with the fear of failure. Medieval intelligence networks persisted in functioning and growing throughout the medieval era, in spite of these significant risks and frequent breakdowns. Despite being aware of the possible repercussions of failure, the individuals involved were strong enough to persevere, and the accomplishments were noteworthy enough to offset the expenses. Their contributions to medieval statecraft are all the more noteworthy for their bravery in the face of such dangers. Pour yourself another cup of tea and marvel at this. Medieval spies' desperate inventiveness in trying to solve impossible problems with whatever materials they could find led to some of the most brilliant technological advancements in human history, not from universities or royal workshops. These were not science fiction devices, but rather workable solutions developed by individuals who realized that staying one step ahead of their adversaries was essential to their survival. Though most of it would seem laughably archaic by today's standards, the medieval era saw some amazing advancements in what we might call espionage technology. However, medieval spies developed truly sophisticated and frequently remarkably effective tools and techniques within the limitations of medieval materials, science, and manufacturing capabilities. Spies pushed the limits of what could be done with pens, ink, and parchment, and writing technology was essential for intelligence operations during the Middle Ages. They created inks that, when heated or exposed to particular chemicals, could change colour, making messages appear or vanish as needed. Inks that were invisible until exposed to specific substances that only the intended recipient would know how to apply were made by some medieval spies. Another medieval invention that called for exceptional patience and skill was the production of microscopic text. In order to conceal entire intelligence reports in what seemed to be ornamental flourishes on common documents, spies learned to write messages so tiny that they were nearly imperceptible to the human eye. Only magnifying glasses, which were uncommon and costly during the Middle Ages, could read these messages. In the hands of medieval intelligence networks, sealing wax developed into a highly advanced security technology. In order to make it nearly impossible to detect tampering, spies developed methods for melting and resealing wax seals. They developed techniques for encoding confidential information into the wax itself and made unique seal designs with concealed elements that could confirm authenticity. By producing phony letters, official seals, and travel documents that could withstand close examination, medieval spies also made significant advances in the field of document forgery. This called for in-depth familiarity with the materials, methods, and administrative processes utilized in various regions in addition to artistic talent. A successful forger needed to be familiar with the writing styles, ink formulations, and paper-making procedures utilized in different administrative and court settings. Despite being archaic by today's standards, optical devices were crucial to medieval intelligence operations. Spies developed methods for using glass and crystal to magnify small text or images, made simple telescopes to observe activities in the distance, and used mirrors to send light signals over long distances. These optical advancements necessitated a thorough comprehension of medieval mirror-making and lens-grinding methods. Medieval spies were able to operate more effectively and with less chance of being caught thanks to the development of portable writing and message systems. They designed message containers that could be hidden in places where casual searchers wouldn't find them. They developed inks that could be quickly mixed from everyday materials, and they made writing kits that could be hidden inside everyday objects. Even though clock and timing technologies were still in their infancy during the Middle Ages, intelligence networks adopted them for security and coordination reasons. By using natural phenomena like tide cycles, star positions and shadow lengths to coordinate activities across multiple locations, spies created techniques for timing meetings and message deliveries that did not rely on mechanical clocks. As spies produced more precise and in-depth maps of regions, fortifications, and routes of travel, medieval cartography evolved into an intelligence tool. Militarily sensitive information, such as the locations of supply caches, defensive weaknesses, and secret routes, was frequently included on these maps. Making maps required knowledge of military engineering and strategic planning in addition to geography. Despite being constrained by medieval manufacturing capabilities, mechanical devices were surprisingly sophisticatedly modified for intelligence purposes. Spies made mechanical aids for scaling walls or getting around security measures, made lock-picking tools that looked like commonplace tools, and made secret compartments in everyday objects. Despite being founded on what is now regarded as primitive science, medieval intelligence practitioners possessed surprisingly sophisticated chemical knowledge. Spies knew how to make sabotage-related explosives, poisons that could be used covertly, and chemical tests that could detect tampered documents or materials. Technologies that could shield confidential documents from moisture, insects, theft, and accidental discovery were needed for the preservation and storage of intelligence data. Waterproof containers, hiding spots that could withstand building renovations, and storage systems that would keep data safe for years or decades, while still being available to authorized users, were all inventions of medieval spies. Medieval spies had to invent innovative ways to modify existing technologies in order to communicate over great distances. They established networks of human messengers who could transmit information more quickly than traditional commercial or diplomatic channels, employed trained birds to deliver messages, and devised systems of signal fires and mirror flashes for quick communication. Medieval spies were able to better conceal their activities and change their appearances thanks to technologies for disguise and concealment. Using the tools and resources available in medieval society, they created ways to alter their physical appearance, social standing, and perceived age. These disguises needed to be convincing enough to fool anyone who might come into contact with the spy on a regular basis over a long period of time. Medieval intelligence networks created authentication and verification systems that were incredibly difficult to forge and frequently cleverly straightforward. They developed physical tokens that were almost impossible to counterfeit, identification systems based on information that only authorized agents would know, and recognition protocols that could confirm identity without written records. The creation of information processing and analysis systems by medieval spies, who lacked formal bureaucratic structures and computers, may have been the most remarkable development. They produced systems for monitoring shifting political ties, techniques for integrating data from various sources, and analytical frameworks that could spot patterns and trends in intricate political circumstances. These technological advancements show how extraordinary creativity was driven by practical necessity in the field of medieval intelligence work. Medieval spies, operating under strict material and technological limitations, developed solutions that were sophisticated in their application, but often elegant in their simplicity. The intelligence technologies that would develop over centuries into the systems utilized by contemporary intelligence agencies were made possible by their innovations. Let's take a step back and track the unseen strands that link those mud-splattered medieval spies to the advanced intelligence operations of today as you approach the bottom of your cup and feel the soft pull of impending sleep. With the end of the medieval era, the methods, networks, and values they created did not vanish. Rather, they changed, adapted, and served as the cornerstone for intelligence operations that still influence our world today. The establishment of intelligence gathering as a crucial government function was the most fundamental legacy of medieval espionage. Initially considering spying a repugnant necessity, medieval rulers eventually realized that information was just as crucial to preserving political power as armies. As a result of this acknowledgement, permanent intelligence organizations were established, which later developed into the national intelligence services of contemporary nations. Medieval intelligence networks created recruitment guidelines that set trends that are still used by contemporary organizations. Intelligence recruitment still heavily favors those who could travel without suspicion, who naturally ask questions, and who have the psychological fortitude to keep up false identities. The most successful spies, as demonstrated by medieval spies, are frequently those who can blend in with the general population. The foundation for contemporary intelligence communications was established by medieval advances in secure communication and cryptography. The complex encryption systems that safeguard contemporary intelligence communications were developed from the codes and ciphers created by medieval networks. The fundamental concepts of secure communication, message authentication, and key distribution that medieval spies found difficult to grasp continue to be major obstacles for contemporary intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence services continue to employ the organizational principles established by the network structures developed by medieval intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence compartmentalization was based on the cell structures that prevented medieval networks from being totally compromised when individual agents were apprehended. One of the main challenges for contemporary intelligence operations is maintaining the operational security and coordination balance that medieval networks were able to achieve. The fundamentals of contemporary defensive intelligence work were established by the counterintelligence awareness that medieval spies developed in reaction to enemy intelligence activities. Modern counterintelligence doctrines, which assume hostile intelligence services are continuously attempting to compromise friendly operations, are based on the medieval understanding that intelligence services must defend themselves against deception and penetration. Modern forensic methods for examining intelligence materials are the result of medieval advancements in document analysis and verification. Modern intelligence analysis techniques, which employ technology but adhere to similar logical principles, evolved from the abilities that medieval spies developed for identifying forged documents, evaluating writing styles, and confirming the reliability of information sources. Modern knowledge of intelligence operations incorporates the psychological understanding of human motivation, deceit, and loyalty that medieval intelligence practitioners acquired. Medieval spies acquired skills in motivating agents, evaluating the credibility of sources and preserving operational security while fostering fruitful collaborations. These realizations continue to be essential to contemporary human intelligence activities. Medieval networks' successful integration of military and diplomatic operations with intelligence work created models that contemporary governments continue to adhere to. The effective coordination of military action, diplomacy, and intelligence was a lesson learned by medieval rulers that is still applicable to contemporary national security strategy. Modern intelligence funding and financial management have their roots in the economic principles that guided medieval intelligence operations. Just as it was for medieval spy masters attempting to pay agents covertly, the problem of financing covert operations without leaving audit trails that hostile services could use is still present today. Modern intelligence services are still confronted with the moral and legal dilemmas brought up by medieval espionage operations. Modern democratic societies must strike a balance between security requirements, legal restrictions, and ethical principles. Medieval societies grappled with the conflict between the practical necessity of intelligence work and traditional moral and legal principles. Modern intelligence technology development is characterized by patterns of adaptation and creativity that were established by the technological innovations pioneered by medieval intelligence networks. In the same way that contemporary intelligence agencies modify commercial technologies for security applications, medieval spies who modified civilian technologies for intelligence purposes started a tradition. Medieval intelligence work's global scope set the stage for contemporary intelligence competition and collaboration. Cross-political medieval intelligence networks created models for state-to-state intelligence cooperation and competition that still have an impact on contemporary international intelligence cooperation. Literature, entertainment, and the general public's perception of intelligence work all reflect the cultural influence of medieval espionage and continue to shape how contemporary societies view spies and intelligence organizations. The way intelligence work is portrayed and understood in popular culture is still influenced by the narrative patterns created by medieval tales of spies and secret agents. The value of historical analysis for contemporary intelligence work was established by the institutional memory that medieval intelligence networks preserved. Medieval practitioners set the standard for contemporary intelligence services that preserve historical records and analyze past operations to enhance present performance by learning from the successes and failures of earlier operations. Most significantly, medieval espionage showed that, at its core, intelligence work is not about technology or institutional frameworks, but rather about human relationships and psychology. The success or failure of medieval spies was determined by their capacity to comprehend and influence human behavior, a skill that is essential to intelligence operations even with all of the modern era's technological advancements. Modern intelligence services are still influenced by the moral and professional standards set by the bravery and commitment of medieval intelligence agents. Modern intelligence professionals are still inspired by the traditions of service established by medieval spies who risked their lives for causes they supported, upheld professional standards in the face of personal danger, and served their societies without much credit or compensation. The principles and techniques that were initially developed by those anonymous medieval agents who travelled muddy roads, slept in flea-infested inns, and risked their lives to gather information that would shape the course of history, are still used by modern intelligence agencies as they confront new challenges from international terrorism, technological change, and evolving security threats. Think about the amazing people whose stories we have told tonight as you get ready to close this chapter of history and go to sleep. They were regular people who made extraordinary life choices, people who put up with discomfort, risk, and anonymity for causes that frequently brought them little reward and little recognition. The glitzy characters of contemporary fiction were not the medieval spies whose stories we have examined. Rather, they were perhaps more admirable, actual people who bravely, creatively, and resolutely faced real challenges. They contributed to historical advancements that shaped the world we inherited, solved problems that would have challenged contemporary professionals, and upheld their integrity in situations that would have broken many others. These underappreciated heroes of medieval statecraft serve as a reminder that history is shaped by the innumerable people who labour silently in the background to maintain communications, gather information, and provide the intelligence necessary for effective leadership, not just by kings and queens, conflicts and treaties. Their contributions should be honoured because they were the unsung heroes of their time. Their experiences also serve as a reminder that the problems intelligence professionals face, such as striking a balance between security and effectiveness, juggling personal and professional commitments, and balancing morally challenging but necessary work, are universal human struggles that cut across all time periods. Dreams of moonlit castle walls, coded messages concealed in merchant letters, or courageous people walking perilous roads in support of causes they believed in may come to mind as you drift off to sleep. These dreams introduce you to a never-ending tale of selflessness, service, and unsung bravery that has influenced our world in ways we hardly ever recognise. Although the lives of the medieval spies we've met tonight were frequently uncomfortable, dangerous, and little known, their work was vital to the societies they served. They serve as a reminder that civilization is not solely dependent on the well-known people whose names we can still recall, but also on the innumerable unnamed people who make incalculable, frequently unseen, but always vital contributions to the common good. Rest easy knowing that you've spent the evening with some of the bravest and most devoted people in history, people whose dedication to service and willingness to make sacrifices for the greater good made traditions that still serve and protect our contemporary world. Every intelligence professional who carries on their work carries on their legacy, and their memory is honoured every time we remember that true heroism frequently doesn't wear a uniform and doesn't seek recognition. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in peace knowing that courageous people have always worked in silence to defend the societies they served, requesting nothing more than the fulfilment of their duty and service to causes bigger than themselves. Think about how cool it would be to wear all of your savings on your wrist. This is not a smartwatch that displays your bank balance, but rather real money transformed into something beautiful that complements any outfit. For more than 1,000 years, such jewellery wasn't a fantasy. It was the everyday life of millions of people in Africa and beyond. Bracelet money, which had different names in different cultures, was precisely what it sounds like. Money that you could wear. These were carefully crafted metal bands. They were carefully made pieces of functional art, each one representing a different value. Each one was designed to catch the light as you moved your arm, and they were all heavy enough that you could feel your wealth with every gesture. We are used to paper bills and plastic cards, so the idea may seem strange to us. But bracelet money solved many problems that would be hard for any ancient economy to deal with. First, it was portable in a way that made sense for societies where people move frequently. Traders, herders, and seasonal farmers who needed to carry their wealth with them. Second, it was valuable in and of itself because it was made of metals that were worth more than just their money value. Third, and maybe the smartest thing, It was both useful and lovely, working as both money and decoration. These bracelets came in many different shapes and sizes, with each area making its own unique styles and rules. Some were thick and heavy, and wearing a lot of them would make a satisfying metallic sound with every movement. Some were fragile and complicated, made to fit nicely on a forearm. Copper and bronze, both valuable and easy to work with, were the most common. However, some special pieces used iron, brass, or even precious metals for transactions that were very valuable. The weight of the bracelet money was crucial to how it worked, in contrast to modern currency, where the physical object has little to do with its stated value. The value of bracelet money was directly related to how much metal it had. This meant that a heavier bracelet was worth more than a lighter one, which made it very difficult to fake or lower the value of the money. You couldn't just print more money when you needed it. You had to mine the metal, melt it down, and shape it into the right shape. What was intelligent about bracelet money was how it solved the problem of making change. You could break up big bracelets into smaller pieces for smaller purchases, and when you needed to, you could melt down the smaller pieces and make them into bigger ones. It was a flexible system that could handle any size transaction you needed to make. However, if you needed to break your money to buy groceries, you would have had to plan ahead. The bracelet's luxurious appearance played a significant role in its functioning. People were more likely to trade beautiful things, accept them across cultural lines, and not melt them down for their raw materials. A trader coming to a foreign market with a bunch of nice bracelets was easy to spot as someone with money and style. These characteristics opened doors that might have stayed closed for someone carrying shapeless lumps of metal. It was interesting and complicated how wearing your wealth affected your social life. One aspect of bracelet money's safety was its physical attachment to your body, making it difficult for thieves to steal. On the other hand, wearing your wealth made it clear to everyone around you how rich you were. You couldn't hide your wealth or poverty when your bank account was on display. This visibility made for some intriguing social situations. Rich people might wear dozens of bracelets, which would make music every time they moved and let people know they were rich from a distance. You could hear a rich person coming before you saw them, and the soft clinking of metal on metal served as a kind of status soundtrack. In many ancient societies, women didn't have much financial freedom, but bracelet money gave them some. You could better track your money when your jewellery was your wealth than with other currencies. A woman could earn bracelet money through her own work or trade, wear it as jewellery, and keep it even after she got married. The practice was a practical and empowering way to have financial security. Making good bracelet money required a lot of skill, which turned metalworking from a simple trade into a complex art form. Master craftsmen made bracelets that were both pretty and useful as currency. They used twisting, braiding, and hammering to make unique patterns and textures. People often kept these methods a secret, passing them down through families or guilds. This is why some areas are known for the beauty and quality of their fine jewellery. Another big plus was that bracelet money lasted a long time. Paper money can be ruined by water, fire, or just normal wear and tear. Conversely, if properly cared for, metal bracelets can endure for generations. Because they lasted so long, they were excellent stores of value that could keep wealth for decades or even centuries. Archaeological sites in Africa and other parts of the world still show examples of bracelet money, which shows how long they last and how widely they were used. Think of the first metalworker who saw copper as a useful material rather than just raw material. Somewhere in the mists of prehistory, likely in a small workshop filled with the warm glow of forge fires and the rhythmic sound of hammering, someone made the creative transition from crafting tools to crafting money. It wasn't just metallurgy, it was economic philosophy that had been hammered into shape. Bracelet money has been around for thousands of years. It started in different parts of Africa on its own, and spread through trade networks that connected faraway communities long before Europeans ever thought about going around the world. The oldest examples we have are from around 500 CE, but the practice was probably much older. These weren't simple attempts at making money. They were smart ways to solve challenging economic problems made by societies that knew more about trade, value, and human psychology than most people give them credit for. Archaeological evidence points to the copper-rich areas of what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo as the place where the practice began. There were many raw materials and a lot of advanced metallurgical knowledge. For thousands of years, ancient African societies worked with metals and came up with mining, smelting, and shaping methods that were as effective as or better than those used anywhere else in the world. These societies needed a way to trade over long distances, so they naturally turned to their strongest technology. The change from trading goods for money to using bracelets as money probably took hundreds of years to fully happen, rather than occurring all at once. Early versions were just twisted copper rods, which were worth more for the metal than for their quality. As time went on and the system proved itself, artisans started to add decorative elements to the basic design to make the bracelets more appealing and, as a result, easier to trade. There was a reason why most bracelet money was made of copper and bronze. These metals had all the right properties for a monetary system. They were valuable enough to give the money worth, yet common enough to allow small purchases. They could be used at relatively low temperatures, so local blacksmiths could make and change them without needing advanced industrial infrastructure. They were also resistant to rust, so your money wouldn't literally disappear in your hands. When iron was used for bracelet money, it changed the way things worked. Iron bracelets were often worth more than copper ones because iron was harder to work with, and because people always needed iron tools and weapons. An iron bracelet was a sign of wealth that could be turned into useful things when needed. For example, your money could become a spear point or a hoe blade if you needed it to. Standardizing bracelet money was a big step forward in early economics. Communities across large areas somehow came up with consistent standards for weight and purity that made their currencies acceptable to each other, even though there were no central banking systems or government oversight. This indicates a degree of inter-community communication and collaboration that contests simplistic perceptions of ancient African societies as isolated or primitive. The different styles of bracelet money in different regions tell fascinating stories about trade relationships and cultural identity. In some areas, people liked thick, heavy bracelets that showed how rich they were. Some people liked delicate, detailed designs that showed off the skill of the people who made them. Some people even made unique twisting patterns or surface decorations that made their bracelets easy to spot in far-off markets. The religious and spiritual aspects of bracelet money gave it a lot more meaning than just money. Many African cultures thought that metals had spiritual powers, and wearing metal bracelets could have protective or ceremonial purposes in addition to being valuable. This spiritual aspect helped bracelet money become a big part of cultural practices, making it more than just a way to trade. It became a part of social and religious life. Making successful bracelet money required a lot of specialized knowledge. Smiths needed to know more than just the basics of metallurgy. They also needed to know what their money system needed. They needed to know the right weight ratios, how to make sure their products were always pure, and what decorative styles would make them acceptable in different markets. Those who had this knowledge often kept it to themselves, leading to the formation of specialized communities that were the mint masters of their areas. Making bracelet money had a big effect on the environment because it needed a lot of mining and fuel for smelting. This made the economic ties between mining towns, metalworking centres, and trading networks very complicated. The need for bracelet money led to the search for and development of mineral resources all over Africa. Such developments helped mining technologies and trade routes grow, which would have a big impact on the continent's economy for hundreds of years. Instead of government rules, quality control in the making of bracelet money was based on community, standards and reputation. Smiths who consistently made bracelets that were the right weight and purity would build reputations that let them charge high prices for their work. Individuals who compromised quality or violated standards faced immediate exclusion from trade networks that depended on trust and dependability. Because a lot of ancient African economic activity was seasonal, bracelet money had to do many different things throughout the year. Farmers might trade bracelets for seeds or tools during planting season. They could obtain bracelets during the harvest by selling extra crops. When it was dry and travel was easier, they might have used their savings to trade with people far away. This cyclical use pattern necessitated a monetary system capable of maintaining value over time and facilitating easy changes when necessary. Picture the sound of a caravan getting ready to leave in the early morning mist. The soft lowing of cows, the soft conversations of traders checking their goods, and the musical chiming of hundreds of metal bracelets as their wearers moved around getting ready were all part of the scene. For hundreds of years, this was the music that played in African markets. Bracelet money was both the instrument and the symphony. The major trade routes of medieval Africa were like the internet of their time. They were invisible networks that linked far-off communities and let people trade goods, ideas and cultures on a scale that would have impressed any modern logistics manager. The famous Silk Road receives most of the historical attention, but African trade routes were often fluid and seasonal, changing with the weather, politics, and business opportunities. Bracelet money was a perfect fit for this fast-paced trading world. Bracelets could go anywhere their wearers could go, unlike big items or items that could spoil. They didn't need special storage, they couldn't spoil or break easily, and their value stayed the same regardless of what the market was like in the area. A trader could go from the copper mines in Katanga to the goldfields in Zimbabwe to the ivory markets in East Africa, and their bracelet money would be accepted and recognised all along the way. Along with other types of money, bracelet money was widely used on the trans-Saharan trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and the Mediterranean world. These routes were like highways through one of the hardest places on Earth, and to get through them, you needed to plan ahead, have a lot of resources, and work well with people from other communities. Bracelet money helped these partnerships by giving people a way to trade that was accepted across cultures and languages. Because a lot of African trade happened only at certain times of the year, traders needed a type of money that could hold value, even when they weren't working. When it rained, travel became hard or impossible, and trade would stop for months at a time. Bracelet money was perfect for these times because it didn't go bad while it was being stored. It didn't need any upkeep, and it was ready to use right away when trading season started again. Using bracelet money was different along river routes, especially along the Niger, Congo and Zambezi river systems. River trade made it possible to move heavier goods and more money, but it also needed different security measures. Canoe traders devised ways to wear and store their bracelet money, so it wouldn't get wet and was easy to access. The spread of bracelet money along trade routes wasn't just about making money, it was also about passing on and adapting culture. As traders brought their money to new places, local craftsmen would watch how they made things and slowly change them to fit local tastes and materials. This process led to differences between regions that show how cultures and technologies spread across medieval Africa. Different mining areas had their own unique ways of using bracelet money. Communities close to copper mines often became specialised centres for making bracelets. They used their access to raw materials to build advanced metalworking industries. These centres would then send finished bracelet money along trade routes, making economic ties that linked mining communities to far-off markets in complicated webs of interdependence. The fact that bracelet money had the same weight in different parts of Africa is a great example of how advanced African trade networks were. Somehow, even though there was no central authority or modern communication systems, communities over large areas were able to agree on and keep consistent standards that made their currencies acceptable to each other. Traders who were always on the move and acted as living repositories of market information and standards likely helped make this standardization happen. Bracelet money was used a lot on salt routes, especially those that connected the Sahara Salt, mines to markets in sub-Saharan Africa. Salt was very important for keeping food fresh and staying healthy in tropical climates. This made it one of the most important trade goods in medieval Africa. The salt trade needed currency systems that could handle both big wholesale deals and smaller retail sales. Bracelet money was perfect for these different business needs because it could be used in many different ways. Pastoralist communities moved around a lot during the seasons, which created mobile markets that bracelet money was perfect for. As herders moved their cows, sheep and goats around looking for food and water, they made temporary trading spots wherever they stopped. These communities could trade with each other using bracelet money, which was easier than using barter systems or carrying a lot of other types of money. Trade fairs and markets that sprang up at key points along major routes became places where people could see different regional styles of bracelet money. These meetings gave traders a chance to compare currencies from different areas, share information about market conditions, and build the relationships that would make future trade easier. These markets had a wide range of bracelet styles, which would have been like looking through a physical catalogue of African metalworking traditions. Taxes paid in bracelet money were often used to pay for the protection of trade routes. In exchange for tribute payments, which were often made in the form of metal bracelets, local rulers would protect traders who passed through their lands. This set up systems of rewards that encourage people to keep trade peaceful and build things like wells, rest stops and storage spaces. Imagine walking through a busy market in medieval Timbuktu with several pounds of carefully made copper bracelets on your arms that jingle softly with each step. The air in the morning smells like spices, leather and wood smoke from many cooking fires. Vendors shout out their goods in many languages, and soon you'll see how useful it was to wear your money. Using bracelet money every day made shopping both more personal and more difficult than anything we're used to today. Every transaction was a physical experience. You could feel the weight of your money leaving your arms as you made purchases. This made you aware of how much you were spending right away. which is something that modern digital transactions don't do at all. In medieval Africa, people often used bracelet money to pay for groceries. A farmer who brought millet or sorghum to market might take small copper bracelets as payment. They would weigh the bracelets carefully to make sure they got a fair price for their grain. Making change often meant breaking up larger bracelets into smaller pieces, which required both skill and trust. You couldn't just give the exact amount of money. You had to talk about how to break it into the right size pieces. Buying clothes was one of the most interesting ways to use bracelet money. In many parts of medieval Africa, textile production was a very advanced field. They had elaborate cotton weaving traditions and complicated dyeing methods that made fabrics that were as good as anything made anywhere else in the world. A piece of high-quality cloth could cost several heavy bracelets, so you would have to be very careful when talking about weights and purity. It was ironic that you were using jewellery to buy things to make other kinds of jewellery. Food vendors in busy markets became very good at dealing with bracelet money transactions. While they were cooking and serving customers, they had to be able to quickly figure out how much different bracelets were worth. A bowl of stew could cost one small bracelet, but a full meal with meat and vegetables could cost several. These vendors probably had very strong arms because they were lifting weights all day as part of their job. Buying and selling livestock was one of the most valuable ways to use bracelet money in everyday business. A cow could be worth dozens of heavy bracelets, while a goat or sheep could be worth a few smaller ones. These deals often had a ceremonial feel to them. For example, the buyer would show off their wealth by wearing all the payment bracelets at once before giving them to the seller. Picture how impressive it would be to see someone walking through a market with enough metal coins to buy a cow. They would have sounded like a one-person percussion section. People who bought crafts basically traded their skills for money that they could wear. A skilled potter might trade a set of cooking pots for a few bracelets, which they could wear until they needed to buy more things. This led to some interesting situations where successful artisans could become very wealthy, as shown by the heavy bracelets on their arms. In traditional African societies, people often paid for medical services with bracelet money. This made for interesting relationships between healers and their patients. Depending on how complicated the treatment was, a traditional healer might charge different amounts. For example, serious illnesses might need a lot of money and heavy bracelets. Because their income was directly tied to how well they treated patients, this system gave healers reasons to keep their reputations and effectiveness up. Bracelet money payments were often used to pay for school, especially for specialised training in trades or crafts. A young person learning metalworking, weaving or other useful skills might pay their teacher with bracelets that their family has collected over time. This led to investment relationships where families would literally wear their children's educational savings on their arms until it was time to pay for school. In the past, when people had different ideas about property ownership, housing, transactions sometimes involved bracelet money. You could use metal bracelets to pay for building materials, construction work and rental agreements. However, because you needed so many of them, you often had to melt them down and make them into more useful shapes. The social aspects of buying things with bracelet money gave each purchase more meaning. When you took off your bracelets to pay for something, you were telling the world about your wealth and what was important to you. This visibility put social pressure on people to spend wisely and show off their wealth in a way that was appropriate for their social status. People started to shop at certain times of the year because of the way farming and trade worked in cycles. Farmers would turn their crops into wearable wealth during harvest seasons, which would lead to more bracelet money circulating in markets. During planting seasons, the flow would change as people turned their stored bracelet wealth back into seeds, tools, and other things they needed for the next growing season. Taking care of and maintaining bracelet money made its own mini-economy of services. Metalworkers cleaned, fixed, and changed worn-out or broken bracelets. They could also make larger bracelets out of smaller ones, or break larger bracelets into smaller ones as needed. These services were necessary to keep the currency system working and gave skilled craftsmen a steady income. Different strategies were needed to store and protect bracelet money than modern money. Rich people might have special boxes or cloths to keep their bracelets when they weren't wearing them, but the safest place to keep them was usually on their own arms. This made for interesting sleeping arrangements. Going to bed with a lot of money on you probably made for some uncomfortable nights, but it was usually the safest choice. Get even more comfortable and picture the steady rhythm of feet on old paths, the slow plodding of pack animals, and the soft, metallic music of thousands of bracelets moving with their wearers along trade routes that crossed the whole continent. These weren't random wanderings. They were the arteries of a sophisticated economic system that moved goods, ideas and bracelet money across distances that would challenge modern logistics companies. The spread of bracelet money along established trade routes happened naturally, like water flowing along the path of least resistance. Traders, who are always practical, quickly saw the benefits of a currency that was easy to carry, store, and keep its value across cultures. They not only carried their own bracelet wealth along their usual paths, but they also brought the idea of wearable money to new communities. The Swahili coast, with its advanced cities and large networks of maritime trade, became an important centre for the flow of bracelet money. Indian Ocean trade brought together merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and China. This made cosmopolitan markets where bracelet money competed with and worked well with other currency systems. The fact that bracelet money could be used in these multicultural settings showed that it was a good way to trade. Coastal communities made their own versions of bracelet money that showed how much they cared about the sea. These coastal versions were often made from alloys that were less likely to corrode in salt air. Their designs sometimes included patterns related to sea life or maritime activities. A trader coming from the interior with regular copper bracelets might trade them for these special coastal ones before doing business at sea. Bracelet money was widely used in the Great Lakes region of East Africa because Lakes Victoria, Tanganyika, and others made it easy to move goods by water. Canoe-based trade networks brought bracelet money, ivory, iron goods, and agricultural goods to places where people fished, farmed, and traded. These networks linked fishing communities with farming areas and trading centres. Local merchants must have been happy to see a loaded canoe pull up to a lakeside market, with its passengers wearing the musical wealth of many trading trips. In mining areas, people had special relationships with bracelet money that went beyond just using it as money. People who lived near iron deposits often made iron bracelets that could be used for two things: as money when worn, and as tools or weapons when needed. Iron bracelets were especially useful in frontier areas where useful tools were just as important as money. The spread of Islam along trade routes made it interesting to use bracelet money. Islamic law had strict rules about usury and money exchange that didn't always match up with how African currencies were usually used. But bracelet money's intrinsic value and ability to be both a commodity and a currency made it more adaptable to Islamic commercial law than purely symbolic currencies. In agricultural areas, people used bracelet money in ways that matched the seasons of their farming. Farmers would turn stored bracelet wealth into seeds, tools, and labour during planting seasons. They would gather bracelets by selling extra crops during the harvest. Traders who had been doing this for a while learned to expect and take advantage of these predictable flows of money. Setting up permanent markets at key points along trade routes created places where people could trade bracelet money, which was almost like modern foreign exchange markets. These markets let traders switch between different regional styles of bracelet money, making sure that their money would be accepted no matter where they went next. The exchange rates between different types of bracelets were based on complicated math that took into account the quality of the metal, the quality of the craftsmanship, and the preferences of the region. Royal courts along major trade routes often got a lot of bracelet money from tribute, taxes, and trade. These collections had many uses. They were stores of wealth, symbols of power, and practical reserves that could be used to pay for military campaigns or public works projects. Seeing royal regalia with hundreds of expensive bracelets would have shown off both wealth and cultural sophistication in a big way. The use of bracelet money to create credit systems showed how advanced African business practices were. Trusted traders could often get goods by promising to pay in bracelets at a later date. This created debt relationships that made it easier to trade over long distances. These credit arrangements needed a level of knowledge about market conditions, trader reputations, and currency values that was on par with what you would find in modern European or Middle Eastern business centres. There was a lot of bracelet money going around on pilgrimage routes, especially those used by Muslims going to and from Mecca. Pilgrims needed money that they could carry with them, and that would keep its value while they travelled. Bracelet money was perfect for this. During certain times of the year, a lot of pilgrims would come together, and this would create temporary markets where bracelet money from all over the world would be shown and traded. The use of bracelet money in diplomacy gave it a new dimension as it spread along trade routes. To start or keep political relationships, rulers often sent each other elaborate bracelets as gifts. These diplomatic gifts helped make designs and values more consistent across different areas. A very beautiful set of diplomatic bracelets could set design trends that would last for generations and affect local craftsmen. In many cases, the borders between different political groups became places where people could trade and change bracelet money. In this place, bracelets from one area could be melted down and made into styles that were more popular in nearby areas. These border markets were places where different cultures and economies could mix and share ideas about how to design and use bracelet money. Get ready for a more thoughtful part of our story by pouring yourself another cup of tea. Every currency system, no matter how well it works or how well it fits, will eventually run into problems that test its strength. The era of bracelet money was no different, and the factors that caused its slow decline reveal as much about the evolving nature of African societies as its emergence illustrates their historical sophistication. The end of bracelet money wasn't sudden or terrible. It was more like watching a tide slowly go out, leaving behind signs of its presence while slowly giving way to new economic realities. This change happened over the course of several centuries, from the 1400s to the 1800s. It was caused by a complicated mix of technological advances, political changes, and outside forces that changed African economies. European contact with Africa started in the 1400s along the coasts and brought new types of money that competed with older systems. European traders brought silver coins, gold pieces, and later, things that were made by people that could be used as trade goods. These new currencies were better in some situations. For example, they were often lighter than bracelet money for the same value, and they were easy to use in global markets that African traders were becoming more interested in. The Atlantic slave trade, which was very sad, also messed up traditional currency systems by making people want different kinds of trade goods. European slave traders often liked to trade in things that were made, like textiles, guns, and alcohol, instead of traditional African currencies. This change in trade patterns slowly made bracelet money less useful in coastal areas, where Europeans had the most contact. Changes in technology in metallurgy and manufacturing started to have an effect on the economics of making bracelet money. As European industrial methods became available, the cost advantage of traditional African metalworking started to go away. Handmade bracelets often cost more than mass-produced metal goods, so bracelet money wasn't as good of a store of value. In many parts of Africa, centralized political systems grew, which made people want more standard currency systems. When kingdoms and empires were trying to strengthen their power, they often liked currencies that they could control and regulate more easily than the traditional bracelet money systems that had grown up naturally through trade networks. Rulers had more direct control over their economies when they used government-issued money. Changes in religion, like the spread of Christianity through missionary work, sometimes put cultural pressure on people to stop doing things like using bracelet money. Some missionaries were wary of traditional African practices and urged their converts to adopt European-style economic practices, including the use of European currency. As African economies became part of global trade networks, there was a need for currencies that could easily be exchanged in international markets. Bracelet money worked well for trade between African countries, but it wasn't as useful for trade between countries where European and Middle Eastern currencies were becoming standard. People who wanted to trade in global markets needed money that would be accepted in London, Paris, or Cairo. As cities grew in many parts of Africa, the economy changed in ways that weren't as good for bracelet money. In cities with a lot of people, where people worked in more specialized jobs and didn't have as much direct contact with farming cycles, the seasonal patterns of bracelet money use became less important. People who lived in cities often liked currencies that were easier to store and move around in small spaces. As banking and credit systems based on European models grew, they slowly took over some of the jobs that bracelet money used to do. These new banks could give out loans, keep money safe, and make it easier to do business over long distances, which was often better than the old bracelet money systems, especially for big businesses. When colonial governments came to different parts of Africa, they actively tried to get rid of traditional currency systems in favour of colonial currencies that were easier to control and tax. Colonial governments had strong reasons to get rid of traditional currencies that they didn't directly supervise or control. The drop wasn't the same in every area or community. People in rural areas, places with few European contacts, and places where traditional political systems were still strong often used bracelet money long after it had disappeared from coastal cities. Some communities kept two types of money: bracelet money for everyday transactions and newer currencies for trading with other markets. The same durability that made bracelet money such a good currency also meant that examples kept going around long after new ones stopped being made. For decades after they stopped being made as money, people could reuse, melt down, or pass down old bracelets. This made the bracelet money systems useful for a long time after they stopped being made. It wasn't always easy or welcome to stop using bracelet money. A lot of communities had strong cultural ties to their old money systems, and the loss of bracelet money was more than just a change in the economy. It was the loss of traditions that had linked communities to their ancestors and to each other. It was often harder to find a replacement for bracelet money's social and ceremonial uses than for its purely economic ones. Some groups tried to keep bracelet money systems going by making changes to fit new situations. They could keep making bracelets for ceremonial use while switching to newer currencies for everyday business. Or they could change traditional designs to use new materials or techniques that made them more competitive with imported options. As demand for quality bracelet money went down, the skills and knowledge needed to make it started to fade away. Master craftsmen who had spent their whole lives perfecting traditional skills found it harder to find apprentices who wanted to learn skills that seemed to be going out of style. This loss of technical knowledge was a kind of cultural loss that went far beyond just money. As you sip your bedtime drink and maybe look at the jewellery on your wrists, think about this amazing fact: the traditions and new ideas that led to Bracelet. Money didn't just go away when the currency itself stopped being used. Like all truly important human inventions, bracelet money left behind marks that still have an impact on African societies and global culture, in ways that may surprise you. The metalworking traditions that made bracelet money didn't die out. They changed and grew. Many of the methods used to make currency bracelets were also used to make decorative jewellery, ceremonial items, and works of art. Modern African metalsmiths still use techniques that can be traced back to the artisans who made jewellery that medieval traders could wear as wealth. There are clear links between modern African jewellery styles and old bracelet money styles. Many African cultures today prefer big, meaningful jewellery. This is because jewellery and wealth used to be the same thing. The heavy bangles, fancy armlets, and big necklaces that are popular all over Africa today are similar to the design ideas that made bracelet money both useful and pretty. In modern Africa, where the economy is unstable and there aren't many banks, the idea of portable wealth is still important. Traditional Western financial systems aren't as reliable. Many African communities still like to keep their money in forms that are easy to move, last a long time, and keep their value even when the economy or politics change. For example, gold jewellery today does many of the same things that bracelet money did hundreds of years ago. Many cultural ceremonies in Africa include things that are clearly based on bracelet money traditions. People often wear or give away big metal jewellery at weddings, coming-of-age ceremonies and religious celebrations. This jewellery has symbolic meanings related to wealth, status, and being part of a community. These traditions keep the social and ceremonial roles that bracelet money used to have in African cultures. With more people interested in traditional African culture, bracelet money is once again being appreciated as both a historical artifact and an artistic inspiration. Modern African artists often use bracelet money designs in their jewellery, making pieces that connect wearers to their cultural heritage while also looking good. Museums all over Africa and the world now see bracelet money as important cultural objects that should be preserved and studied. When creating alternatives to traditional banking, some economic development programs in modern Africa look to traditional systems like bracelet money for ideas. Microfinance programs, community savings groups, and local currency initiatives frequently embody principles of portability, community governance, and intrinsic value that defined effective traditional currency systems. The archaeological examination of bracelet money sites has yielded significant insights into African economic history and technological advancement. These studies have shown that African societies and their economies were more advanced than previously thought, going against the idea that Africa was economically primitive before Europeans came into contact with it. Bracelet money is proof of how smart and creative Africans are when it comes to business. As part of a larger effort to connect young people with their cultural heritage, schools all over Africa now teach about bracelet money. Students learn to appreciate the depth and complexity of African civilizations and develop pride in their cultural heritage when they learn about traditional economic systems. These programs often let you try out traditional metalworking techniques for yourself. In many parts of Africa, bracelet money history is now a part of cultural heritage tours. While buying modern copies of old bracelet money designs, visitors can learn about how traditional African economies worked. This kind of tourism helps local artisans and lets people all over the world learn about African culture. Academic research on bracelet money has enhanced the comprehension of the evolution and operation of currency systems. Economists and anthropologists examine bracelet money as a case study of how societies can establish complex financial systems devoid of centralized authority or governmental oversight. These studies offer insights pertinent to current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and decentralized financial systems. When creating programs for communities that don't have access to regular banks, international development organizations have looked at traditional African currency systems like bracelet money. Development workers can make programs that are more likely to work by learning how traditional systems worked, instead of just using Western financial models. Bracelet money has an aesthetic impact that goes beyond Africa, because African people live all over the world, and people all over the world appreciate African art and design. Modern jewellery designers all over the world get ideas from traditional African metalwork, like bracelet money designs. They make modern pieces that keep the old styles alive. Some of the new technologies in Africa today are based on the same ideas that made bracelet money work. Mobile money systems, for instance, share bracelet money's focus on being easy to carry, giving users control and not relying on a central banking system. Even though the technology is very different, the ideas behind user empowerment and decentralized control are similar to the democratic nature of traditional bracelet money systems. Modern African fashion is using more and more elements from traditional bracelet money designs. Fashion designers all over the continent make clothes and accessories that are inspired by the geometric patterns, metallic finishes, and big shapes that were common on old currency bracelets. This fashion movement helps keep traditional styles alive in today's world, while also making new ways for people to express themselves culturally. The examination of bracelet money has shaped contemporary comprehension of African economic history, contributing to a more precise depiction of the continent's commercial sophistication prior to European colonization. This scholarship has been very important in fighting racist stories about what Africans can do and have done. It has shown that Africans have come up with new ways to do business, work with metals, and trade over long distances. When making modern institutions, community groups in Africa sometimes use symbolic parts from bracelet money traditions. Credit unions, cooperative societies, and community development groups may use images or ceremonies that refer to old ways of organizing the economy in communities, linking their modern goals to those of the past. The environmental lessons of bracelet money are still important when talking about how to grow the economy in a way that is good for the environment. Modern disposable consumer culture is very different from traditional African currency systems, which focused on durability, recyclability, and using local materials. These historical instances serve as a catalyst for modern initiatives aimed at fostering more sustainable economic practices. As your evening becomes more peaceful and your body adjusts to the soothing rhythms of sleep, let's look into the deep meanings of bracelet money that go beyond just buying and selling. This old system of money gives us a look into human nature, how societies are set up, and the link between beauty and usefulness that is still as true today as it was 1,000 years ago. Bracelet money is a fundamentally different way of designing currency than what we are used to today. It combines aesthetic beauty with practical function. Modern money is only a symbol. Its physical form has nothing to do with its value. Bracelet money, on the other hand, showed its worth in both its material form and its artistic achievement. This integration implies societies that esteemed beauty as fundamental rather than superfluous, where utilitarian items were anticipated to be aesthetically pleasing, in addition to fulfilling their purpose. The bracelet money that made wealth visible to others had complicated effects on people's minds and behaviour. Bracelet money made it clear to everyone in the community what their economic status was. Modern banking systems, on the other hand, can hide economic inequality behind privacy laws and complicated financial instruments. This openness could put social pressure on people to be both generous and responsible. It was hard to ignore poverty when wealth was literally on display, and it was just as hard to get rich without taking on social obligations to share it. The physical link between people and their money that bracelet money needed made people have different relationships with money than abstract financial systems did. When your money had weight, texture, and temperature, when you could feel it move with your body and hear it chime with your gestures, money became a more physical experience than the numbers on bank statements or digital displays that show how much money you have now. Bracelet money systems are democratic, which goes against what most people think about how currencies grow and work. African communities made their own money systems that worked across large areas and different cultures, even though there were no central banks, government oversight, or standard minting facilities. This success shows that grassroots cooperation and shared cultural values can lead to effective monetary systems, not just top-down institutional control. Craftsmanship was important in making bracelet money because it turned currency production into an art form. People who were proud of their skills and reputation made each bracelet as a way to trade and as a work of art. This link between art and money led to economic systems where aesthetic value and monetary value worked together instead of against each other. The way people used bracelet money in different seasons and cycles showed that the economy was closely linked to natural rhythms and farming cycles. Modern economies try to keep growth and activity going all the time, no matter what natural patterns are happening. In contrast, bracelet money systems worked with and adapted to the changing seasons of farming, trading, and social life. The fact that wearing your wealth could make you less safe made trust, community, and personal safety more complicated. Bracelet money systems could only work in societies where people were close to each other and safe enough to wear valuable things without fear. This implies that the effective utilization of bracelet money was both a result of and a factor in the stability and functionality of communities. The gender dynamics surrounding the use of bracelet money differed among societies, yet it frequently afforded women economic independence and security that were less accessible in alternative currency systems. When women wore and controlled jewellery as a form of wealth, it opened up chances for women to be involved in the economy that may not have been possible with other types of money. The transfer of wealth between generations through bracelet money led to different ways of inheriting and family economic relationships than those seen in systems that only use abstract money. Families could pass down bracelet money as both useful items and meaningful items that linked generations to their ancestors and cultural traditions. Bracelet money's ability to resist inflation and debasement showed that its currency systems were very different from today's fiat currencies. Authorities couldn't change the value of bracelet money for political reasons, because it was based on the materials and work that went into making it. The cultural integration of bracelet money into religious, ceremonial, and social practices resulted in currency systems that transcended mere economic instruments. They were important parts of cultural identity, spiritual practice, and social organization in ways that modern currencies that only serve a purpose cannot match. The technological needs of making bracelet money led to the growth and upkeep of advanced metallurgical knowledge that was useful for more than just making money. People who made bracelet money were usually also good at making tools, weapons, and other kinds of metalwork that were useful for both everyday life and war. The trading relationships made possible by bracelet money built networks of trust and cooperation that went well beyond just buying and selling. These networks laid the groundwork for cultural exchange, diplomatic ties, and mutual aid during crises, which made African societies stronger in ways that economic analysis alone cannot fully explain. As we get ready for the last chapter of our journey through the world of bracelet money, take a moment to think about how this old way of making money might help us understand today's economic problems. The ideas that made bracelet money work for hundreds of years still apply today, even though we now do most of our transactions online, and the world of finance is much more complicated. Bracelet money was based on intrinsic value, which is very different from modern currency systems that are based only on faith and government support. In a time when inflation can make money worth less without anyone noticing, and financial crises can wipe out savings in a flash, the idea of currency that keeps its value through its physical substance has become more appealing. Although it is improbable that we will revert to wearing our wealth, the concept of underpinning currency with tangible value instead of mere promises warrants examination. The democratic and decentralized nature of bracelet money systems provides insights for current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and financial autonomy. People who are interested in cryptocurrencies often want to bring back the peer-to-peer, government-independent features that traditional African currency systems had by working together and following the same rules. The success of bracelet money shows that currencies can work well when they come from the ground up instead of from institutions. The combination of beauty and function that bracelet money had goes against what we think we know about efficiency and specialization today. In today's world, we often separate aesthetic concerns from practical ones. This leads to the creation of objects that are only useful and don't provide any sensory pleasure. Bracelet money says that this separation isn't needed and might even be harmful. Things that are both beautiful and useful might work better, because people take better care of beautiful things. The seasonal and cyclical patterns of bracelet money use can help us understand how to build a long-term economy. Modern economies that expect growth all the time, no matter what the natural cycles are, often cause social and environmental problems that traditional systems didn't. The capacity of bracelet money systems to integrate natural rhythms while preserving economic functionality indicates potential avenues for cultivating more sustainable methods of economic organisation. The social openness of bracelet money wealth goes against modern ideas about financial privacy and its benefits. It is clear that privacy in financial matters is important, but the visibility of wealth in bracelet money systems may have led to more responsible and socially conscious economic behaviour than our current systems of hidden wealth and anonymous transactions. The connection between craftsmanship and currency that bracelet money represented shows how modern economies could better combine artistic expression with practical production. The tradition of bracelet money reminds us that in a time of mass production and automated manufacturing, it's important to connect individual skill and creativity to making useful things. The community-based standards that made bracelet money work in different parts of the world show that international cooperation is possible without formal institutional frameworks. In this time of complicated international negotiations and bureaucratic trade deals, the fact that African communities came up with compatible currency standards on their own shows that grassroots cooperation can sometimes do what formal diplomacy can't. The long-lasting and durable nature of bracelet money teaches us about how to make and use things in a way that is good for the environment. Modern, disposable culture makes a lot of trash and hurts the environment, but older systems avoided this by focusing on making things that last and can be used again. We can't go back to the way bracelets were made in the past, but the ideas of durability and longevity that guided their creation are still useful. The educational aspects of bracelet money systems, where successful participation required understanding, metallurgy, trade routes and market conditions, suggest ways that economic systems can serve educational functions beyond their primary purposes. Contemporary financial literacy initiatives could gain from comprehending how conventional systems integrated economic education into everyday practices. The conflict resolution mechanisms that enabled bracelet money systems to operate across cultural and linguistic divides provide valuable insights for modern international relations. These traditional systems fostered cooperation through mutual practical advantages rather than formal treaties or institutional structures, indicating alternative methods for cultivating trust and collaboration among diverse groups. The function of bracelet money in safeguarding and conveying cultural values illustrates that economic systems can fulfill objectives beyond mere efficiency. In our globalized world, where local cultures are pressured to become more alike, the example of currency systems that strengthened rather than weakened cultural identity shows that there are ways to develop the economy that support rather than undermine local traditions. The flexibility that allowed bracelet money systems to change and grow while keeping their basic features can teach us a lot about how to design institutions. Modern organizations often have trouble finding the right balance between stability and adaptability. However, bracelet money systems were able to keep their core functions while adapting to new technologies, political changes, and market conditions. As we come to the end of our journey through the world of bracelet money, let this story's gentle weight settle in your mind like a well-made bracelet on your wrist. We've travelled through centuries of African creativity, innovation, and business savvy, learning how our ancestors dealt with problems that we still have today, but in different ways. The story of bracelet money is really about how smart people are, and how creative they are when it comes to making systems that are fair, work well, and look beneficial for organising their economic lives. It serves as a reminder that our current financial systems, like bracelet money, are subject to change, improvement, and replacement when they no longer meet people's needs. When you wake up tomorrow and view your bank balance on your phone or tap a plastic card to pay for your coffee, take a moment to remember the soft musical chiming of copper bracelets in an old African market. Keep in mind that money is just a tool that people make to help them work together and trade. The best money systems are the ones that help people thrive instead of forcing them to work for them. The artisans who hammered copper into beautiful, useful bracelets 1,000 years ago were dealing with the same basic problems that financial innovators are dealing with today. How to store value safely, how to make trade easier between people from different cultures and distances, how to make economic systems available to everyone who needs them, and how to make currencies that people trust and want to use. The most important thing to learn from bracelet money is that economies work best when they are part of and help human communities instead of being separate from them. The bracelets worked because they linked people to their wealth in direct physical ways and linked communities to each other through shared standards and recognition. In our time of ever more abstract and complicated financial systems, it's smart to remember the simple beauty of money that you could wear, money that was pleasing to look at and touch, and wealth that linked you to skilled craftsmen and old traditions instead of far-off companies and unknown algorithms. The slow pace of Bracelet, money transactions, carefully weighing, feeling the quality and talking to each other during each exchange, made economic systems that were more community-oriented and human-scaled than what we usually see today. We should not try to bring back the economies of medieval Africa, but we can learn from how they valued personal relationships, community standards, and combining beauty with usefulness. As you drift off to sleep, remember that you're part of the same, ongoing story of people coming up with new ideas, changing to fit new situations and working together. The need for portable wealth, reliable standards, and systems that work across cultural boundaries are problems that every generation has to confront in its own way. The sound of bracelet money may be gone from African markets, but people are still coming up with new ways to work together and be creative. The spirit of bracelet money lives on every time someone comes up with a new way to solve an old problem, every time communities work together to make something useful and beautiful, and every time people find ways to trade and share that make their relationships stronger instead of weaker. Rest easy, knowing you are part of a long line of people who have run their businesses according to their values and goals. The story of bracelet money is also yours. It shows that people have always been smart enough to change the systems they need when they do, and maybe tonight in your dreams you'll hear the distant sound of metal hitting metal, the soft beat of prosperity moving through old markets, bringing with it the hopes, dreams, and practical advice of people who knew how to make their money as beautiful as their lives. You wake before the sun touches the horizon, wrapped in wool blankets that smell faintly of wood smoke and sand. The air carries that particular chill that only deserts know, sharp and clean, making your breath visible in small clouds. Outside your tent, the world exists in shades of deep blue and purple, the stars still brilliant overhead despite the approaching dawn. Your feet find your sandals in the darkness, leather worn soft from months of travel. The camp around you stirs with the quiet sounds of early risers, the soft nickering of camels, the rustle of fabric as someone tends a cooking fire, and the gentle pour of water into clay vessels. You've travelled far to reach this place, following trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to the Arabian Peninsula, and today you'll finally see what merchants and travellers speak about in hushed, reverent tones. The first hint of sunrise appears as a thin line of gold along the eastern mountains, turning the sky above it the colour of rose petals. You stand and stretch, feeling your muscles adjust to the movement after a night on the ground. Around you, the desert begins to reveal itself in layers, rocky outcrops emerging from shadow, the pale tracks of last night's beetle crossings visible in the sand, and the distant silhouette of cliffs that seem to glow from within as light touches them. A trader from your caravan nods at you, his face already creased with smile lines despite the early hour. He gestures toward the cliffs with his chin, where you can now make out something extraordinary. Dark openings in the rock face, too regular to be natural caves, too high to be easily reached. Tombs, he tells you, though his accent makes the word sound like a song. Monuments to the dead who watch over the living. You accept a cup of mint tea from the communal pot, warming your hands around the clay. The liquid steams in the cool air, and the first sip spreads warmth down your throat and into your chest. Around the fire, other travellers gather, some rubbing sleep from their eyes, others already animated with the excitement of arrival. You've all heard the stories, but stories are just shadows of reality, and reality waits just beyond those cliffs. The sun breaks free from the horizon properly now, and the transformation is startling. The cliffs don't just reflect light, they seem to capture it, to hold it within the stone itself. The rock glows in shades of pink, orange and deep rose, layered like frozen waves in a sea of sandstone. You understand now why people call this the Rose City, though the name feels inadequate for the reality before you. The trader shares bread with you, flat rounds baked in the coals last night, still slightly warm when you tear into them. The texture is chewy and satisfying, with a faint smokiness that complements the sweet tea perfectly. He tells you about his first visit to Petra 20 years ago, when he was barely old enough to travel with the caravans. Even then, he says, even knowing what to expect from his father's descriptions, the reality struck him speechless. As you finish your tea and prepare for the day's journey, you notice how the temperature shifts quickly from cold to merely cool, and you know that by afternoon it will be genuinely hot. The desert offers no middle ground, no gentle transitions. It demands you pay attention, stay present, or suffer the consequences of distraction. You check your water skin, full and heavy, and adjust the cloth covering your head and neck. The locals have perfected the art of desert clothing over centuries, and you've learned to trust their wisdom. The camp begins to break down around you with practiced efficiency. Tents collapse and fold into surprisingly compact bundles. Camels are loaded with goods and supplies, complaining with their characteristic groaning sounds that always make you smile. These creatures are magnificently adapted to desert life, but apparently evolved without dignity. One camel nearby spits dramatically at nothing in particular, just to make a point about the indignity of being loaded with cargo at this hour. You gather your own belongings, a small pack with essentials, your water skin, and a journal you've been keeping of your travels. The journal's pages are already filled with sketches and notes from other stops along the trade routes, the ancient cities of Damascus and Palmyra, the coastal ports where Mediterranean waves crash against weathered docks, and the mountain passes where snow still clings to northern slopes even in summer. But you've left several pages blank for Petra, sensing somehow that this place will require more space, more words, and more attempts to capture something fundamentally difficult to express. The caravan master calls out, his voice carrying across the camp, and people begin to gather. You'll travel together to the entrance of Petra, but once there, each person will explore at their own pace. Some are merchants who've been here many times and know exactly where they're going. Others, like you, are visitors drawn by curiosity and wonder, ready to wander wherever the day takes you. The walk from the camp to Petra's entrance takes perhaps half an hour, following a well-worn path that countless feet have travelled before. The landscape here is harsh but beautiful in its austerity. Rocky ground dotted with scrub brush, and the occasional hardy tree that has found water somewhere deep underground. You spot a hawk circling overhead, riding thermal currents with barely a wing beat, scanning the ground for breakfast. As you walk, the trader tells you more about the Nabateans, the people who built this city. They were Arabs originally, nomadic traders who settled here and transformed themselves into master builders and engineers. They controlled the frankincense and myrrh trade routes from Arabia to the Mediterranean, and their strategic position made them wealthy beyond measure. Petra was both their capital and their stronghold, a city that could be easily defended but also displayed their prosperity to anyone who entered. He points out a line of cliffs in the distance, explaining that the Nabateans carved hundreds of tombs into those rock faces. The most elaborate tombs belonged to kings and nobles, while simpler ones housed merchants and citizens. Everyone who could afford it wanted to be buried in the rock, to become part of the eternal stone, to rest in chambers that would outlast empires and ages. The entrance to Petra reveals itself gradually, which somehow makes it more magnificent than if it had appeared all at once. You approach what looks like a simple crack in the cliff face, barely wide enough for two camels to pass side by side. This is the Seek, the narrow gorge that serves as the main entrance to the city, and standing at its mouth you feel like you're about to step into another world entirely. The walls on either side rise immediately to dizzying heights, perhaps 80 feet, perhaps more. Your eyes follow the vertical sweep of stone upward until your neck protests. The rock here shows its age and history in horizontal bands of colour. Cream, rust, burgundy, pale pink and deep rose. Geological time made visible, each layer representing millennia compressed into stone. You step forward, and the temperature drops noticeably. The high walls block the direct sunlight, creating a corridor of cool shadow. Your footsteps echo slightly, a quiet percussion against the ancient pathway, worn smooth by countless feet before yours. In some places, you can still see the remnants of the original paving, fitted stones that once made this journey even easier for the heavily laden caravans that were Petra's lifeblood. Above you, the narrow ribbon of sky seems impossibly blue, a colour so intense it almost hurts to look at directly. Occasionally a bird passes overhead, its shadow flickering across the walls before disappearing. The walls themselves seem to breathe, their surfaces carved by wind and water into waves and curves that play tricks on your vision. In certain light, you could swear the stone actually moves. The rock faces on either side display an astonishing variety of colours and patterns. You stop to examine one section where the sandstone swirls in shades, ranging from cream to deep burgundy, the layers twisted and folded by ancient geological forces into patterns that resemble abstract art. Running your fingers across the surface, you can feel the different textures where harder and softer stone have eroded at different rates, creating a landscape in miniature. Halfway through the sick, you notice channels carved into the walls at about shoulder height. These are water conduits, engineered with such precision that they carried water from mountain springs into the city, with almost no loss to evaporation or leakage. You run your fingers along one, feeling the smooth interior worn by centuries of flowing water. The Nabateans understood something fundamental. In the desert, water is power, and controlling water means controlling trade, prosperity, and survival itself. Looking more closely at the water channel, you can see how the engineers calculated the angle of descent with remarkable accuracy. Too steep and the water would flow too fast, eroding the channel. Too shallow and sediment would accumulate, clogging the system. They found the perfect gradient and maintained it for the entire length of the sick, a feat that required not just skill, but deep understanding of hydraulics and mathematics. The path curves and narrows, then widens slightly, then narrows again. This winding approach serves multiple purposes. It makes the city easier to defend, it provides shade, and it builds anticipation with each turn. You can't see what's ahead until you're almost upon it, and each bend reveals new details. A carved niche that once held a sacred stone, a section where the rock appears almost translucent when light hits it at the right angle, and a place where flash flood debris from centuries ago still clings to a high ledge. In one of these niches you spot a small carved figure, worn almost smooth by time but still recognisable as a deity or protective spirit. Someone has left an offering of flowers at its base, recent enough that they haven't completely dried out. You wonder if this is a continuation of ancient practice or a new tradition started by modern visitors. Either way, it speaks to something persistent in human nature, this desire to acknowledge the sacred, to leave something behind, to participate in ritual. You pause at one section where the walls nearly touch overhead, creating a natural archway of stone. Here, in the coolest part of the sick, you can smell the mineral scent of ancient rock, clean and somehow timeless. A small lizard watches you from a crevice, its scales catching what little light penetrates this far into the gorge. It blinks slowly, unimpressed by yet another human passing through its territory. The sick is not completely straight, and with each turn you lose sight of the entrance behind you and cannot yet see what lies ahead. This creates a feeling of suspension, of existing between worlds. The modern world has fallen away, not yet replaced by whatever waits at the end of this stone corridor. You're in a space that belongs entirely to itself, governed by its own rules of light and shadow, sound and silence. Other travellers move through the sick at their own pace. An elderly man walks slowly, stopping frequently to rest and look upward. A young couple hurries past, eager and impatient, their voices echoing off the walls. You settle into your own rhythm, not too fast, not too slow, trying to absorb everything your senses offer. The cool air, the quality of light, the texture of stone, and the vast sense of time pressing in from all sides. At one point you hear water, actual flowing water, not just the memory of it. Following the sound, you discover a small spring emerging from the rock face, creating a wet patch on the wall where moss and tiny plants grow. The water trickles down into one of the ancient channels, still following the path carved for it 2,000 years ago. You cup your hand and catch some of the water, tasting it. It's cold and clean, slightly mineral, exactly what water should taste like when it comes straight from deep inside the earth. The sick begins to brighten ahead, sunlight spilling around a corner in a way that makes you squint. You can hear voices now too, other visitors who have reached the end and are reacting to what they've found there. Their exclamations echo back toward you, wordless expressions of awe that need no translation. Your pace quickens slightly, not because you're in a hurry, but because something in you senses that the real marvel lies just ahead, around this next curve, through this corridor of stone that has funneled travellers toward wonder for 2,000 years. You take a deep breath, preparing yourself for whatever comes next, even though preparation is probably futile. Some experiences cannot be prepared for. Some moments exist outside the realm of expectation, dwelling instead in pure experience, in the shock of beauty, and in the confrontation with human capability that exceeds what you thought possible. This is one of those moments you sense, and you're right, and then you see it, though see feels like too small a word for what happens when the treasury reveals itself through the narrow gap of the Essex. At first, just a vertical slice of facade appears between the canyon walls, glowing rose gold in the morning sun. Then, as you take another step, another few feet of carved cliff face emerges, and another, until finally you stand in the open space before it, your neck craned back, your mouth slightly open, rendered completely silent by the sheer audacity of what ancient hands created here. The treasury, Al-Khazne in the local language, rises 130 feet from the sandy plaza floor, carved entirely from the living rock of the cliff behind it. Not built, carved. The builders started at the top and worked downward, chiseling away everything that wasn't this magnificent facade, revealing rather than constructing. You try to imagine the faith required to begin such a project, the certainty that the stone would cooperate, that the vision in someone's mind could be translated into this reality. The lower level features 6 massive columns, each one perfect despite being carved from the same continuous piece of cliff as everything around it. Between and behind these columns, doorways lead into cool darkness, chambers cut deep into the rock. Above this, a second level rises with more columns, more detail, and more impossible precision, and crowning it all, a circular structure topped with an urn that legend says contains the treasure that gave this monument its name. You walk closer, your sandals quiet on the sand that has blown into this plaza over centuries. The morning light hits the facade at an angle that makes the stone seem to glow from within, and you understand that the Nabateans didn't choose this rose-coloured sandstone by accident. They built, carved, with light in mind, understanding how it would transform their work throughout the day, throughout the seasons, and throughout the ages. Details emerge as you approach. Carved figures stand in niches, dancing Amazons according to local knowledge, though their features have softened over 2 millennia of wind and rare rain. Floral motifs curve along capitals and cornices. Geometric patterns create visual rhythms that draw your eye upward and upward until you're dizzy with looking. You notice that the stone itself contains subtle colour variations. A seam of deep burgundy here, a band of cream there, and streaks of orange and pink swirling together like some cosmic painter's palette. A merchant you met in the caravan stands beside you now, and you realise you've both been staring in silence for several minutes. He laughs quietly and says something about how he's seen the treasury 24 times, and it still makes him feel like a child seeing magic for the first time. You nod, understanding completely. There's something about the scale of human ambition here, the sheer devotion required to imagine this, and then make it real, that shrinks your modern concerns down to their proper size. You notice now that the plaza in front of the treasury is actually quite large, capable of holding hundreds of people. This wasn't just a tomb or a temple, it was a statement, a declaration carved in stone. We are the Nabateans, and this is what we can do. This is our power, our wealth, our skill and our vision. Remember us. And you do remember them standing here 2,000 years later exactly as they hoped. The facade shows signs of damage in places, bullet holes from treasure hunters who took the legend of the urn's contents literally, cracks from earthquakes, and sections where the softer stone has eroded faster than the harder. But these imperfections somehow make it more real, more touching. Perfect preservation would make it a museum piece. These scars remind you that the treasury has survived, persisted, and endured through everything time and humans could throw at it. You walk to one of the doorways and step inside. The interior is surprisingly simple compared to the elaborate facade. Large rectangular chambers with smooth walls and high ceilings. The temperature drops immediately, the thick rock walls maintaining a coolness that feels almost shocking after the warm day outside. Someone has left an offering of flowers in one corner, already wilting in the dry air. A small gesture of reverence to whoever this monument was built to honour. The main chamber measures roughly 40 feet square, the walls rising to a ceiling that disappears into darkness above. Your footsteps echo in the empty space, and you realise that acoustics were probably considered in the design. Sound behaves differently in here, softer but also somehow more present, as if the stone itself remembers voices and occasionally whispers them back. You run your hand along the wall, feeling tool marks invisible to the eye but present to touch. Thousands of careful strikes with chisel and hammer, each one removing a tiny amount of stone, each one part of the larger vision. The patience required staggers you. This isn't work that could be rushed. This is work that required dedication spanning years, probably decades, probably generations of craftsmen passing skills and knowledge down through their families. In a corner of the chamber you notice graffiti scratched into the stone. Not modern vandalism, but ancient visitors leaving their marks. One inscription is in Nabatean script, another in what might be Greek, and a third in a language you don't recognise at all. People have been visiting this place and wanting to record their presence for as long as the treasury has existed. You resist the urge to add your own mark, feeling that the practice has shifted from documentation to desecration somewhere along the millennia. Back outside, you find a spot of shade and simply sit, watching how the light changes on the carved surface as the sun continues its climb. Other travellers arrive, gasping and pointing, going through the same progression of awe you just experienced. You notice how the treasury seems to change colour as the sun moves. What was rose gold an hour ago now tends more toward deep salmon, and in another hour it will shift again. A young woman sits near you, also just watching. After a while, she says quietly that she's an architect, and this breaks her brain. The engineering required, the vision, the skill, it all exceeds what should be possible with the tools available at the time. You ask what she means, and she explains. These aren't small decorative carvings. This is structural work at a massive scale, and it had to be done perfectly because there are no second chances. You can't add stone back once it's removed. Every strike of the chisel had to be precisely calculated and executed. One major error and the entire facade could have been ruined. She stands and approaches the treasury again, gesturing at the columns. To make columns that appear to be separate but are actually part of the continuous cliff face, she says, "You need to understand not just what the finished product should look like, but exactly how to remove stone in 3 dimensions to create the illusion of independent structures. It's subtractive sculpture on an impossible scale, and it's architectural engineering, and it's mathematical precision, all combined." The Nabateans were operating at a level of sophistication that most people don't appreciate. A vendor has set up a small carpet nearby, selling cool drinks and dried fruit to overwhelmed visitors. You accept a cup of pomegranate juice, sweet and tart on your tongue, and listen as he tells stories about the treasury in an accent thick as honey. Some stories are clearly exaggerated. No, King Solomon's djinn didn't carve this overnight. But others hold the weight of possibility. Hidden chambers not yet discovered, treasures beyond the urn, which, he admits with a grin, is solid stone all the way through, riddled with bullet holes from fortune seekers who learned that lesson the hard way. He tells you that local Bedouin legends say the treasury was carved by a pharaoh who pursued Moses across the desert and needed a place to store his wealth. This is historically unlikely, but you appreciate the story anyway. Every culture that encounters Petra creates explanations for it, weaves it into their own mythology, and makes it part of their narrative. The treasury doesn't just belong to the Nabateans anymore, it belongs to human imagination. You purchase some dates from the vendor and they're perfect, sweet and slightly chewy, with that concentrated sugar flavour that makes them almost like candy. He tells you they're from a grove near a Kaaba, grown in the same soil that's produced dates for thousands of years. The Nabateans would have eaten dates just like these, carried them on long trading journeys, and used them to sweeten their lives in small, ordinary ways. The morning advances toward midday, and you know you should move on and explore more of Petra, but you're reluctant to leave the treasury. It has a gravity to it, an invisible pull that makes departure difficult. Finally, you force yourself to stand, to shoulder your pack, to turn away from the carved facade. But you look back 3 times before the plaza is out of sight, unwilling to let it go, needing these last glimpses to carry with you. Beyond the treasury, the city of Petra unfolds like a stone garden, and you venture deeper into its heart. The central colonnade stretches before you, a broad avenue that once bustled with traders, priests and citizens going about their daily business. Now it exists in partial ruin, columns standing at attention like soldiers who never received orders to stand down, others toppled by earthquakes that shook this region centuries ago. You walk among these remnants, trying to reconstruct the scene as it might have been. Market stalls would have lined this street, their awnings providing shade, their goods creating a sensory festival. Spices from India, silk from China, frankincense from Arabia, and olive oil from the Mediterranean. The Nabateans sat at the crossroads of the ancient world, and everything worth trading passed through their hands, leaving a percentage of its value behind. The colonnade itself shows evidence of multiple construction phases. Some columns are clearly older than others, the stone more weathered, and the capitals different in style. The city grew and changed over centuries, adapting to new influences, new wealth, and new needs. You can read this history in the architecture like rings in a tree, each layer telling its own story. Ahead, you spot what must have been a fountain, a large carved basin set into an architectural niche. Dry now, but still beautiful. You approach it and see the remains of decorative carvings around its rim, patterns that echo the natural swirls in the sandstone itself. You imagine it full of water, surrounded by travellers and locals alike, everyone grateful for this precious resource in the desert heat. The fountain's basin is carved from a single piece of stone, and you marvel at the effort required to quarry, transport and position something this large. Even with modern equipment, moving this basin would be challenging. The Nabateans managed it with human and animal power, with clever use of levers and rollers, and with the kind of patient determination that seems almost extinct in your own era of instant gratification. A cat appears from behind a fallen column, regarding you with a universal expression of feline superiority. It's orange and white and well fed enough that clearly someone in the modern Bedouin community that lives nearby takes care of it. The cat performs an elaborate stretch, front legs extended, rear end elevated, making it abundantly clear that it owns this particular section of ancient street. You're merely visiting. The cat approaches you cautiously, decides you're acceptable, and begins weaving around your ankles in that way cats have perfected over millennia of training humans to feed them. You scratch behind its ears, and it purrs loud enough to echo off the nearby columns. For a moment you're connected to every person who ever paused on this street to pet a friendly cat, because some things transcend time and culture. People have always loved small animals that deign to tolerate our presence. Along the edges of the colonnade, cave openings mark residential areas carved into the cliff faces. These aren't the elaborate tomb facades you see throughout Petra. These are simpler, more practical spaces where people actually lived. You climb a rough-hewn staircase to reach one, your hand trailing along the rock wall for balance. The entrance is low, you duck to enter, and inside you find a series of rooms carved in a simple but efficient layout. The main room would have been the living area, with smaller chambers branching off for storage and sleeping. The walls are surprisingly smooth, showing tool marks only in the corners where precision mattered less. You can see where shelves were carved directly into the rock, where oil lamps would have sat in niches, and where the ceiling rises higher to allow smoke from cooking fires to gather and escape through a carefully engineered vent. Standing in this ancient home, you can almost feel the lives that were lived here. A mother grinding grain in the cool morning, children playing in the doorway while their father prepared for a trading journey. Evening meals were shared while the day's heat finally broke. Arguments and laughter, births and deaths, all the ordinary moments that make up a life, played out in rooms carved from living stone. One of the sleeping chambers still has what looks like the remnants of plaster on the walls. Painted plaster, though the pigments have faded to barely visible ghosts of colour. You can just make out geometric patterns, perhaps floral designs, decoration that made this cave into a home, that added beauty to function, that proved even 2,000 years ago people wanted more than just shelter. They wanted aesthetically pleasing shelter. You notice that the floors aren't level. They're slightly sloped toward the entrance, a deliberate design choice that would have helped water drain out during the rare but intense desert rains. Even in homes carved from stone, even in places that seem permanent and unchanging, the Nabateans, prepared for water, respected it and designed around it. In the desert, water is never an afterthought. Returning to the colonnade, you find yourself thinking about social structure in ancient Petra. The elaborate tombs and temples suggest a hierarchical society, wealthy merchants and nobles at the top, priests and administrators next, craftsmen and traders in the middle, and labourers at the bottom. But the shared water systems, the public fountains, and the relatively modest homes, even for the wealthy, suggest a society that valued community cohesion. You can't run a successful trading empire if your social structure constantly threatens to collapse into conflict. Back on the main avenue, you notice a group of modern Bedouin guides taking their lunch in the shade of a particularly large fallen column. They wave you over with the immediate hospitality that seems to be programmed into desert peoples everywhere. Within moments, you're sitting cross-legged on a worn carpet, accepting flatbread and soft cheese, listening to stories told in a mixture of languages supplemented with expansive gestures. The food is simple, but satisfying. The bread still warm, the cheese tangy and creamy, and some olives that taste like sunshine and salt. Someone passes you a cup of strong coffee, thick and sweet, and you sip it carefully because it's very hot. The guides laugh at something one of them said, slapping their knees, and even though you don't understand the joke, you smile, because laughter is contagious and context independent. One of the older guides, his face creased like well-worn leather, tells you about finding ancient coins after heavy rains, about discovering new chambers that tourists never see, and about the time a flash flood roared through the sick with such violence that it moved boulders the size of camels. His hands shape the story in the air, and you can see the water rising and feel the thunder of its passage. He laughs at the memory, not because floods aren't dangerous, but because surviving them earns you bragging rights that last a lifetime. The conversation turns to daily life in ancient Petra, and the guides share knowledge passed down through generations of living in and around these ruins. The Nabateans, they explain, were practical people. They carved their city from stone not for aesthetics alone, but because stone doesn't burn, doesn't rot, and lasts essentially forever in a desert climate. They built for their descendants, for eternity, and they succeeded beyond probably even their own imaginations. You learn that during Petra's height, this central street would have been shaded by fabric awnings stretched between the columns, making it possible to shop and trade even during the brutal midday heat. Wealthy merchants lived in carved homes with multiple rooms and elaborate facades, while poorer citizens made do with simpler cave dwellings on the outskirts. Everyone, regardless of status, had access to the city's water system, a democratic approach to precious resources that helped maintain social stability. One of the younger guides points out a section of the colonnade where you can still see post holes carved into the stone, evidence of those awnings, proof that this street once offered shade and relative comfort. He explains that the fabric would have been brightly coloured, dyed in reds and blues and yellows, creating a vibrant canopy overhead. The street would have been colourful in a way that's hard to imagine now, looking at the bare stone and sand. Trade goods would have been displayed on low tables or spread on carpets, the guide continues. Merchants called out their wares, hagglers negotiated prices, and money changers sat at small tables converting various currencies because traders came from all over the known world. It would have been loud, chaotic, and exciting. A true crossroads where different languages mingled, where news from distant lands spread, and where the exotic became ordinary through constant exposure. The guides also tell you about the social customs of ancient Petra, the little rituals of daily life. When traders arrived, they would have been greeted by city officials who assessed their goods for taxation purposes. Temples required offerings from those seeking divine favour for their business deals. Public baths. Yes, the Nabateans had public baths, an innovation borrowed from their Greek and Roman neighbours, served as social centres where business and gossip flowed as freely as the water. You ask about entertainment, and the guides exchange glances, grinning. There was a theatre here, one of them says, actually 2 theatres carved into the hillsides. The Nabateans enjoyed Greek-style drama, comedy and music. They weren't austere desert ascetics. They were cosmopolitan, sophisticated and interested in art and culture as much as profit. They wanted to enjoy their wealth, not just accumulate it. One guide mentions the remains of what was probably a tavern or inn near the colonnade, and suddenly you can imagine tired traders stumbling in after a long journey, calling for wine and food, swapping stories about dangerous mountain passes and profitable deals, boasting about their exploits and complaining about their competitors. Human nature doesn't change much. The details shift, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. The guides insist on showing you what they consider Petra's true marvel, not the carved facades, impressive as they are, but the water systems that made everything else possible. You follow them to what looks like an unremarkable channel, carved into the rock face along one street. Water once flowed here, they explain, brought from springs in the mountains through an engineering system so sophisticated that modern experts still study it with admiration and a touch of envy. You walk along this ancient aqueduct, following its path as it curves with the natural contours of the landscape. Every so often, you spot evidence of the Nabatean engineer's cleverness, a settling basin where sediment could drop out of the water flow, a gentle curve designed to maintain constant water pressure, and a covered section that prevented evaporation during the hottest parts of the day. The system wasn't just one channel, but a network of channels, cisterns and dams that collected every possible drop of water from the seasonal rains and mountain runoff. The Nabateans understood that water doesn't just appear when you need it. It must be captured, stored, and distributed with care. In this understanding, they built an entire civilization. One of the guides kneels beside the channel and traces the interior with his finger, showing you how smooth it is. This smoothness wasn't accidental, he explains. It reduced friction, allowing water to flow more efficiently. Every detail was calculated. Every feature served a purpose. The Nabateans were engineers who thought in terms of systems, understanding that water management required considering everything from mountain springs to individual homes. He points out where smaller channels branched off from this main aqueduct, carrying water to different districts of the city. Each branch had its own control mechanism, stone plugs that could be removed or inserted to direct water where it was needed most. During droughts, water would be rationed, with priority given to drinking and cooking. During abundant periods, excess water went to gardens, fountains, and the public baths. You continue following the main channel, and it leads you upward, climbing the hillside in a carefully calculated gradient. The guides explain that this particular aqueduct brought water from a spring over 6 miles away, maintaining a consistent downward slope the entire distance. The engineering survey work alone would have been an impressive feat. Imagine mapping a route over miles of rocky terrain, calculating elevations and determining the optimal path, all without modern instruments. At several points along the route, you see evidence of repairs made over the centuries. The Nabateans maintained their water systems religiously because their survival depended on it. Later inhabitants, Romans and Byzantines, continued the maintenance because the system was too valuable to abandon. Even after Petra was largely depopulated, local Bedouin tribes used parts of the water system, keeping sections functional up to the present day. One of the guides leads you to a large cistern carved deep into the rock, its opening protected by a low wall that prevents accidents. You lean over carefully and look down into cool darkness. Somewhere far below, water still collects. Not much, but enough that you can hear the occasional drip echoing in the chamber. This particular cistern, you're told, could hold enough water to supply the city for months if rains failed, which they sometimes did. The cistern's interior walls are plastered to prevent seepage, though much of the plaster has deteriorated over time. At the bottom, you can just barely make out the glint of water, perhaps 20 feet down. A metal chain hangs down the wall, a modern addition to help anyone who accidentally falls in, though the guides joke that falling into ancient cisterns is not recommended as a tourist activity. Near the cistern, someone has carved a warning in Nabatean script, still legible after all these centuries. The guide translates roughly. It warns against polluting the water supply and declares the punishment for such a crime to be severe. Water theft was apparently the most serious offence a person could commit in ancient Petra, worse than stealing gold or goods. You can understand why. Gold might make you rich, but water keeps you alive. The guide shares a story about a 19th century explorer who tried to map Petra's entire water system and gave up after weeks of work, having traced only a fraction of its extent. The system was simply too complex and too extensive, with channels running under streets, through buildings, and across valleys on aqueduct bridges that have since collapsed. Modern archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar continue to discover previously unknown sections. You continue following the water channels, and they lead you to what must have been a garden area. The soil here is different, darker, richer, and clearly enriched by centuries of water flow and organic matter. You can still see the remnants of the irrigation system, small channels branching off the main aqueduct to water individual planting beds. In the desert, a garden isn't just decoration, it's a statement of power, a demonstration that you command enough water to waste some on beauty. One of the younger guides kneels and digs in the soil, pulling up a shard of pottery. It's glazed in a pale green colour, decorated with a simple geometric pattern. Part of a plant pot, he suggests, or maybe a serving dish from when this garden hosted parties and gatherings. He hands it to you, and you turn it over in your hands, marvelling at how something so fragile survived when entire empires crumbled. The garden area overlooks the main city, offering a view across carved facades and ancient streets. You can imagine Nabatean nobles sitting here in the evening, enjoying the cool air and the sound of water trickling through irrigation channels, discussing politics and trade while surrounded by flowers and fruit trees that had no business surviving in a desert climate. The garden would have been a demonstration of their victory over nature, their ability to bend even the harsh desert to their will. Looking at the garden's layout, you notice it was terraced, with each level slightly lower than the one above it. This allowed water to flow naturally from one terrace to the next, ensuring even distribution and preventing waste. Even in ornamental spaces, even in areas designed purely for pleasure, the Nabateans maintained their engineering precision and respect for water's value. The afternoon heat has built to its peak now, and you understand viscerally why the Nabateans spent so much effort on water systems. Without constant hydration, the desert becomes genuinely dangerous. You drink from your water skin, grateful for it, and think about how different life must have been when every drop had to be consciously managed, when running out meant death, and when rain was literally a blessing worth celebrating with festivals and offerings to the gods. One of the guides mentions that during major festivals, the Nabateans would sometimes run wine through their fountain systems instead of water, a display of wealth so extravagant it borders on absurd. Imagine standing in the plaza and seeing wine flowing from public fountains, available to anyone who wanted it. It would have been both generous hospitality and an unmistakable demonstration of power. We have so much wealth that we can literally pour wine into the streets. You ask about water quality, and the guides explain that the settling basins you saw weren't just for removing sediment. The Nabateans understood that allowing water to sit exposed to air for a period improved its taste and quality. They didn't know about aeration or oxidation in modern scientific terms, but they understood the practical result. Water tasted better after sitting in an open basin for a while. The water systems also included something unexpected. Public fountains positioned at regular intervals throughout the city, available to all residents regardless of wealth or status. This democratic approach to water distribution helped maintain social cohesion. In a society where wealth inequality could easily lead to unrest, ensuring everyone had access to clean water was both practical governance and a humanitarian consideration. As you walk back toward the main city, following the aqueduct downhill, you pass several more cisterns, another settling basin, and what looks like an ancient watermill, though so little remains that it's hard to be certain. The guides confirm your guess. Yes, the Nabateans used water power to grind grain, another borrowed innovation that they adapted to their needs and refined through their characteristic engineering precision. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the western horizon, you make your way to the religious heart of Petra, a complex of temples that show the Nabatean relationship with the divine. The largest, the Great Temple, sprawls across a terrace carved and built into the hillside. Climbing the ancient steps, you feel the temperature still radiating from the stone, hours of absorbed sunlight slowly releasing. The temple's layout reveals itself in layers. First, a large courtyard where worshippers would have gathered. Then, a series of columns leading to the temple proper, some still standing, others reduced to drums of stone lying like scattered coins. The columns that remain upright cast long shadows in the late afternoon light, creating patterns on the ground that shift and dance as you move between them. What strikes you most is the synthesis of styles. The Nabateans were traders, exposed to Egyptian, Greek, Roman and Arabian influences, and their religious architecture reflects this cultural crossroads. You see Egyptian-style capitals next to Corinthian columns and Arabian geometric patterns alongside Hellenistic sculptures. Rather than creating confusion, this blending feels intentional, even harmonious, a visual representation of a people comfortable moving between worlds. The columns themselves are remarkable works of engineering. Each one is carved from a single piece of stone, fluted with precision, and topped with capitals that show different decorative styles. Some columns have been re-erected by archaeologists, and you can see the modern concrete used to join the ancient drums together. These repairs are obvious up close, but from a distance, the columns once again stand as they did centuries ago, supporting nothing but sky, yet still magnificent. You enter what was once the inner sanctum, now open to the sky. The walls here are carved with niches that would have held statues or offerings. Some still contained fragments. A stone hand here, part of a face there, pieces of gods whose names have been largely forgotten. The Nabateans worshipped Tushara, their primary deity, often represented as a block of stone rather than a human form. You spot what might be one of these sacred blocks in a corner, worn smooth by time and the touch of countless faithful hands. The inner sanctum floor is paved with fitted stones, many displaced by earthquakes but still showing the original pattern. In the centre, a rectangular depression marks what was probably an altar where priests made offerings. Animals sacrificed, incense burned, and wine poured out as libation. You can almost smell the smoke of ancient fires and hear the prayers and chants that filled this space during religious ceremonies. Along one wall you find a series of inscriptions in Nabatean script. These are dedications from worshippers. You're told by a guide who has followed you into the temple. They thanked Ashara for safe journeys, successful business deals, healthy children, and victories over enemies. The concerns of ancient people, expressed in language you can't read but can absolutely understand because human hopes and fears don't change much across millennia. A smaller temple nearby appears to have been dedicated to Al-Uzza, a goddess the Nabateans identified with Venus. This structure features more delicate carvings. Flowers and vines wind up the columns, and you can still make out what might be doves or other birds among the decorative elements. Someone has left modern flowers at what was probably the altar, a continuation of devotion across 2,000 years, even if the specific deity has changed. The Al-Uzza temple is smaller but more intimate than the Great Temple. Its proportions feel more human-scaled, less intended to overwhelm with grandeur, and more designed to create a space for personal connection with the divine. The chambers here are smaller, the decorations more detailed, suggesting this was perhaps a place for individual prayer rather than large public ceremonies. You sit on a low wall that once separated sacred space from common ground, and watch the light change on the temples. The stone shifts from bright gold to deeper orange, then toward that particular shade of red-pink that seems to exist only in Petra. Other visitors wander through, some photographing, others just experiencing. A small child breaks away from her parents and spins in circles among the columns, her laughter echoing off ancient walls, and you can't help but smile at the thought that children probably did exactly the same thing 2 millennia ago. The wind picks up slightly, and you notice how it sounds different moving through the temple complex, whistling around columns, moaning through empty window frames and creating unintentional music. The Nabateans must have heard this same wind song and must have attributed meaning to its variations. Perhaps certain winds were considered good omens, others warnings. Perhaps the priests claimed to interpret the messages carried on desert air. You stand and explore the smaller structures surrounding the main temples, what look like administrative buildings, storage rooms, and possibly living quarters for priests and temple workers. These are less elaborate, but no less interesting in their way. One building still has sections of its roof intact, creating a cool, shadowed space that offers relief from the afternoon heat. You step inside and find what might have been an archive room, with carved slots in the walls where scrolls or tablets could have been stored. The archive room makes you think about all the records that were kept here. Temple accounts, religious texts, copies of important contracts blessed by priests, and astronomical observations used to determine festival dates. Almost all of it is gone now. Papyrus and parchment rotted away centuries ago, knowledge lost to time and the desert's harsh preservation requirements. Stone survives, organic materials mostly don't. In another small building, you find what was clearly a kitchen area, a hearth built into one wall, a smoke-blackened ceiling, and carved channels that would have directed water for washing. Even priests need to eat, and temple life included mundane activities alongside religious ceremonies. There's something comforting about finding this kitchen, about being reminded that sacred and ordinary coexisted, that holiness didn't preclude hunger. You find ancient graffiti scratched into one wall of the kitchen area, names, dates, and declarations of love or importance. One inscription makes you laugh. It's a complaint about the quality of the bread written in Nabatean script. 2,000 years ago, some temple worker was apparently so annoyed by bad bread that he felt compelled to carve his displeasure into permanent stone. Some things truly are universal. Returning to the main temple courtyard, you notice how the complex is oriented to catch specific angles of sunlight during different seasons. During the summer solstice, the rising sun would have illuminated the main altar. During the winter solstice, it would have lit a different section. The Nabateans built their temples as solar calendars, using architecture to mark time's passage and connect human ritual to celestial cycles. The temple's position also offers commanding views of the surrounding city and landscape. Standing here, you can see the entire central valley, the dark line of the sick cutting through cliffs, and distant tomb facades glowing in the afternoon light. This wasn't accidental positioning. The temples literally and figuratively look down upon the city, reminding everyone of the god's presence, the priest's authority, and the sacred dimension underlying everyday life. You wonder what festivals looked like here. Processions climbing the temple steps, priests in elaborate robes, musicians playing instruments now lost, and people singing hymns in languages nobody speaks anymore. Sacrificial animals were led to the altar, their blood offered to gods who may or may not have existed, but certainly existed in the hearts and minds of the faithful. Incense smoke rising toward the sky, prayers ascending with it, and hopes and fears laid before the divine. One of the columns has fallen in such a way that you can easily examine its capital up close. The carving is exquisite. Acanthus leaves curl and spiral with botanical accuracy, and between them, small figures emerge. Dancing women, musicians and creatures that might be sacred animals or mythological beings. Each figure is distinct, detailed, and clearly carved by someone who cared about their work and who wanted it to be beautiful as well as structurally sound. The quality of light changes dramatically as the sun approaches the horizon. Everything takes on a warmer glow, softer somehow, as if the desert itself is preparing for rest. You make your way to the monastery, Adia, a structure even larger than the treasury but requiring a significant climb to reach. 800 steps carved into the rock face led upward, and you begin the ascent. The climb is gradual enough that it's not too taxing if you take it slowly, pausing occasionally to look back at the view. With each level gained, more of Petra reveals itself below you, the entire valley spreading out in shades of rose and gold, the carved facades catching the light, and the dark snake of the Seek cutting through the cliffs. You can see why the ancients put important structures on high ground. The view alone inspires reverence. The steps themselves are fascinating in their variety. Some are carefully carved and uniform in height and depth. Others are natural formations, modified just enough to be passable. A few sections include handholds carved into the adjacent rock face, suggesting that even the Nabateans found these particular stretches challenging. Your legs begin to protest the sustained climbing, but you push on, curious to see what waits at the top. Halfway up, you disturb a small herd of wild goats that apparently use these ancient stairs as their personal highway. They scatter with indignant bleating, hooves clicking on stone, then stop a safe distance away to stare at you accusingly. One kid performs a little hop of pure goat exuberance, apparently just because it can, and you have to laugh at its enthusiasm for verticality. The goats are perfectly adapted to this environment, navigating steep rock faces with casual confidence that makes your careful climbing seem clumsy. You watch them for a moment as they resume their own journey, moving almost vertically up a cliff face that you wouldn't attempt without modern climbing equipment. They reach an impossible ledge, settle down in a patch of shade and proceed to ignore you completely. You pass several carved monuments on the way up, smaller than the monastery but still impressive. These are tombs, shrines, or possibly both, their facades simplified compared to the elaborate structures in the main city. Up here, the focus seems to have been less on decoration and more on the act of climbing itself, the pilgrimage aspect of reaching these heights. One particularly interesting monument features a large carved niche with a relief showing what might be a deity or important figure. The carving has been worn smooth by wind and time, details lost, but you can still make out the basic form. A standing figure with raised arms, perhaps in blessing, perhaps in worship, perhaps in simple greeting to whoever made the climb to visit them. As you climb higher, the vegetation changes. Down in the valley, plant life is sparse and specialised. Up here, you find slightly more variety. Hardy shrubs, small flowers tucked into crevices, and even a stunted tree growing at an angle from a crack in the rock. Life finds a way, even in the most unlikely places, and seeing these plants thriving despite everything fills you with something like hope. The monastery finally appears around a curve, and even though you were expecting it, the scale still shocks you. This facade measures 150 feet across and over 150 feet tall, larger than the treasury, less ornate, but somehow more powerful in its relative simplicity. The central doorway stands 46 feet high, proportioned for giants or gods rather than ordinary humans, You cross the plaza in front of the monastery, your footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Most tourists don't make the climb, so up here you find relative solitude. Just you, the monument, and the vast desert landscape spreading in all directions. The monastery faces west, perfectly positioned to catch the sunset, and you find a comfortable rock to sit on, settling in to wait for the light show you've been told about. The facade shows some weathering, the doorway frame is still crisp and clear, but decorative elements on the upper levels have softened. Details lost to millennia of wind carrying sand particles that slowly erode even stone. Yet the overall structure remains sound, still standing proud after 2,000 years of desert weather, earthquakes, and simple passage of time. You walk to the doorway and step inside. Like the treasury, the interior is relatively simple, one large chamber carved into the mountain with smooth and unadorned walls. But the space feels different up here, more sacred somehow, or perhaps just more remote, separated from the world by elevation and effort. Standing in the chamber, you can hear the wind moving across the facade outside, a low whistle that might have been interpreted as a divine voice by those who came here seeking guidance. Back outside, you notice details you missed at first. Small carved channels run along the plaza floor, another water collection system, ensuring that even up here, at this remote height, precious rainwater could be captured and directed to cisterns. The Nabateans' obsession with water management extended to every corner of their territory, every structure they built. As the sun sinks lower, the sandstone begins to glow, not reflect light, glow, as if illuminated from within. The colour deepens from rose to coral to deep orange-red, so vivid it almost seems artificial. You watch the transformation, understanding why ancient peoples worshipped the sun, seeing in its daily death and resurrection a powerful metaphor for eternal return, for hope, for the persistence of life against darkness. The mountains in the distance turn purple and deep blue, their shadows lengthening across the valleys below. The air cools noticeably, that dramatic temperature shift that deserts specialise in. You pull a light cloak from your pack and wrap it around your shoulders, grateful for the warmth while still enjoying the spectacular light show unfolding before you. A raven lands on the top of the monastery's urn, silhouetted against the sky. It calls out, a harsh, echoing sound that somehow fits the moment perfectly. Another raven answers from somewhere in the cliffs, and for a moment you're part of a conversation between birds, rocks, and the fading day. Other visitors have made the climb and now sit scattered across the plaza, all watching the same transformation you're witnessing. Nobody speaks. There's nothing to say. Sometimes beauty simply demands silence, and this is one of those moments. The only sounds are the wind, the occasional call of a bird, and the quiet breathing of awed humans watching stone turn to fire. The sun touches the horizon, and the light intensifies for just a minute or two, everything burning with colour. The monastery facade seems to vibrate with intensity, every carved detail picked out in brilliant relief, shadows deep and dramatic. This is the climax. The moment everything has been building toward, and it exceeds all expectations. Then it's gone, dropping below the earth's edge with a suddenness that only happens in deserts and at sea. The stone fades immediately, colour draining like water, leaving behind greys and purples and deepening shadows. The show is over. The desert night approaches, and with it the cold you were warned about. In the twilight, you begin your descent, more careful now with reduced visibility. The stairs seem different in this light, older somehow, more mysterious. You can imagine ancient priests making this climb in the dark, torches lighting their way, chanting prayers or hymns that echoed off the canyon walls. You can almost hear those voices and feel the weight of ritual and belief that saturated this place for centuries. The descent takes longer than the climb because you're being cautious, testing each step before committing your weight. Other visitors descend around you, everyone quiet, still processing what they've witnessed. The cooling air carries the scent of stone and sparse vegetation, clean and sharp in your nostrils. About halfway down, you pause to look back at the monastery one last time. In the gathering darkness, it's barely visible. Just a darker shape against the darkening cliff, already receding into shadow and memory. Tomorrow the sun will rise again and bring it back to brilliant life. But for now it rests in darkness, patient and eternal, waiting as it has waited for 2,000 years. Back at the caravan camp that night, you sit around the fire with the guides and other travellers, and conversation turns to Petra's rediscovery by the Western world. The city was never truly lost. Local Bedouin tribes knew of it, used it, and protected it for centuries while Europe forgot it existed. But in 1812, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt arrived in the region, disguised as an Arab Muslim, and became the first European to see Petra in modern times. One of the guides tells the story with obvious amusement at how excited Burckhardt apparently became despite trying to maintain his disguise. Imagine, he says, pretending you're not interested while facing the treasury for the first time, trying not to stare while your mind is completely blown. The other guides laugh, and someone adds that the local Bedouin who guided Burckhardt there must have found his barely contained enthusiasm highly entertaining. Burckhardt couldn't stay long or examine the site properly without arousing suspicion about his true identity and purpose, the guide continues. He made sketches from memory after leaving, wrote descriptions based on a brief visit, and died a few years later without ever returning. But his published accounts sparked Western imagination, and soon other explorers, artists and archaeologists began making the journey to Petra. The fire crackles and pops, sending sparks upward into the night sky. Someone adds more wood, and the flames leap higher, casting dancing shadows across faces gathered in the circle. The warmth feels good after the day's walking and climbing, and you stretch your tired legs toward the heat gratefully. The rediscovery brought archaeologists, artists, explorers, and eventually tourists. The guides have mixed feelings about this. Pride that their ancestral lands are recognised as important, wariness about the impact of thousands of feet wearing down ancient pathways, and frustration when tourists treat the site carelessly. One older guide mentions that his grandfather remembered when you could still find intact pottery just lying in the sand, before collectors and museums took everything that wasn't nailed down, and some things that were. A younger guide argues that without international attention, Petra might have crumbled completely. The Jordanian government might not have invested in preservation. Archaeologists wouldn't have discovered so much about Nabatean culture and history. Tourism brings money that supports local communities. It's complicated, he says, like most things worth thinking about carefully, but they also acknowledge that international recognition has brought resources for preservation, for study, and for understanding. Archaeologists continue to make discoveries, new tombs, new inscriptions, new evidence of how the Nabateans lived and died. Just last year, someone found what appears to be a previously unknown theatre, carved into a cliff face that had been hidden behind a rockfall. Petra still holds secrets, and still has surprises to offer. You ask about the earthquakes that damaged so much of the city, and the conversation turns sombre. The ancient world existed without the benefit of modern seismology, without warning systems or emergency response. When earthquakes struck, and they struck repeatedly, people just dealt with the aftermath as best they could. Eventually, after enough destruction, after trade routes shifted, after the centre of power moved elsewhere, people simply stopped rebuilding. Petra was gradually abandoned, left to the desert and time. The major earthquakes came in waves, one guide explains. First in the 4th century, then more in the 6th and 7th centuries. Each one brought buildings down, killed people, and destroyed infrastructure. The Nabateans' descendants tried to rebuild after the first few quakes, but eventually the cost became too high. Maintaining a city this elaborate requires enormous resources, and as Petra's strategic importance declined, those resources dried up. Trade routes shifted, he continues, gesturing with his hands to show paths changing. Maritime routes became more important. Different kingdoms rose to power in different regions. Petra went from being the centre of everything to being on the periphery of nothing. And periphery cities don't get the investment needed to rebuild after natural disasters. Someone asks what happened to the population, and the guide shrugs. They scattered mostly. Some moved to other cities, some returned to nomadic lifestyles. Some probably stayed in Petra for generations after it ceased being a major centre, living among the ruins, maintaining what they could, remembering when this place was magnificent. Eventually only the Bedouin remained, and for them Petra was just part of the landscape, not a lost wonder requiring rediscovery. The fire burns low and someone adds more wood, sending sparks spiralling upward into the night sky. Above, stars blaze with the intensity possible only in places far from electric light. You lie back and stare upward, trying to pick out constellations, and realise that the Nabateans saw these same stars, navigated by them, and told stories about them. The stars don't care about the rise and fall of civilizations. They just keep burning, keep wheeling through their eternal patterns. One of the older guides begins telling stories about the Bedouin relationship with Petra. Over the centuries they guarded it. How they showed it to travellers sometimes for fees or gifts. How they protected it from treasure hunters and vandals. How they maintained oral traditions about what various buildings were used for. Information that later proved remarkably accurate when archaeologists began serious excavation. He tells about early archaeologists who came with colonial attitudes, treating local knowledge as primitive superstition, only to discover later that these superstitions contained genuine historical information passed down through generations. One archaeologist apparently spent weeks searching for a particular temple that a Bedouin guide could have shown him immediately. But the archaeologist refused to believe that an uneducated native could know better than his maps and theories. The younger guides laugh at this story, but there's an edge to the laughter. These tensions persist, one says. Foreign archaeologists still sometimes dismiss local knowledge. Tourists treat Bedouin guides as curiosities rather than experts, who know more about Petra than any outsider ever will. The relationship between Petra and the outside world remains complicated, full of power dynamics and cultural misunderstandings. But there are also good stories, another guide adds. Archaeologists who listen, who collaborate, who acknowledge that understanding a place requires respecting the people who live there. Tourists who come with genuine curiosity and leave with genuine appreciation. Scholars who help preserve not just stones, but also the oral traditions and cultural knowledge of the Bedouin communities. You ask about current archaeological work and the guides become animated. There's so much still to discover, they explain. Ground-penetrating radar shows structures buried under sand and debris. Entire sections of the city remain unexcavated. New analysis techniques applied to old finds reveal information previous generations of archaeologists missed. Someone mentions the recent discovery of a massive platform buried under the plaza in front of the treasury. Archaeologists aren't sure yet what it was for. Maybe a massive altar, maybe a ceremonial platform, maybe the foundation for something that was never completed. Each answer they find generates 3 new questions. Petra keeps revealing itself slowly, layer by layer, never giving up all its secrets at once. The conversation eventually winds down as tiredness sets in. People drift off to their tents, calling quiet goodnights, leaving the fire to burn itself out. You remain a while longer, watching the coals glow red and orange, thinking about everything you've seen and learned today. Tomorrow you'll leave this place, but you know it won't leave you. Petra has a way of staying with people, of occupying space in your thoughts long after you've departed. In the morning, you'll walk through the Essek one last time, say your goodbyes to the treasury and the monastery, and carry away memories carved as deeply as the facades themselves. Morning comes again, and this is your last day in Petra. You wake before dawn, wanting to walk through the Sek one more time in the early light, wanting to say goodbye properly to this place that has captured your imagination and won't let go. The Sek is different in the morning light than it was when you first arrived. You know what waits at the end now, so instead of rushing toward the reveal, you take your time, noticing details you missed before. The way water has carved specific patterns into the rock. The places where ancient tool marks are still visible. The the small flowers growing in impossible cracks, their roots finding purchase where none should exist. You run your hand along the wall as you walk, feeling the texture of the stone cool in the early morning. This rock is 400 million years old, formed when this entire region was under a shallow sea. The sandstone contains the compressed remains of ancient beaches, ancient tides, and ancient life. You're touching deep time, geologic time, a scale that makes human civilization seem like brief flickers. The early morning light enters the sick at a different angle than you've seen before, illuminating sections that were shadowed during your previous passages. The rock glows softly, colours muted compared to full daylight, but somehow more intimate. You feel like you're seeing Petra's private face, the version of itself it shows only to those willing to wake before the crowds arrive. You pass the water channels again, and notice something you missed before. Small carved symbols at regular intervals along their length. Probably markers to help maintenance workers identify sections for repair or cleaning, but they look like a secret language, a code written in stone that only the initiated could read. The treasury appears again, still magnificent, still impossible. You stand before it one last time, trying to fix every detail in your memory, knowing that memory will fade and blur, but wanting to hold on to the essence of this moment. The light is different than yesterday, softer, pinker, gentler somehow. Or maybe you're different, changed by exposure to this place, to its history, to the reminder of human capability and ambition. You approach the facade slowly, taking in details you haven't focused on before. The capitals on each column are actually slightly different from each other, each one a unique variation on the Corinthian theme. The carved figures in the niches show different poses, different expressions, and different relationships to the space they inhabit. Every square foot of this facade received individual attention and individual artistry. You notice a family of pigeons has made a nest in one of the carved decorative elements high on the facade. They fly in and out, unconcerned with the monument's historical significance or architectural magnificence. For them, it's just a really good nesting spot, well protected from weather and predators. Somehow this makes you love the treasury even more. It's not a dead monument. It's a living part of the landscape, still serving purposes, still useful in unexpected ways. Inside the main chamber, you find a quiet corner and simply sit for a while. The stone is cool against your back, the air still and peaceful. You close your eyes and listen to the sound of the space, the acoustics that make tiny sounds echo and blend. Footsteps of other early visitors, quiet voices speaking in languages you don't understand, and the flutter of pigeon wings outside. When you open your eyes again, the light has shifted. Sunbeams enter through the doorway at a new angle, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. They drift and swirl in invisible currents, creating a kind of slow-motion dance. You watch them, mesmerized, thinking about how many mornings these same light patterns have played out in this chamber, and whether anyone has ever sat exactly where you're sitting and watched exactly what you're watching. You take the long route back through the city, saying goodbye to each section. The colonnade in morning shadow, the temples catching their first sunlight, the residential caves where ordinary people lived extraordinary lives, the water channels that made everything possible. Each structure, each carved doorway, and each ancient staircase represents someone's work, someone's vision, and someone's contribution to something larger than themselves. Walking through the street of facades, you're struck again by the sheer number of tombs carved into the cliffs. Hundreds of them, ranging from simple cave openings to elaborate multi-story facades. Each one represented a family's wealth and grief, their desire to honour their dead with eternal monuments. Some facades are pristine, others badly eroded. Time plays favourites with no discernible pattern. You climb up to one of the more elaborate tomb facades, one you haven't entered before, and step inside. The chamber is larger than expected, with smaller rooms branching off the main space. Someone has left candles, recently burned down to stubs, suggesting this tomb still serves some ceremonial purpose for local Bedouin. The wax is white and the scent of smoke is still faint in the air. The tomb's walls show carved niches for burial, though they're empty now, whatever bones they held long since removed or disintegrated. You run your hand along one niche, smooth and precisely carved, sized to hold a human body in its final rest. The intimacy of this gesture, touching a space meant to hold a specific person's remains, gives you pause. This wasn't just architecture. This was love, made manifest in stone. Back on the main path, you encounter a Bedouin man leading a heavily laden donkey. The donkey's expression suggests deep philosophical resignation to its lot in life, and you exchange smiles with the man. He nods at you, says something in Arabic that you don't understand, but that sounds friendly, and continues on his way. The donkey's hoofbeats echo off the surrounding cliffs, a rhythm as old as civilization itself. Near the exit, you pass a Bedouin woman selling small carved stones, simple souvenirs for tourists. She smiles at you, gap-toothed and weathered, and you buy a small piece of rose-coloured sandstone polished smooth. It's not ancient, probably carved last week, but it's Petra stone, and that's enough. You'll keep it on your desk at home, a touchstone to remind you of this place, these days, and this journey through stone and time. She wraps it carefully in cloth, refusing at first to take your money, because you're clearly leaving, and she wants to give you a gift to remember Petra. You insist gently, and she finally accepts with good grace, blessing your journey in Arabic and gesturing for safe travels. These small human exchanges matter as much as the monuments, you realise. They're part of what makes a place real, what transforms it from a tourist destination into a lived experience. Walking back through the sick toward the outside world, you find yourself moving slower, reluctant to leave. Other tourists pass you, heading in, their faces bright with anticipation. You want to tell them things, to look up more often, to touch the walls, to sit quietly and just listen to what the stones have to say. But you don't, because discovery is personal, and they need to find their own relationship with this place. The sick releases you back into the modern world gradually, the walls lowering, the sky opening up, and the temperature rising as you leave the cool shadows. And then you're out, standing in regular sunlight, the magic contained behind you. The carved city returned to its eternal patience, waiting for the next person to arrive with wonder in their eyes. Your caravan will leave this afternoon, heading back toward the routes that connect to the wider world. But you know with the certainty of bones and blood that you'll carry Petra with you wherever you go. You'll remember the rose-red stone glowing in sunset light, the silence of ancient temples, the ingenuity of people who carved a civilization from living rock and made it thrive in a landscape that should have defeated them. You'll remember that humans are capable of remarkable things when we combine vision with persistence, when we build not just for ourselves but for centuries we'll never see. You'll remember that beauty and practicality can coexist, that art and engineering are not opposites but partners. You'll remember that stones can tell stories if you're willing to listen, and that some places change you just by being there, solid and patient, waiting to teach lessons you didn't know you needed to learn. The desert wind blows warm against your face as you take your last look back at the cliffs, the tombs, and the distant glimpse of carved facades visible from this distance. The sun climbs higher, the day grows hotter, and somewhere in the city behind you, a cat stretches in a patch of shade. A raven calls from a high perch, and the stones continue their slow conversation with time, utterly unconcerned with endings or beginnings, content to simply be, to endure, to wait for the next sunrise, the next visitor, the next chance to inspire wonder in a human heart. You think about Burckhardt, that first modern Western visitor, trying to contain his excitement while disguised as someone else. You think about the Bedouin families who lived among these ruins for centuries, maintaining their connection to this place even as the wider world forgot it existed. You think about the Nabateans themselves, carving their vision into eternal stone, never imagining their city would one day be abandoned and rediscovered, that their monuments would outlast their culture by millennia. And you think about all the other visitors who have stood where you're standing, looking back at Petra with the same reluctance to leave, the same sense of having experienced something that exceeds normal categories of tourism or sightseeing. This place gets under your skin, into your imagination, and refuses to be forgotten. The call comes from the caravan master. Time to prepare for departure. You turn away from Petra finally, completely, and walk toward your packed belongings and waiting camel. The animal grumbles at you in greeting, a sound you've come to find oddly endearing over weeks of travel. You load your pack, check your water skin one more time, and prepare to rejoin the world of movement and commerce and everyday concerns. But as the caravan begins to move, heading back toward Damascus or Aqaba, or wherever your journey takes you next, you look back one final time. The cliffs glow in the morning sun, holding their secrets, guarding their stories, waiting patiently for the next person who needs to be reminded that humans once built impossible things and made them beautiful. That we once understood how to work with landscape rather than against it. That we once had the vision and patience to create for eternity. Good night, traveller. May your dreams be filled with rose-coloured stone and ancient starlight, with the memory of cool shadows in the sick and the glow of sunset on carved facades. May you carry with you the lesson of Petra, that beauty endures, that vision matters, and that some things are worth building to last forever. Sleep well, and wake with the certainty that wonder still exists in the world, waiting in stone canyons and carved cities, ready to transform everyone who finds it. Rest now, and remember. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9. Determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home, Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Duca's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he had doubt that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signaled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and Earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Warden Cliff on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure. Yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight. But Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination.